I thought I communicated with the people saying F in chat now that I literally have to reset the stream. Okay, so what's going on here? We need to go over here. Okay, there's that. I need to grab the link here. Grab that link. Come on, come on, come on. Give me the link. And then put that link there. Boom. Boom. What happened? The internet happened, right? What happened? I don't fucking know. This is like the number one issue that I fucking have streaming is just a momentary, oh my god, stream's current bitrate is lower than recommended bitrate. It still says that it's weird. No, it's not dropping frames though. But like it looks like the viewers are finding the new thing. Twitch is back up. Yeah, I was trying to communicate to you that I was gonna have to. I thought I said be right back, but I mean that's what I have to do. Here's the thing: if the YouTube stream goes down, the only way to get it back up is to take all the streams down and then to put all the streams back up. And like this one doesn't even have the right thumbnail yet, but it's bad, chat. This is really bad, right? I'm at a disadvantage. So please like the stream if you could. If you could like the stream, it would be massively helpful, much appreciated, right? Because I'm at a disadvantage, right? We tried this out. We saw that if like, okay, so there's two different ways I can stream. One way is that I set the stream way ahead of time, right? And then I stream like at the designated time. So you know when you see the notification, you click on it, it's like, you know, nocommentchick will stream in X amount of hours, right? That's the good way to do it, right? The other way is to just hit stream, right? And apparently that's no good because nobody gets notifications. I've been told this, that nobody gets notifications when I stream like that. So yeah, we're at a massive disadvantage today, behind the 8-ball, dealing with more shit from more directions than I can even imagine. I don't want to complain about it too much, though, because I know that you're here for entertainment. That's what the category is. No, it's news and politics. What the fuck? Oh! Sorry, chat. And, like, I should be happy with this, right? You're doing news and politics, aren't you? There's so many weird things with YouTube that I've, like, if I explain to them, I feel like I'm an Alice in Wonderland if she brought a cell phone along, right? And she was like, her mom is texting and calling and stuff like that, and she's like picking up the phone and she's like, Mom, I'm gonna be back, I'm gonna try to be back for dinner, but right now I'm dealing with a Cheshire cat. He's telling me which ways to go, but it's all confused and warbled and strange, and I'm supposed to be at a tea party at 4, and the queen says she's gonna cut my head off. Right? You just sound fucking crazy. Trying to explain YouTube is like trying to explain Wonderland. It's like trying to explain, like, you know, just something that does not make sense and is designed not to make sense. The Jabberwocky, Mom, the Jabberwocky. There's a Vorpal sword, a Snick Snack. You know what I'm saying, Mom? I'll try to be home for dinner, though. I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna do my best. Okay, I might be a little bit late for dinner, but like I'm planning on being there. Like, right? It's like that. It's like that. When I try to explain what's going on YouTube, I feel like I am explaining Tweedledee and Tweedledum, the Walrus and the Carpenter, whatever kind of nonsense, you know, like the eat me, drink me. This is what I feel like, chat. And like, I don't know how entertaining it is either. Like, if you haven't been to Wonderland, I mean, just the description, I don't know if it's that great, but anyway. Anyway, we're back to like around the same viewership as we were before. But thank you to everybody who hit that like button. That helps me out immensely, especially on a day like today when YouTube is just just absolutely fucking me. And I still don't know what does this, right? Because it's not like the internet's going out. It's not like I lose the internet. It's just like there's a second that it's not enough. And YouTube is like, well, no, it's not just YouTube. It's the software. God damn it. You know what? I should call the software company and I should describe the issue that I'm having. And I should ask them if there's a workaround. And if there's not a workaround, I should get some kind of refund. I should get some money back. Is there cat ears requests going on? Cat ears, please. Oh my God. Well, it's early in the stream. This is definitely the right time to ask for cat ears. It's questionable. It's arguable during a segment where, wait, what? No, the cat ears are usually right down here. But where are they now? Where are they today? What did I do with the cat ears? Are they somewhere strange? This is usually not a very hard request to fulfill. There they are. You know what I really need is cat ears for Waluigi. Like, I need miniature cat ears to go on Waluigi. That's what we really need, chat. That's the real deal. Like, it's fine for me to have cat ears. A lot of streamers have cat ears, but Waluigi having cat ears, that would be unbelievably amazing. And my hair's all messed up too because of the sun. Everything's messed up, chat. The stream is messed up. My hair is messed up. Look, at least the one bonus part for this weirdness happening with the stream is that it might make it so the chat is easier to read. Because like I said, it's the software. It's not actually YouTube that does this. If I was just streaming on YouTube or just streaming on Twitch or like or streaming on, you know what I mean? Like that wouldn't be a problem. It's not the platform that is stopping me from it's not the platform that's stopping me from being able to just reconnect, because it shouldn't be a big deal. Look, you've seen this before. Sometimes a streamer's streaming and all of a sudden they pause and you're like, oh, what's going on? Is she frozen? Is she frozen? And then a few minutes, like not a minute, few minutes, like a few seconds later, 30 seconds later, they're back. And you're like, oh, cool. That's what should happen, right? That's what YouTube has that capability. Twitch has that capability. The platforms have that capability. What doesn't have the capability is the software that I use, the software that I pay for, the software that like just charged me $190. And then, you know, like I was like, I can't pay that. But luckily somebody, you know, I mentioned it and somebody on somebody paid for it on Throne, which is really nice. So we got it back and everything. But it's just like if my community is gonna be paying like 150, and we got the deal for, you know, it's the thing where you quit and they're like, oh, but how about 150? Would you like you should quit everything, right? Any service that you get, any monthly, yearly service that you're paying for, say cancel it. And then as you're canceling it, most of the time they're like, actually, here's like the real deal. We could do it for 150, right? So, but either way, $150 is still a lot of money, whether I'm paying it or some good Samaritan who wants the stream to be in like full screen for everybody pays for it. It's still a lot of money to pay for software that doesn't do what the platforms do. But I'm complaining. And that's not entertaining. You're either complaining or you're entertaining, and you can't do both. So I'm going to try to entertain. How are you doing? I wore Minnie Mouse ears on the 4th. Minnie Mouse always reminds me of the... What's going on here? I mean, I can see part of chat. What is going on? Anyway, I'm not going to worry about it too much, chat. It's incredibly hot day. Can I make the fan be like on me though? That would be awesome. If I could just slightly adjust the fan so that it's directly on me. That's better. That's 100% better. The other stream is glitched. Yeah, I was waiting for everybody to get in here from there. Wait. I'm just gonna spam the link at them again. If anybody is silly enough to still be in that other chat and not in this one, then you know they need to hit that gritty. Because that's what you do when you hit a link. You're basically grittying. There we go. I think we're good now. I think we're good. Okay, so let's go. We got a lot to talk about today. There's this whole thing with Epstein that's come up, more information. Chat, here's the thing though. I feel like there was already enough information tying Donald Trump to Epstein. Now, normally tying Donald Trump to anything seedy, it doesn't matter because his fans, they like The Apprentice. They like the character that he plays. They like the idea of having a fake billionaire as their president. They like the idea of having a reality star as their president. So that's what they're voting for. They're voting for the reality show to continue. And they don't care if the guy shoots somebody on Fifth Avenue. They don't give a fuck. They don't care if everything that he says is a lie. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. But what should matter to a bunch of conspiracy-addled brain blobs like the Trump's fans is his connection to Epstein. That is shit that they do care about. That is shit that they talk about all the fucking time. Epstein didn't Roblox himself. Epstein didn't Minecraft himself. Epstein did not Sudoku himself, right? Something else is going on. And that's probably the most rational belief in the MAGA belief system. Something strange happened to that man in his jail cell, okay? Now, I don't know that for sure. I don't have any proof of that, but I don't think that that is a spicy take. I don't think that that is, I'm not going to accuse them of having flights of fancy and, being, that's not a conspiracy theory. That's a truly strange event that has no good explanation for it. Epstein did not Epstein himself. Exactly, Dwight. Exactly. I have cat ears, but they're attached to a cat. Well, unless you can get the cat to climb up on your shoulders, it's kind of hard to manage that. But here's what they don't do is make the connection of here's a picture of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. They were friends. They're at a party. They are ogling the same women. Here's a quote from Donald Trump saying that Jeffrey Epstein is the greatest guy. It's his best friend. And I've heard that much like me, he's a big fan of beautiful women. And, some of them on the younger side, if you know what I mean. Yo, what the fuck more do you need, MAGA? What do you need? What do you fucking need to make the connection? The whole thing that you claim to be worried about, a fucking secret network of underground rich-ass pedophiles, is the motherfucker that your ass is voting for. That's you caught him. We caught him. Pizzagate, whatever conspiracy, you want to, whatever QAnon conspiracy, you want to throw out there as far as rich people messing with kids. That is Donald Trump. That is Donald Trump and his best friend, Jeffrey Epstein, and their friend, Ghislaine Maxwell, who Donald Trump wished good luck to you. Best of luck, Ghislaine Maxwell, right? Please don't implicate me. And I wouldn't be surprised if she ends up in an Epstein kind of situation herself in a jail cell. Yeah, flights of fancy feast. But yeah, this is the one thing that should actually bother them if nothing else bothers them. If they want to maintain the illusion that they are not completely full of shit and are only 75% at capacity of shit, then they need to make the connection between Donald Trump and his friends Ghislaine and Jeffrey, and say that, you know what, if you want to start throwing that Epstein didn't Epstein himself thing around and implying all this network of seedy elites and shit like that, the seedy elite, and I don't know how elite he is. He's definitely connected. But it's your guy. It's your dude. Come and get your dude, Republicans. Come and get your dude. So anyway, that's what we're going to be talking about today. There's more evidence. There's more evidence. Guess where it comes from? Ron DeSantis thought he would help out. One of the Epstein cases, I think it might be the Ghislaine Maxwell case. Am I right, chat? One of the Epstein cases took place in Florida. And DeSantis thought he would help out, right? If there's an evil, like, group, if there's an evil cabal of underground super rich people that are doing bad things to kids, and maybe, and Epstein's involved in that, right? Then maybe if we unseal the court records, see what's in there that wasn't shown to the public at first, maybe we will find out some more about it. Maybe it'll be like, yeah, it's Bill Clinton, actually. It was Bill Clinton and it was Nancy Pelosi. It was literally all the Democrats. Literally all the Democrats. So he unseals it. He thinks he's helping. Puddin' Ron sticks his fingers into the pudding once again. And instead of pulling out a bunch of Democrats, it's more shit with Donald Trump. It's more shit connecting him to the island. He unveils a deeper connection between Trump and Epstein. So yeah, congratulations, Ron. You're awesome. Pudding fingers, Ron. He's putting on the Ritz. Anyway, so chat, that's what we got for today. That's the main subject. Now, there's other stuff that we got to talk about. Obviously, the Biden thing is still going on. Obviously, the Biden people are still coping. And that includes a lot of Twitch poll people. Like, we looked at IRI coping. There are even some, like, chat, I have, like, pet liberals. We were joking around about pet liberals the other day. I have some pet liberals, right? I have some liberal YouTubers that I like to watch on various issues. And as long as they're not too annoying, like, it's fine, right? It's whatever, right? Obviously, I got a lot of problems with liberalism. I don't think that it addresses, the structural inequalities that need to be addressed. I'm not a fan of the Democratic Party, right? But I don't have more hate for liberals than I do for MAGA, right? I'm not like so, and I like to keep an eye on them because they're gonna have bigger numbers for politics than I am. So, that's where the audience is. But like, yeah, even Adam Mockler's pissing me off now. Adam freaking Mockler is pissing me off. You have a pet liberal on Facebook, Luna? Oh my God. Well, look, I'm gonna try to settle down. You can tell that I'm already yeah, and I'm saying this stuff with cat ears too. Like, people take me extra seriously because I've got cat ears on. That's the way it works. That's the way it works. If you want to be taken seriously, you got to do cat ears. We should just start calling Trump supporters lobotomites. That's what they're lobotomites. Is that? I feel like that's ableist. I feel like if I do that, I'm contributing to ableism. There's enough ableism in the world. Brian Tyler Cohen is my pet liberal. Yeah, Brian Tyler Cohen, because of the way the dude dresses, for the longest time, what's up, Jeffrey Herrera? For the longest time, I used to think he was a
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. Both liberals, Repubs and MAGA is ruining this country, sad to say.
True, yeah. And they're definitely no help, even when you think they would be. They're, in terms of taking a stand on some stuff that even they know is wrong. They're generally no help. They'll stand against, like, great travesties of history. They'll stand on the right side of history, but only like 10 years after it's happened, right? During the Vietnam War, they'll be like, we got to support LBJ. He's our president. Well, he's fighting against communism. You got to understand there's a domino effect that can go on. If Vietnam falls, then Laos will fall, and then this will fall, that'll fall, and that'll fall, and everything's going to be communist. You're going to wake up in the morning and you're going to find out that your cereal is Stalin flakes, right? That's the only cereal you can buy. You go to the store, it's like, would you like Stalin flakes? Or no, that's it, Stalin flakes. That's in this picture of Stalin, like, doing a weightlifter flexing on capitalism. That's what we'll have, right? If we don't take care of business in Vietnam and impose a fucking puppet government on people. but yeah, you know, I'm like they're on the right side of history, but only like 10 years after, only 10 years too late. So in other words, they're kind of useless. They're kind of useless, right? Libs are kind of useless. Turn in the freaking frogs, communists. That's right, Brady. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Izzy Sanchez. I don't know why it calls you Izzy Sanchez. That sounds like a French pronunciation. But if it's not a French voice, it would be like Izzy Sanchez. Super chatte. $5. No linen flakes. Yeah, no, he banned them along with Trotsky flakes. Those just disappeared overnight from the grocery store. Nobody knows what happened to the Trotsky flakes. I've heard they were pretty good. I've heard they had Trotsky berries. That's my favorite part of eating Trotsky flakes is the Trotsky berries. Legal Eagle seems pretty decent. Yeah, so that was what I was saying, was that Brian Tyler Cohen, because of the way he dresses, I think, and his coverage, his content, like the stuff that he talks about is usually legal in nature. And like, I assumed that, well, this has got to be like another lawyer that's got a channel, but no, BTC himself, not a lawyer, just a immaculate dresser. Just a great dress. You're discriminating against lobotomized people. Yeah, that's right. I'm discriminating against the skinvelopes. Wait, but we still haven't found out what the teddy bears are. I still want to know about teddy bears. Legal Eagle, very legal, very cool. Legal Eagle did cover the Trump stuff. I think we should. ContraPoints. We got to talk about ContraPoints. I used to think ContraPoints was a leftist, but she's more liberal. I still like her work, though. Yeah, the weirdest thing about ContraPoints is this, right? She never meant to be part of any leftist movement, right? What she did was she made videos against fascism, particularly against alt-right fascism. And so a whole bunch of leftists found her and was like, this is our gal. She's got to be a cool fucking leftist. And then, you know, she never was. She never was. And now she's talking about Hillary. And now she's telling you to Pokemon go, go, go to the polls. Pokemon go, go, go to the past. So you can go, go, go to the polls and in the past, and you can vote for Hillary, and then everything will be better. Everything would be better, apparently, with Hillary. Let's take a look at what we're dealing with ContraPoints. Because, yeah, like I said, there's a lot to cover today, chat. There's a lot to cover today, and I really do need to get us going. Are we going to read what's in the documents? Yes, Timido. We're going to take a look at those documents. What's in the documents? Any actual information? Are we speculating? Yes, that's what legal documents are. They're speculation. That's what goes on in a court is theory building, world building, theory crafting. But if you were listening earlier, you would have noticed that what I was saying is that we don't really need any extra lore to connect Trump to Epstein, to connect Trump to Maxwell. And yeah, if you want to say we can connect Clinton to them too, yeah. Fuck Clinton, fuck Bill Clinton, fuck Hillary Clinton, fuck all the Clintons, Chelsea Clinton. All of them. If there's other Clintons that I don't know about, Roger, isn't there a Roger Clinton? I don't even know who Roger Clinton is, but I feel like, am I thinking of George Clinton? No, just kidding. I won't say fuck George Clinton. Not yet. Not until I find out something bad about George Clinton that makes him worthy of that. But what should we do? Let's take a look at what's going on with ContraPoints. I mean, it's a pretty big deal. It's a discourse thing. Demon Mama apparently had a whole stream about this last night. And it wasn't even about this, right? This is what she says. It is hard to overstate the extent to which you should have Pokemon gone to the polls. And my reply is it's hard to overstate the extent to which Hillary should have Pokemon gone to Wisconsin. If you want to look for somebody to blame for the 2016 election, before you take aim at people who did not come out to vote for this like fucking bologna sandwich of a candidate that is Hillary Clinton. Maybe you might want to look at Hillary Clinton, because guess what? You can't vote scold people into Pokemon Go going to the polls. That doesn't work. That's not going to work. That's not going to happen. That won't work. You know what will work? Better candidates. Holding your candidates fucking accountable. Not putting up with a shit fucking stain, you know, not putting up with the Democratic Party jamming through whoever the fuck they want every year. That might make more people vote. But yeah, this is her latest tweet. Let's see. There she is. And look, chat, I like ContraPoints, okay? Like I said, I feel like she's done some really good videos. I feel like she addressed the alt-right in a way that no one else did, and in a way that banged with the algorithm, right? She got a lot of attention on like what's really going on there, how they manipulate you, how they lie to you. And you know, for the normies out there, like what are some of the dog whistles? So she's been tweeting up a storm. I don't know. She just kind of disappears and then she pops back up. But this time okay, so here's the one. Here's the tweet that set the discourse on fire. Let's read this thread, all right? It's really easy to caricature the anti-electoralist left as online misanthropes whose politics is firebomb. Okay, I can't say that. Whose politics is this? I feel like I'll get punished for it. I'll feel like anyway. I'm just quoting Natalie here, but yeah. And then not F-bombing, F-bomb a W-mart, and then not F-bombing a W-mart. But it would help to display that myth if they were more vocal about what specifically their methods have achieved. And look, be careful what you wish for, right? Because you just might get quote tweeted into oblivion. Okay, let's read the rest of this thread. We're all frustrated that the Democrats aren't stronger, more effective, further left, savvier about strategy, but the Democrats can at least point to some significant accomplishments in the last 4 years. A major climate bill, infrastructure investments, nominating Justice Jackson. What has the anti-electoralist left accomplished in the same time frame? I remember in 2020, a lot of mutual aid funds going around for protesters and people hit by the pandemic. That counts as an achievement. What else? Anything on the level of influence as a major climate bill? As someone terrified by this prospect of Trump returning to power, can you reassure me that there's a plausible direct action / non-electoralist means of stopping him that's more likely to succeed than electing Biden and Harris? Because if not, you're a LARPer. And no, posting a picture of me next to Hillary Clinton does not count as an argument, but that does kind of undermine your argument, doesn't it? So let's see how the internet responded. Oh yeah, somebody was asking for legal documents earlier. Here's one. We'll get to that. What the fuck? No. Oh my god. Oh. Okay. How did I not... I always think that they have this functionality, right? You got this thing, the bookmark thing, right? It lets you keep track of stuff on Twitter that would otherwise be really hard to find. So let's give you some examples of the responses to Natalia's tweet. Wait, this right here might be the dumbest effing thing I've ever read. Certainly takes the cake in the intranet era. Wow. I learned just like one history, a single history. I'll start with the 40-hour work week, expand from there. Yes, we owe the 40-hour work week to unions who advocated for it and to elected officials who signed it into law, who never would have signed it into law otherwise. All right. Why didn't the suffragettes just vote for their right to vote? There's so many there's like the thing about this tweet is that like there's so many things that need to be said in response to this tweet that they don't fit in one tweet. So a YouTube influencer with 500,000 followers is asking what non-electoral movements have achieved. I'll start with just a few: the abolition of slavery, the 8-hour day, the weekend, the civil rights movement, and ironically, the right to vote itself. All of these were achieved through direct action, pressuring elected officials. No, just voting is not enough, but reforms only come about when elected officials are successfully pressured. No, they don't just have to be selectively pressured. The Hillary Clintons of the world, and yeah, I'll throw Joe Biden's name in there too, need to be successfully pressured out of office and successfully replaced. And when your ass is like, but we need Biden to win the election. Bernie can't beat Trump. Bernie can't. We need Hillary to win the election. She's more electable. This is what fucks us all up. Natalie, don't you see? It's your side that is fucking team killing here. Quite literally every single civil liberty we currently enjoy is because of someone who protested for them. So yeah, you know, I mean, she's clapping back. Here's more. This is the one I thought I could swear. You know what I did? I bet I bookmarked it on at nocommentchick. I bet that's what I did. Oh my god, why? Literally why? It's too big to read. Literally every single right you currently have were given and brought to you by leftist movements who fight against the capitalist, who want you to live in abject poverty for their own coffers. Oh my god, I can't read it. Wait, this right here might be the dumbest thing I have ever read. Certainly takes the cake. Okay, I think we already read that. I mean, the 8-hour workday. Yeah, we read that. Okay, so yeah. But yeah, so the TLDR. Whoa, hey there. Mom, ContraPoints isn't recognizing that every right you have and I have is a result of an organized mass movement. Oh, here's somebody responding to her other tweet. How the Hillary campaign deliberately elevated Donald Trump with the Pied Piper strategy. An email released by WikiLeaks shows how the Democratic Party purposefully elevated Trump to leader of the pack. So barbarism critic right here with 8-hour workday, the weekend as a response to like what is anti-electoralism accomplished. And look, anti-electoralism, it's I wish that people at ContraPoints would look at it as a phenomenon. I will take a look at that, Timido. Look at the disclosure The Disclosure Project Intelligence Archive. I'll take a look. The 8-hour workday, the weekend, end of slavery, women's suffrage, civil rights, and child labor being abolished, at least for when it was. It seems to be back with us now. It seems to be something that the Supreme Court and the country at large is tolerating once again. And how do we get there? Electoralism, with nothing but electoralism. So her problem is that, like, okay, so maybe these outside strategies are okay, but we also got to do electoralism, and that's where we're really falling down. There's not enough interest in voting for the bologna sandwiches that the Democrats put up year after year, and that's the problem. If you really want to do activism, this is going to have to be part of it. Is sucking, holding your nose, sucking it up, and voting for the shit-stained candidate that they are shoving on you, right? And in reality, the thing that's lacking is activism. Look at we even talked about she talked about the mutual aid networks. She talked about the bail funds, right? As being, okay, so that's an example of direct action. So she grants that is useful. What was that in service of, ContraPoints? What was being protested? What was being asked for? Right? Now, even if you're a lib like ContraPoints and you think that something like abolishing the current regime, the current criminal gang that owns a monopoly of violence in our country, like, even if you think that is quixotic as fuck and just has no place anywhere, right? At the very least, you gotta be behind something like defunding, and not just defunding, but taking the money that's going into militarizing the police, which we do not need. We do not need more violence from the fucking police, right? And putting it into something that might lower crime and make the society a better place and solve some of these social problems that are, causing people to think that they need a fucking gang of criminal thugs out there cracking heads. Anyway, post comprehension. I believe this is being. Every right you have is soaking in blood. But yeah, that's what's going on with Natalie right now. She's getting cooked, and I don't feel that bad for her. It's hard to feel bad for her. Let's get back to where we were, which is right here. But yeah, I just wanted to go over that really quickly because it is a Twitter story. I don't think that it's I mean, unless she gets on and goes on some people's podcasts and starts talking about it, it's a Twitter story for now. But yeah, the thing about this is, like, it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse. She's gonna get worse. She's gonna get so much worse. I would like to be able to talk to people about like this. I would like to be. These are vote scolds. There's a name for this, okay? I've just made it up. This is a vote scold. All right? You're gonna call us woke scolds. We're gonna call you vote scolds. And I'm gonna tell you about how useless vote scolding is. You think that you can shame people into voting for a candidate that their stomach is turned by. You think that you can work through the logical process in your mind that makes you that makes you want to, go out and vote hard, okay? And the truth of the matter is that if you want more people that are because I see your frustration, libs, I see your frustration, right? Here's your deal. You're like, okay, so we're losing in the polls, but there's people that aren't voting. And they're not voting not because they believe, in Donald Trump or they want Trump to win, but they're not voting because they believe that the left-wing candidate is actually too far right. So what gives, right? We're going to end up with Donald Trump, not because people support overwhelmingly Donald Trump, but because these people won't get with the program and vote for harm reduction. Look, as somebody who has casted votes for candidates I'm not thrilled about, I will tell you that you are not going to get any more votes by vote scolding, by shaming people, right? You're just driving them further away. You need to be a little bit more radical. You need to demand a little bit more from the party that you're supporting. And you need to get better candidates. That is the only thing that is going to turn more people out to the polls and get them to vote against Donnie McFashy Pants. Anyway, chat, let's get back to chat. Vote scolding suppresses the vote. You're probably right. You're probably right. But I feel like I'm in a unique position to be able to communicate with libs like this. I feel like a bit of a lib whisperer, right? Because I'm so sick of it that, like, getting angry, blowing up at these people, insulting them, it does nothing for me. It does nothing for me. And they're the ones that need to change. That's the irony, right? They're coming on here making these arguments that, like, oh, you anti-electoral leftists, you need to change. They're not listening to you. They're tuned out from you. They're disgusted by you. Because here's the problem. You're too reticent to criticize these shit-stained candidates. And if you do, it's the most milquetoast thing in the world. So they're not listening to you. And the candidates that you're supporting are, you know, genocide-endorsing, stomach-turning fucking monsters. And if you want more people that are now on the outside, that are anti-electoral in you know, that aren't going to vote for, you know, this harm reduction candidate like year after year after year, you got to do better as far as the candidates. Anyway, where are we at? Oh, her videos about AGP stuff were great. I almost fell into the Blanchardian thinking, yo, Luna Rose, like, look, there's no guidebook, unfortunately, for trans people. There's no guidebook to be like, watch out for the Blanchardians, watch out for the trans meds. And these people love bomb, like, baby transes all over the place. And they try to be like, yeah, like, you're either a based HSTS, you're either a trans trad wife, or you're a nasty AGP, and, you know, obviously you know which one you want to be. You don't worry, you still get to hate yourself as an HSTS. You just, you know, you just hate the you hate yeah, it's this whole ass thing. I don't want to get into the discourse. There's too many discourses already, aren't there? Sick of LARPing, LARPers talking about community building and see, that's the exact shit that's gonna, like, you think you're gonna get more people to vote with that kind of shit. With vote scolding, you're gonna get less, all right? So I'm talking to you as somebody that, you know, that has not thrown you away. That is not like you a dirty, you know, Democrat, whatever, right? I get what you're saying. I get that you really don't want Trump in office, and I don't want Trump either, right? But as far as getting more votes from the left to manifest, your best bet is not fucking vote scolding, all right? Woke scolding, do that all the fucking day and all night, all right? Woke, vote scolding, not as effective. Brady says, I don't think there's a significant number of anti-electoral serious left people. Also, some of those anti-electoral people are expressing their disgust, are you know, at the prospect of voting for a candidate that, if they're in a swing state, they will likely end up voting for anyway. So, you know, don't even take that too seriously. But again, what kind of pressure are you putting on the candidates? What kind of pressure are you putting on the Democratic Party? When you're like, vote blue no matter who, they're going to give you whoever they want. And they would rather have somebody that is like 1 degree to the left of a Republican than anybody who's going to make even the most minuscule reform. Look, Bernie was not some fucking bomb-throwing radical. Bernie was a fucking compromise, all right? Bernie was an electoral compromise. And because the Bernie supporters, had their goodwill shoved back in their face, that has actually unironically hurt the left writ large's ability to bring out voters. But yeah, that's what we're dealing with, ContraPoints. Looks like I set the chat on fire. Okay, yeah, Russell Brand's a fuck. I mean, look, you know what Russell Brand is, right? Like, you know where Russell Brand ended up. That's like, I am not espousing support for Russell Brand or Jimmy Dore or any other of those useless, reactionary fuckheads that masquerades as a populist lefty. And I'm definitely not telling anybody not to vote. What I'm telling you to do is to not yell at people who are expressing their disgust, because that is worse than useless, right? That's not going to get you votes. That's going to lose you votes. But I really do understand where you're coming from. And I really do want the same thing that you want in terms of, my, priority is making sure we don't have more Trump. I just don't think that, I don't think that ContraPoints is going about this in the best way. And I don't want to put anybody in chat in the same camp as Natalie. None of you in chat, to my knowledge, have invited Hillary Clinton into your house. All right. So, yeah, I'm not trying to put you into that basket of deplorables by any means. I'm trying to talk to you, and I'm trying to discuss strategy, and from a place where I want the same results that you want. I just don't think that what Natalie's doing, I understand why she's doing it. I understand her fear. I understand her frustration. But it's counterproductive. It is fucking productive. But anyway, if you're willing to tolerate my rants, that's really good. That's a good sign. Okay, so what do we got for today? Like I said, we're going to talk about the new documents relating to the Trump-Epstein connection. We are going to also talk about the battle to boot Biden. It's still going on, and he was on ABC News last night with George Stephanopoulos, proving that he's got what it takes to stay in, that he can go the distance. Right. This is all his personal ego project at this point, right? It's a clear situation in which, and this is me saying this as somebody that's not a big fan of Kamala, okay? That is very aware of like Kamala's, history as a prosecutor, as part of the same prison industrial complex that I rant about. But yeah, Biden, I don't know. I don't know why. Anyway, we'll take a look at it. This is Biden's attempt to show that the debate was actually an aberration. It was a little, ooh, I got a little too tired. I was sick, and the dog ate my homework, basically. That's what Biden is saying. That's what Biden's coming out at us with, right? But no, he can do a good interview. He can do a gooder job, chat. We'll get into that gooder job. The gooder job. He's getting it done with the gooder job. I mean, yeah, so Ubafly says, if it's coming from a liberal, I get the frustration. Look, I'm not taking a giant shit on anyone. Okay, God, I gotta get rid of this metaphor. I swear to God, I've heard this more and more. And somebody in my chat pointed it out of like, could you please not say shit the bed? And like, at first I was like, well, that's just what you say. And then I thought about it and I was like, you know what? I feel like maybe my stream would be better with like less references to defecation. Maybe. I don't know. It's not the most pleasant thing in the world. So yeah, there's probably some wisdom in that. But That is what one says. That is what one says. But it doesn't have to be, does it? So let me try to make that be a little bit more conscious about that. But I'm not trying to. My point is not Natalie bad, even though she did bring Hillary into her house. I don't know what that does. This is like inviting a vampire into your house, right? I think bad things happen. If I remember vampire lore correctly, when you invite a vampire into your house, it generally does not end well unless you got a hell of a lot of garlic. You better be cooking garlic and onions in there, okay? You invite a vampire into your house, you better have garlic on the fucking griddle, just frying that up, and maybe then you'll be okay. But yeah, I'm not saying this to shit on. Why is that the phrase? I'm not saying this to disparage. There we go. There's a nicer way of saying that, okay? I'm not saying this to disparage people that are afraid of another 4 years of Trump. I'm afraid of that too. I don't know what I would even do. I think I would be personally targeted in a number of different ways. And no, I'm not talking about as a streamer. The Nosferatu trailer. When did that drop, Metacar? So my point is not to do what Natalie's doing, which is like attacking and calling out a group of people who I disagree with strategy on. I recognize that we have the same goal. And I'm asking you to consider your strategy. And to not do a strategy that's like basically kind of a knee-jerk response. And look, please take a look at it. Take a look at the way that you feel when you're making the vote scold post, right? Please examine that. Examine that and ask yourself, am I completely in control? Am I thinking this through? Is this my final answer? Is this really my final answer, right? Is this the one I want to go with? Do I think this is going to give me the best chance to like motivating people to Pokemon go to the polls? Or do I think that I might have more effect in pressuring instead of people that are expressing disgust with the, options available? Might I have more effect, pressuring the Democratic politicians, for instance, right? Because Biden is somewhat, and the Democrats are somewhat of a piñata at this point. The more they're nervous about their chances, the more they're likely to do something that might actually redound to the material benefit of us all. So, and also get more people to vote. Okay, so that's where we're at. It won't just 4 years of Trump. I'm begging you to stop saying that. Wait, sorry. It won't be just 4 years of Trump. Okay, Ubafly, point taken. Point taken. But also, my point about strategy remains. All right, examine what you're doing. Ask yourself if this knee-jerk response that you are exhibiting is going to be, is like gonna have good results, right? And think about the people that you're talking to, because I think these. If you're in my chat, okay, you've talked to anti-electoralists who are not Jimmy Dore, who are not Russell Brand, okay? You've taught, who we're talking about, right? And I don't think that you are like Hillary Clinton and ContraPoints, where you kind of look down at these people. I don't think that's who. I think you're just scared, and you should be scared, and I'm scared too. But we just got to really consider like the moves that we make and where our pressure is best placed, right? And whether like trying to vote for a future where Blinken and Biden are accurately written about in the history books. All right, what are we doing? So yeah, we're gonna cover Biden's interview. We're gonna cover what's going on with the campaign to boot Biden, the campaign to boost Kamala or Gretchen Whitmer, and all that kind of stuff. What's up, Danarchist? Imagine having Hillary Clinton over for a slumber party. Look, it hurts, okay? And I'll be honest that it hurts because I appreciate a lot of what Natalie has done. You know, in terms of her videography, is that a word? Whatever you want to call it. I'm positively disposed towards Natalie. There's things that she's done that I'm really not thrilled with, but I'm not coming at this place from a place of like, aha, I caught ContraPoints. Let's get her. Let's cancel. Let's fucking let's drag her across the all over Twitter. Yeah, is it like a filmography would be a videography would be like a filmography for YouTubers? I don't know. Okay, so yeah, that, oh my god. What's going on with my bit rate? Chat, this is the time of the stream where I yell about my bit rate. Do you think that'll be productive? If I yell at my OBS to have a better bit rate? Do you think that's like the best use of my yelling capacity? Or do you think there might be a better thing I could yell at than the OBS? Yeah, I hate to go all Giorno Giovanna on people, but I just don't have time for useless shit. And but you know what apparently I do have time for? I've got time to let you know that at the top of every hour there's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch. If you're watching me on Twitch, this doesn't apply to you on YouTube, so know that. Right? If you're watching me on Twitch, there's a 3-minute ad break that comes upon you every hour at the top of the hour, and it lasts for 3 minutes. Yeah, that's why it's a 3-minute ad break, huh? Makes sense. Good. Okay. So now that's an ad break that you don't necessarily have to watch. What do I mean? I mean that you can get rid of that ad break for free or for $5 by using a Twitch Prime sub or by using $5. Now, it is only $5 for like 6 more days, I think. Yeah, 5 more days, right? On July 11th, it's going to be $5.99. So it might be a good time to lock that in if you're thinking strategically, which I would highly recommend. It's usually better to think strategically than to think reflexively. You know, this might be a good thing. This might be a good time to lock that in, right? I'll also let you know that there is a chance, and I say a chance because it's not for sure. It's upon the whim of people in chat. Sometimes people in chat are generous with their subs and they gift subs to other people, right? This could be you, but only if you're active in the chat, because otherwise, how are they going to know that you're there? They can give the sub to anybody that they want to. They can choose from a list of names or whatever. They can choose a name to send the sub to. If you want your name to be chosen, just be active in the chat and they'll see your name there, and maybe you'll get a free sub out of it. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, those are the topics. We're going to get into the Biden stuff first, and then we're going to get into the Epstein Trump stuff. What else do we have? Potentially a whole nother segment. Let me show you what that is about now. It's a dono goal. It's a dono goal, and I think that we already have like 5% on there. So what does this mean? This means that when you donate, you have the opportunity to, oh my god, I've got the opportunity to actually give you the poll, don't I? Now, start the poll. Look, so what do you want to see next? So you got the opportunity to influence the poll. Just like in the United States, people can influence the election because corporations are people, and money, campaign donation, that's free speech. You've got a chance to put your thumb on the scale as well. And not entirely choose, oh my god, is the South Park of X still on here? I feel like people still want this, though. I feel like there's some people out there that really want me to cover The Dave Rubin thing. Oh, and I got a new Jink Uger thing for you. Because Jink, you know, he provideth. Jink provideth. Jink provideth the cringe, and he's got a new cringe now. He's supporting RFK Jr. as his choice of candidates, right? There we go. Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips. Shakespeare, thank you for re-upping your membership. All right, so Mehdi Hassan's got... and are there any that I missed? I think there might be. Thank you for the re-membership. I was gonna say re-sub. I gotta keep this straight. Subs mean a different thing on YouTube than they do on Twitch. So I don't want to confuse people. But yeah, that's still up there too, isn't it? The Mehdi Hassan and Dean Phillips thing. That is author of How to Win an Argument, Mehdi Hassan, debating the second place candidate from this year's Democratic primary. A primary that you can be forgiven for not noticing even happened, because this is what the Democrats do. When they have an incumbent, they don't run a real primary. And what, we had Marianne Williamson and Dean Phillips and I think RFK Jr. Running in this primary. So not a great choice of candidates. And also, did you hear about the primary? Did you notice the primary? Did you feel the impact of the primary? Because like I said, you could be forgiven for completely not noticing it because the media didn't give it any attention. There wasn't a real primary. There was a fucking coronation. And it's not just when we've got an incumbent. Sometimes when there's a really popular candidate who feels really entitled to to being the standard bearer for the Democratic Party. Why is YouTube being like this? I don't know. Jeff P, that's what I've been asking all day. YouTube's been fucking with me. Again, Ubafly, I totally understand where you're coming from. And like I said, I'm on board with your strategy. I'm on board with your goals. I'm just not agreeing with you on your tactics. And if you got smoke, I would suggest that you save it for the Democratic Party and its candidates, rather than moms in Michigan who are seeing kids in pieces in Gaza. All right? Do you get me? That's all I'm saying. That's literally all I'm saying. And I'm trying to say this in not like a confrontational, inflammatory, or derogatory kind of way, because yeah, I do feel like that we need to stick together. So yeah, I'm not trying to disparage any viewpoint here. I understand why people feel the way that they feel, and that's valid. So yeah, so whether we got Mehdi Hassan debating Dean Phillips, we got Moms for Liberty meets a drag queen. Is that story real? Yeah, that story's real. There was some Moms for Liberty official that took a Hawaiian vacation. Pretty cool, huh? To get to go to Hawaii and, stay in a hotel and all this. But she comes down to the, she comes down to the lobby. And what does she see but a few drag queens sitting in the lobby area? And she says, oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
$5. South Park of X. Need something uplifting like a segment of Dave Rubin.
Okay. Okay, that's a good idea. South Park of X is getting... Actually, should I put both of your super chats on there? Izzy, I'm guessing if you voted for it this time, then you won't mind me putting the last one on there. Oh wait, let's see. Wait, am I doing this right? Okay, I think we're at like 13%. No. Let me make that 16%. I've added up everyone's. Okay. Must be very hard for Moms for Liberty. Yeah, so, and these drag queens that are down there in the lobby, they're not going to get pushed around. They're not going to get baited into making like a clip for this lady who's definitely filming. But yeah, we'll only see that if that segment gets the votes. Right now, it looks like Mehdi Hassan debating Dean Phillips. Oh no, it's tied. South Park of X and Mehdi Hassan at 42%. Moms for Liberty and Jink Uger supports RFK. Now, are people over Jink? Should I just stop putting them on these polls? Maybe people are over Jink Uger. You could be forgiven for that. You wouldn't need to be forgiven actually. What is up, Gatsby Got? How the chat is set up on YouTube, it's unwieldy to users and not inviting. Oh, you're talking about the difference between YouTube and Twitch, Dan Archist? Yeah, that's why I stream to you on both platforms, because I just want to meet people wherever they are. Wherever they are. Anyway, let's get to that now. What are we doing? Jink is on, maybe. He's provisionally on the RFK Jr. Train. We'll see if somebody on TYT, somebody else on TYT can talk him out of that, because there are, other hosts there that are not super thrilled about Jink endorsing RFK Jr. But I mean, you could kind of expect this sort of slide. Like, this isn't entirely unprecedented. Wait, did it? I think it served you that ad break already. Okay, so. Oh shit, I should show you this. All right. Have you ever watched? Yeah, this is okay, so here's something, right? Look, there's a lot going on, a lot of news that I cover. One thing that I don't really cover nearly enough is the weather. Like, what's going on in your neck of the woods today? Let's find out, chat. Are you ready? Are you ready to do a little weather seg? Yeah, we got to start implementing the weather segment, all right? Izzy Sanchez super chats $2. If you can put all my super chats for South Park of X, I can indeed. I can indeed, and that pushes us to 18%, and that pushes us to 12% for the new South Park of the South Park of X. So yeah, I knew that it was a good idea to put that on there. So yeah, like I was saying, weather is something that I never cover. It's really hot out there today. Let's cover the weather. The weather's interesting, right? You want to know about the weather?
Cooler. How many ops you got? I mean, it's too many options. If you want to pass on this heat like John Stockton, you can go up to the northwest where there's 60s, 70s for highs today. So again, we got temperatures in the 90s, but it's going to feel hotter for several days. Wop, 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 wop. We get hit with the heat index well over 100. But the main story really is the fact that we're just stocking up on hot days. How many stocks do I really have in stock? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus 5. Hey, look at this. We've got temperatures going 90 plus for several days in a row. This is not a major cold front. In fact, a general rule this time of year is if it's...
What kind of cold front, chat? What kind of cold front is it? What kind of cold front are we dealing with this summer? Somebody's got to know. Somebody's going to call it out. What kind of cold front is it probably? What kind of chord are we striking? I don't know. I probably didn't set the lag to be low enough. Yes, Badash.
Chatted $5. South Park of X Heart.
Okay. That is now at 17%. Damn, that's a pretty fast climb for South Park of X, and a pretty fast climb for the Dono goal. This segment broke you? That's the A minor. There we go. Twitch has got it. A minor. Yeah. There we go. Oh my god. No, I think Twitch got it first. C minor. Did you know that that song is actually the Kendrick song is actually in B minor?
And we're talking about a cold front as probably a minor. And as we look into what the impact is going to be on Monday, not quite hot enough for a heat advisory, but as we look farther west, they not like us, they not like us, they not like us. In South Texas, it may feel like 118 degrees there today.
Weather on the beat. All right. So yeah, there we go. There's our weather segment. I just thought I would do that. So yeah, like I said, this is how it works. Thank you for illustrating this for me, Omega Star. And wait a minute. Let me. Oh wait. Izzy, Omega Star, Shakespeare. Thank you for illustrating how the whole thing works. Right. So you can vote on this. And feel like I'm forgetting a million things. Oh my god, there's something that I forgot. I forgot to put the mustard on the beat, I guess. No. Change my vote to South Park of X. Yeah, I can do that. It's definitely easier to do that now than it would be later. So 20%. So yeah, it looks like 120%. No, that's a little overestimation. There we go, 20%. Oh my god, I didn't realize how much of a delay people are on. There are people right now saying A minor. That tells me exactly how delayed we are on stream. Every day that plays is a day more that we dance on Drake's grave and how bad he lost. Yeah, it was pretty epic. Pretty epic loss there. Pretty major L for Drake. In fact, I feel like L and Drake are now synonymous, right? You don't even have to say L anymore. You can just say Drake. Is South Park of X terrible? It's pretty bad. It's unbelievably bad, I would say. But yeah, thank you everybody for illustrating the way in which this works, right? You vote, I vote, we all vote, and the vote can be slightly, it's like a curve, it's like a skew, it's like a slight little effect from the donos, right? And sometimes the donos affect, sometimes the donos change the result, sometimes they don't. Sometimes the thing that's getting voted on is the thing that's getting donated on. A lot of times it's like the same thing, and it doesn't change, but sometimes it does. Sometimes, especially if it's really close, right? The donos can definitely swing that. This goes for if you are super chatting, if you are using a super sticker, if you are becoming a membership like Shakespeare just did, or gifting the gift of weasels to other people, passing on that weasel to other people. Same thing goes, as you might guess, on Twitch. If you're getting yourself a sub, getting yourself a Prime sub, which you can do for free, or whether you're gifting subs, right? That money also affects the dono goal. It adds points to it. Let's say that you don't want to change the vote, though. Like, you really feel like the people should get what the people want. You don't want to upset their apple cart. And so you just say Vox Populi, and then your vote, your donation actually counts against other people's donations that are going to support a single a specific subject that I would cover, right? If you say Vox Populi, then you're just saying, let's throw it back to the voters. Like, the voters, that's who we're more concerned about here. That's what the functionality of Vox Populi. I always put Fallout New Vegas on here in case the gaming frogs want to make a run for it, want to make a run of it, because I know that they are thirsty for some new Fallout New Vegas content, and you can indeed twist my arm with donos to push it towards Fallout New Vegas. Although that has never happened yet. A Rubening. We're gonna get a Rubening today, Shaxbier. That's correct. A bit of a Rubening, possibly. But yeah, it looks like South Park of X is what is ahead. Let's let's open that poll for both streams.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $10.
Yo.
The vote for South Park of X. Let's do this.
It's getting stolen. The vote's getting stolen today. Look at that. That is 30% added to the new norm. We're 30% of the way toward the dono goal. And South Park of X is running strong already. What's not running strong is me copying the poll stuff to the other chat. You know, this song has been stuck in my head ever since the new video came out. Like I've seriously had especially the dun 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 and then the sample. Like, right, it's been in my head. It's taken up a place, right? I literally have to think of like something even more earworming than in order to displace it in any way. There we go. We have polls running in both chats, and remember, we're streaming on the full screen. We're also streaming in shorts, okay? And if you're in shorts, you can also vote in the full screen vote. If you're in full screen, you can also vote in the shorts vote, right? All I ask is if you do that, you leave a like. There's nothing I can do to stop anyone from doing it, and I know some people are going to do it anyway, so I might as well tell you all so you all have at least the opportunity to place 2 votes if you so choose. So that is in effect as always. And we got to get going. We got to get going because I have been. It's a weird stream. So it's a weird stream. It's taken me way too long to get to this, and but yeah, it's time to watch this interview. It is time to hope, chat. Whisper of a dream that I don't get any sort of stream doesn't get pulled down for this, right? We don't want that. What the hell indeed, Najra? I agree. I agree with all of you, chat. I somehow am the aggregate of all of your viewpoints. Oh yeah, this is the button. This is the button. Oh, what the hell? Because I'm wearing cat ears. Yeah, you're right. Good point. All right, we gotta take the cat ears off. We gotta get serious here. We got the vote going on. You can't see shorts? That's interesting. Can shorts see shorts? I feel like there's people in shorts. So let's take a look. This is Biden before the appearance. So like I said, there's been a lot of talk. Biden has met with governors. Biden has met with officials. Elected officials have come out asking for Biden to step down and let somebody else take over. The easiest person to take over would be Kamala, if for no other reason than for the fact that she's the vice president, meaning that any money that Biden has raised would be transferable to Kamala Harris. It's not transferable to Gretchen Whitmer. It's not transferable to anybody else, right? So the Kamala train is running strong. Obviously, Gretchen Whitmer is pretty popular. I ran a poll on this chat, and it was Gretchen Whitmer first, Kamala second. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember. Was it Newsom or Michelle Obama that was third? I can't remember. But let's take a look at what he's sounding like, what Biden is sounding like prior to the interview.
How was the interview with ABC, sir?
Oh, no, sorry, after the interview. Why do they have this before it airs, before the interview airs?
I thought it was a good interview. You'll be able to see it at 8 o'clock tonight. You're going to record it all.
Are you going to drop out of the race, or are you completely ruling that out?
Completely ruling that out.
Mr. President, how can you persecute a case that the democracy is at risk, that you are the best candidate to beat Donald Trump?
Because I've beaten him before, and I've gotten more done than any president has.
Have you spoken to members of Congress?
No, but
I feel like this reporter is actually the reporter is actually the one who's having trouble with this debate.
you've been wrong about everything so far.
Not really.
You were wrong.
Biden's ready to debate, bro. You are the media. You've been wrong about everything so far. You said that Hillary Clinton was going to win in 2016. What the fuck do you know?
Wrong about 2020. You were wrong about 2022. We were going to get wiped out. Remember the red wave?
They were wrong about 2016 too. Don't forget, Joe.
Wrong about 2023. And you said all the tough races we won them all but two. So look, we'll see.
Have you spoken to members of Congress?
He really does think about the media as like a single aggregate, right? He really does think about, like, when he's saying he's talking, the entirety of the yapping that he's hearing out there on television, on morning show even.
Yeah,
Who have you spoken to?
at least 20.
What are they telling you? What are they telling you, sir?
They're telling me to stay in the race.
What about the people who have called for their gathering together to call for you to step aside? I think Senator Mark Warner is one of the people.
Well, Mark Warner, my understanding, is the only one considering that. No one else has called me that.
Do you value the
I feel like it's the time to call Mark Warner a lying dog-faced pony soldier.
officials in your policy?
Former President Trump again.
I hope he'll debate me. I wouldn't be surprised
And
if
if
he was.
he's in, will you?
Now, here's the deal, though. Trump on Truth Social actually did challenge Biden to another debate, like I think a third debate, right? So there's one scheduled for September. Trump has basically signaled that he's like anytime, any place. He's ready to go, no holds barred, right? You want to do a full debate. In a lot of ways, the sort of rules that Biden demanded for the debate, because he got to set the terms, right? In a lot of the ways, those rules sort of counted against him, like limiting a rambly dude like this to 2 minutes. Maybe not the best idea in the world. Limiting or forcing, the microphone mute when the other speaker is talking. Trump interrupting him actually helped him in a previous debate. This isn't going to change the fact that he was just so out of it that he said we'd finally defeated Medicare. But, I guess it could have gone somewhat better.
I'm committing now, absolutely, whether he's in or not.
Do you value the thoughts of members of your own party when it comes to your decision to stay in the race?
Sure I do. That's why they've said, you guys saw the governors. Every one of them in that room. All those governors said, stay in the race. Laura Haley didn't say anything when I was in the room. Okay?
Sir, will you make changes to your campaign staff at all after the debate?
We're adding, look, we've just added another 120 staffers. We have the most extensive staff operation in the States.
We have the staffiest staff out there.
Please with your advisors and how
The firmest staff.
they're seeing you through this moment in your campaign.
Any mistake made is my fault. Thank
Are
you.
you confident you can serve another 4 years?
I'm positive.
You always talk to young people. You're so committed to talk to young people. Why not let someone younger take the country forward? You have to ask.
I feel like this reporter is actually helping Biden, right? She's so like frazzled. She's so like nervous and like I get what she's trying to do. She's trying to ask him the hard questions, but she's asking him the hard questions in the worst way. And this is actually kind of helping Biden stay in.
Why not let, every CEO has a succession plan.
Well, by the way, you do have succession plans. But what do I need a succession plan for now? And by the way, anyway.
No, go ahead.
Thank you.
Hey, always love the family and they
Why do I need a succession plan when I'm doing the goodest job?
Have you been talking with your
Biden's ego is his downfall. Yeah, this is an undersold thing. Now, like, I feel like somebody out there, I can't remember who it was, but commented that Biden's ego. Who was it, chat? Somebody on Twitter said that Biden's like the most narcissistic person out there. I can't remember what it was, but it was something that, like, yeah, Trump still outstrips him in a lot of those regards, but
Channel 1 is the burn, Channel 2 is the scramble.
now, see, normally this would just be Biden walking up the stairs, right? The president is walking up the stairs of the plane. In this case, in the case of Biden, it's interesting because we want to know, does he trip and fall? Does he stumble? Does he walk slowly? Now, I've heard, somebody told me that there are two separate ramps. One of them has shorter steps, and that they changed out the ramp with like longer steps for the ramps with shorter steps. It does look a little taller than usual, but I'm not sure if that's why.
Sonia, we need 5 minutes to read feedback. It's super important.
Get on there really slowly.
Okay. Hey, everyone.
He said he's going up really slowly. Actually, I don't think I don't think that's. Look, like, there's a lot of reason to want to replace this guy. There's a lot of signs that he is not, maybe competent to tie his shoe, let alone to run a successful campaign against Trump. But I don't have a particular problem with his progress up the stairs in this time. I don't know. Does it seem like it was very slowly? It didn't seem super slowly to me. It's just stairs. It's just stairs, bruh.
From ABC News.
Days. It's a bad episode.
All right, there we go. George Stephanopoulos and the President of the United States. This is Biden's attempt to change the narrative, right? He has, what has he done? He's OnlyFacts, thank you for the resub. Dab episode? Dab indeed. Wait, I hope I don't have to dab. You're about 4 years too late in trying to get me to dab. Actually, even late. I don't think I'm. Anyway. Thank you for the resub. Profoundly selfish of him not to drop out. Yeah. He's got the girthiest staff of anyone in politics. He's got the meatiest staff as well. None of them are vegan. Two geriatric narcissists, that's right. Make Irene bounce? I mean, oh. Yo. There we go. So, wait a minute. Oh my god. So, like, that's where some of the... Yeah, because I'm noticing some of the alerts aren't showing. It's probably a scene thing. See that now? This was hard for a little while because I didn't have room when I had to fit a green screen in. There was no room for a trampoline, but there we go. All these people trying to take away Grandpa's car keys, saying... He's saying, I can still drive. No, he's saying, I can still drive Jack. So yeah, let's bounce. And that's a really good idea. I gotta get my brain in gear or else I'm gonna... The problem with Biden content is, like, I swear to God, it's like secondhand... It's like I get sundowning from it. I get secondhand sundowning from this guy. Like, just watching him, listening to him. Like, I feel like my brain's starting to go too. But bouncing on the trampoline definitely helps. I feel like I should, like, have a hype train on Twitch. Oh, I'm not bouncing for a hype train. Well... Somebody told me that the hype trains actually help you get more views on Twitch. I'm not sure if that's true. I asked somebody else, they said it has, like, nothing to do with it. It definitely helps you earn more emotes. So if you're on Twitch and you want to get more emotes, Hype Trains help out for that too. We have his word on as a Biden. That's a good point. That's a good thing to bring up. All right. There is your bouncing for right now. And there's the button. All right, so like it all rides on this. No, and it shouldn't. It shouldn't. All right, we saw what we saw, and the clips are going to follow Biden around for the rest of the campaign, regardless. If he stays in, these clips, the clips that come from the debate, are going to still have an effect, right? There's nothing that he could do to sort of erase what people already saw, because, you know, he can show you how him having X number of good days is not going to erase him having that really bad day. And especially when there's little touches of, well, you'll see what goes on in this one. And you can answer, right? Because like, here's the thing. The establishment Dems, as well as the IRIs of the world. Oh, you know what I forgot? I forgot to put Wick on that list. Oh my God, chat. I'm so out of it here. Yeah, Wick is talking to Brianna Wu, isn't he? Maybe we'll do our Wu tint tomorrow. I mean, as long as people are satisfied with their options today, it looks like people are really wanting to see that South Park of X content. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Actually, Laggage says, did you see the debate happening on, it's on TYT currently? Okay, I'm glad you said it's on, with Jink, Destiny, Brianna Wu, and Joe Walsh? No, there's too much of this shit. God damn it, chat. God damn it. I mean, look, it's good. It's content. We'll watch it, but like, there's just more stuff I need to cover. That's all. All right, let's take a look and see what Biden can get himself into. What kind of trouble he get. Look, but here's what they're looking for. All right, this is a 30-minute or maybe even less than 30-minute. Like, there's 30 minutes on here. How many minutes are actual Biden interview? Looks like he's going to talk to George Stephanopoulos for about 22 minutes, right? So what the establishment Dems are waiting to do is to show this, they're waiting for this to happen, right? And this happened last night. And then they're going to pounce on it, and they already have pounced on it. And they're going to say, like, see, Biden's totally fine. What are you talking about? He got through a 30-minute, no, not even 30-minute, a 22-minute debate without attacking Medicare. So obviously he's good. And we all know that doesn't mean he's good.
Mr. President, thank you for doing this.
Thank you for having me.
Let's start with the debate. You and your team have said you had a bad night, but your friend.
Agreed.
Nancy Pelosi actually framed the question that I think is on the minds of millions of Americans. Was this a bad episode or the sign of a more serious condition?
It was a bad episode. No indication of any serious condition. I was exhausted. I didn't listen to my instincts in terms of preparing, and I had a bad night.
You know, you say you were exhausted, and I know you've said that before as well, but you came, and you did have a tough month, but you came home from Europe about 11 or 12 days before the debate, spent 6 days in Camp David. Why wasn't that enough rest time, enough recovery time?
Because I was sick. I was feeling terrible. Matter of fact, the docs with me, I asked if they did a COVID test because they were trying to figure out what was wrong. They did a test to see whether or not I had some infection, you know, a virus. I didn't. They just had a really bad cold.
And did you ever watch the debate afterwards?
I don't think I did, no.
Well, what I want to get at is, what were you experiencing as you were going through the debate? Did you know how badly it was going?
Yeah, look, the whole way I prepared, nobody's fault, mine. nobody's fault but mine.
I don't know, chat.
I prepared, but
like, this shouldn't be that hard. This should be really easy for him to go in there, be affable, be personable, be relatable, be humble. Sit down. No. Oh my God. Sorry for that bit of vocal fry. I'm just it's probably COVID. Yeah, he's having long COVID. Maybe he did. Yeah, both of the. Okay, there we go. Sorry, chat. I lost the headphone cord. Pretty embarrassing. There, I'm making fun of Biden here, and I can't even keep my headphone cord in my headphones.
I usually would do.
I'm just gonna make an excuse though. You know, I had a cold. I was traveling. I was doing a lot of foreign policy. I'm gonna do less foreign policy from now on. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll just cut out some of the foreign policy, right? I'll be fine. We just need to do less of the foreign policy. I got a social battery. He should make the Hassan excuse. He should talk about his social battery. He should say that this is the toughest job. That people that do fucking sales don't have it as tough as he does.
Sitting down, as I did come back with foreign leaders or the National Security Council for explicit detail. And I realized about partway through that, you know, I get quoted, the New York Times had me down at 10 points before the debate, 9 now, or whatever the hell it is.
Okay, I gotta say something, all right? The polls this year are, like, particularly weird, right? And I'm not even talking about the polls that have him down. I'm not doubting those necessarily. The thing that's getting to me is, like, I saw a poll yesterday that had them neck and neck. I don't trust that poll. It doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem like it would, but like the fact that there's so much variance in the polls, and you know, you can trace this all the way back to 2016, right? The polls showing Hillary Clinton up by like greater than 5% in most polls, and you know, although she did win by like 2% the popular vote, the polls were off. The polls have been off. They've even been off. You know, I think the polls in 2022 indicated maybe a red wave for Republicans, maybe more victories in the House, and you know, winning the Senate. It would have been very easy. It was a very easy year for the Republicans to win the Senate, and yet that. So in other words, what I'm saying, chat, is that like it used to be that when the pollsters call people up, that it's like 20% say hello. Is this me? Is this me? Now, 7%. Nope. Yeah, and same thing with me. If you called me and tried to poll me, I wouldn't fucking pick the phone up at all. I'm not trying to... I'm not trying to talk to the student loan people.
The fact of the matter is that what I looked at is that he also lied 28 times. I mean, the way the debate ran, not my fault, nobody else's fault. No one else's fault.
But it seemed like you were having trouble from the first question in.
What is this? For your information, the New York Times polls he just mentioned is a befuddled moment and not what they actually were. He was so off here because Nate Silver, he was so off here it caused Nate Silver. So Nate Silver is flipped. Yeah, a lot of people have.
Before he spoke.
Well, I just had a bad night. You've had some bad interviews once in a while. I can't remember any, but I'm sure you did.
I've had plenty. I guess the question, the problem is here for a lot of Americans watching, as you've said, going back to...
He's got the puppy dog eyes, chat. How are we going to resist the puppy dog eyes? Oh, chat, let him stay in. He's doing the puppy dog eyes. You can't say no to this good boy. He's the goodest boy.
2021.
He's the goodest boy.
To people who are concerned about your age. And, you know, 50 million Americans watched that debate. It seemed to confirm fears they already had.
Well, look, after that debate, I did 10 major events in a row, including until 2 o'clock in the morning after that debate. I did events in North Carolina. I did events in Georgia. did events like this today. Large crowds, overwhelming response, no slipping. And so I just had a bad night.
Yeah, Rachel K., I think there's some chance that Bernie might be the Highlander.
I don't know why.
And how quickly did it come to you that you were having that bad night?
Well, it came to me as having a bad night when I realized that even when I was answering a question, even though they turned his mic off, he was still shouting. And I let it distract me. I'm not blaming it on that. But I realized that I just wasn't in control.
Look, I'm not trying to make an excuse, but here's my excuse, though.
But part of the other concern is that this seems to have fit into a pattern of decline that has been reported on recently.
Can we just see that again?
But I realized that I just wasn't in control.
But part of the other concern is that this seems to have fit into a pattern of decline that has been reported on recently. New York Times.
Is he a Biden bot? Has he been replaced with a robot? It just felt like the stimulus came in. A lot of people are saying pattern of decline, and he's like, program, pattern of decline? Pattern of decline? Like, I don't know.
Had a headline on July 2nd, Biden's lapses
We might be dealing with a Biden bot.
are said to be increasingly common and worrisome. Here's what they wrote. People who have spent time with President Biden over
It's AI
the
drift.
last few months or so,
It's Arnold Schwarzenegger in disguise.
the lapses appear to have grown more frequent, more pronounced, and after Thursday's debate, more worrisome. By many accounts, as evidenced by video footage, observation, and interviews, Mr. Biden is not the same today as he was even when he took office.
Yeah, he's a robot.
3.5
I'm a robot, Jack. I got alien hardware up inside of me, Jack. I'm a cyborg now. I'm a brain bot.
years ago. Similar reporting.
Big MT, Jack. I'm a lobotomite with a Tesla coil in my head.
In the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal. Are you the same man today that you were when you took office 3.5 years ago?
In terms of successes, yes. I also was the guy who
He's more machine than man.
put together a peace plan for the Middle East that may be coming to fruition. I was also the guy that expanded NATO. I was also the guy that grew the economy. All the individual
Wait, sack of meat. What's the sack of meat thing about? Yeah, RFK feeds his birds from a greasy sack of meat.
things that were done were ideas I had or I fulfilled. I moved on. And so, for example, well, that was true then. What's Biden done lately? Today, just announced 200,000 new jobs. We're moving in a direction that no one's ever taken on. I know you know this from the days.
Okay, so now here's a huge problem. He thinks he's making an argument for himself. But what he's actually making an argument for is the generic Democratic ballot. If you look at the generic ballot, which is like, would you rather vote for a Republican or a Democrat? People are saying Democrat. The winds are not blowing in favor of Trump. The winds are not blowing in favor of the Republicans. The winds are actually blowing in the other direction. People, I think probably a majority of people now are sick of Trump, would love to vote against Trump, are looking for a candidate that they can feel good about voting for. And honestly, like a ham sandwich would do, a tin can would do, just about anything would do. And so here's what we got going on. That's good news for the economy. All right. Now, like I said, there's a conflation between the current president that's in office and the current economic statistics. And that is, something that people vote on, but it's not the direct correlation that you'd like it to be. But it is still what people vote on. And normally a president who got 200,000 new jobs added to the economy would benefit from that in a poll. Biden is not doing that because that shit cannot get in the news. There's too much of Biden's brain in the news for the good economic news, for, if inflation goes down, or if there's going to be an interest rate cut, or whatever kind of, even if he, manages to forgive some more student loans or something like that, even something that, he wasn't planning on doing, but maybe feels the pressure now to do, it's not going to benefit him as much because there's too much of him in the news, and it would benefit another Democrat.
In the government, I took on Big Pharma. I beat them. No one said I could beat them. I took on all the things we said we got done. We were told we couldn't get done. And part of it is what I said when I ran was I wanted to do three things: restore some decency to the office, restore some support for the middle class instead of trickle-down economics built from the middle out and the bottom up. That way the wealthy still do fine, everyone does better, and unite the country.
But what has all that work over the last 3.5 years cost you physically, mentally, emotionally?
Well, I just think it cost me a really bad night, a bad run. But, George.
Does he not get what Biden, or does he not get what George is saying with that question?
Super chatted $5. The interview Biden did was for the donors, not the voters. He gonna lose if continues this path. He needs to put his ego aside. Also, South Park of X.
South Park of X it is. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So, the donors have, okay, so when this first happened, when the bad debate happened, Biden raised money off of it. But Biden was actually getting more campaign cash. But then when people thought about it for a little while, it kind of dried up. So that is true, and in general, I gotta this is something that I gotta admit, right? The Democratic Party, at the very least, is more responsive to donors than they are to voters. And that's part of their problem. But yeah, there is a feeling that as long as the campaign cash is coming in, that everything is still good, even as the house is on fire. And thank you for the super chat, Izzy Sanchez. Even though my TTS doesn't pronounce your name correctly.
I'm optimistic about this country. I don't think we're a country of losers, that he points out. I don't think America's in tough shape. I think America's on the cusp of breaking through in so many incredible opportunities. This next term, I'm going to make sure we have straighten out the tax system. I'm going to make sure we're in a situation where we have health care for all people, where we're in a position where we have child care and elder care, free up, and all these things. The one thing I'm proudest of is, remember when my economic plan was put forward, a lot of the mainstream economists said it's not going to work. Well, guess what? You now have 16 Nobel laureates, 16 of them in economics, saying that Biden's next term would be, based on what he wants to do, enormous success. Trump's plan would cause a recession, would significantly increase inflation. I've made great progress, and that's what I plan on doing, and we can do this.
I understand that, and I'm not disputing that. What I'm asking you is about your personal situation. Do you dispute that there have been more lapses, especially in the last several months?
Can I run the 110 flat? No, but I'm still in good shape.
Are you more frail?
No.
I know you
Come
spoke.
keep my schedule.
I know you spoke with your doctor after the debate. What did he say?
He said, he just looked at me and said, "You're exhausted." I said, "Look, I have medical doctors travel me everywhere. Every president does, as you know. Medical doctors, some of the best in the world, travel me everywhere I go. I have an ongoing assessment of what I'm doing. They don't hesitate to tell me if they think there's something wrong."
I know you said you have an ongoing assessment. Have you had a full neurological?
Yeah, like every president does, right? You become president, you have like the best medical team imaginable, right? This is why Trump was able to recover so quickly from his multiple infections with COVID, right? Is that they give him antibodies. You get some pretty good medical care, right? But what Stephanopoulos is about to ask him is about neurological tests, and we're not just talking about like MOC tests or any of the stuff that Trump's bragged about, right? he's asking the presidential candidate to put up or shut up as far as his fitness for office. And that's something that we probably need to see. That's also something that we should get to see for Trump.
And cognitive evaluation.
I get a full neurological test every day with me. And I've had a full physical. I had, I've been at Walter Reed for my physicals. Yes, the answer is.
I know your doctor said he consulted with a neurologist. I guess I'm asking a slightly different question. Have you had the specific cognitive tests, and have you had a neurologist, a specialist, do an examination?
No.
Like, really what we need is ruling out, any kind of age-related cognitive impairment, dementia, Alzheimer's, etc. And that's for both candidates. And that's for, as long as they're going to run geriatric candidates for office, like we do,
No one said I had to. No one said, they said I'm good.
Would you be
Yeah, they assumed that you didn't want that. They are protecting you.
willing to undergo an independent medical evaluation that included neurological and cognitive tests and release the results to the American people?
Look, I have a cognitive test every single day.
I have a cognitive test every single day.
Every day I have that test. Everything I do.
He's saying that the presidency is his cognitive test, right? He's acting like that. Listen, Ronald Reagan continued to be president. I think it's been established now, past the point where his Alzheimer's symptoms became very pronounced, right? So we have an example already of a president who, stayed president and the world didn't blow up. There was no obvious signs that, you got a guy with advanced Alzheimer's as your president. There was no ramifications from that, other than maybe easier for him to credibly say, I don't recollect, when he's asked about Iran Contra. So yeah, no, you do need an actual, you need more than just hey, I'm president and the world's not blowing up, so I must be passing. That's my cognitive test. Be president. I'm passing it every day, right?
Not only am I campaigning, but I'm running the world. And that's not how it sounds like hyperbole. But we are the essential nation in the world. Madeleine Albright was right. And every single day, for example, today, before I come out here, I'm on the phone with the Prime Minister of... Anyway, I shouldn't get...
Also, here's the deal. When you talk about dementia, the last person to recognize the dementia is the person experiencing it. This is known. This is a phenomenon, right? So this doesn't give you any assurance. The fact that he says I'm okay, even if he believes it, even if he 100% believes this is not enough.
In the detail, but with Netanyahu, I'm on the phone with the new Prime Minister of England. I'm working on what we're doing with regard to in Europe, with regard to expansion of NATO and whether it's going to stick. I'm taking on Putin.
They only Alzheimer's also cannot be definitively diagnosed with a brain biopsy. Yeah, there's a certain it's like the staining, the dopamine staining in the brainstem or something like that. Yeah, I think I remember what you're talking about, Fritz Krieg.
Every day, there's no day I go through there are not those decisions I have to make every single day.
And you have been doing that, and the American people have been watching, yet their concerns about your age and your health are growing. So that's why I'm asking, to reassure them, would you be willing to have the independent medical evaluation?
Watch me.
COVID can lead to dementia in all ages.
There's a lot of time left in this campaign. It's over 125 days.
So
I'll
the answer,
make a decision.
the right answer right now is no, you don't want to do that right
No,
now.
I've already done it.
You talked a lot about your successes at the beginning of this interview, and I don't want to dispute that. I don't want to debate that. But as you know, elections are about the future, not the past. They're about tomorrow, not yesterday. And the question on so many people's minds right now is, can you serve effectively for the next 4 years?
George, I'm the guy that put NATO together, the future.
back in 1949. I'm the guy that put NATO together. I'm the guy that said, look at the Soviet Union, Jack. This could become a problem for all of Europe. We better band together, Jack, and start a North Atlantic Treaty Organization. The French, they can call it OTAN if they want. Yeah, I know they like to say things different over there, but we need to start something, Jack. We need to get this together. We need to protect the free world from the Iron Curtain. Yeah, that was you. That was you, Biden. No, you see, the thing is, he's so old that like it's almost credible. It's like, did he put together NATO? No, he didn't. He did not. He was like 29 when he started, as a congressman in the 70s, I think, right? But is this brain fog?
I thought I could expand it. I'm the guy that shut.
He's realizing that putting together NATO is not exactly what he did. But what he's trying to say is, I added Sweden and Finland to NATO.
Putin down. No one thought could happen. I'm the guy that put together the South Pacific Initiative.
He's saying I'm the one who knocks, basically. Like, that's what he needs. He needs a Heisenberg hat, doesn't he? This is Breaking Bad. This is Breaking Biden. He's older than the UN. He is Captain America. Yeah. No, this is Breaking Biden. All he's missing is the vegan bacon with his age on it and the Heisenberg hat.
With AUKUS, I'm the guy that got 50 nations, not only in Europe, outside of Europe as well, to help.
George, I'm the guy who took down the last tribe of Neanderthals.
I'm the guy that got Japanese to expand their budget.
NATO was a setup to keep Corn Pop from bullying people at the public pool.
So, I mean, and for example, when I decided we used to have 40% of the computer chip in it, we invented the chip, that little chip for the computer chip. It's in everything from.
You know that little chip? It's in the computer chip. It's like the size of your fingernail.
Cell phone to weapon.
We invented that, Jack.
And so we used to have 40%. We're down to virtually nothing. So I get in the plane against the advice of everybody, and I fly to South Korea. I convinced them to invest in the United States, billions of dollars. Now we have tens of billions of dollars being invested in the United States, making us back in a position where we're going to own that industry again. We have, I mean, I just, anyway, I don't want to take too much credit. I have a great.
So it's not, oh my God. The chip thing is actually not about the U.S. economy. It might have an effect of, at least reindustrializing on a very small scale, but the chip thing is about Taiwan. If you don't know, like a majority of the chips that are made, right, are made in Taiwan. It's become a strategic, in addition to the strategic value of Taiwan as far as being part of that first island chain that the United States uses to contain China, which is spending a lot of money on their navy right now and would, by all accounts, have a blue water navy, just like the United States, were they to not be hemmed in by those two island chains, right? It's got that strategic value, but it's also got, the infrastructure that they're using to create computer chips, right? So the reason that the United States, to my understanding, the CHIPS Act, I think is really more about geopolitics than it is about economy. But this is the great thing about, being part of the world's imperial hegemon, is you just get lied to all the time. They treat you like a fucking baby. They can't tell you the real reason for things, right? They got to be like, oh no, Jack, this is gonna be really good for you. You said you wanted those industrial jobs back, Jack. We got them. They're coming back, Jack. They're not fucking coming back. That's not how globalization works. And if there ever are industries that come back to the United States, it's because people are impoverished enough, and the wages have gone long enough without being raised that it's now economically viable for these corporations to manufacture stuff in the United States.
I guess my point is, all that takes a toll. Do you have the mental and physical capacity to do it for another 4 years?
I believe so. I wouldn't be running if I didn't think I did. Look, I'm running again because I think I understand best what has to be done to take this nation to a completely new level. We're on our way. We're on our way. And look, the decision recently made by the Supreme Court on immunity, you know, the next president of the United States, it's not just about whether he or she knows what they're doing. It's not about a conglomerate of people making decisions. It's about the character of the president. The character of the president is going to determine whether or not this Constitution is employed the right way.
Let me ask you a tougher, more personal question. Are you sure you're being honest with yourself when you say you have the mental and physical capacity to serve another 4 years?
Yes, I am, because, George, the last thing I want to do is not be able to meet that. I think, as some of the senior economists and senior foreign policy specialists say, if I stop now, I'd go down in history as a pretty successful president. No one thought I could get done what we got done.
Okay, let's be real. Let's be real. If you step aside right now, you will be known as the guy that beat Donald Trump. I think that's going to look okay in history, right? You're still a one-term president, but you're somebody who came in there, you know, in your old age, and you know, you served a function, Jack. If you stay in the race, chances are good that you will not be remembered as the guy that beat Trump. You will be remembered as the guy that lost to Trump, and that, you know, that being the beginning of a very sad chapter in United States history.
But are you being honest with yourself as well about your ability to defeat Donald Trump right now?
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
You say that, and let me challenge you.
Sure.
Because you were close, but behind going into the debate. You're further behind now, by any measure. It's been a two-man race for several months. Inflation has come down. In those last few months, he's become a convicted felon. Yet you're still falling further behind.
You guys keep saying that. George, you know polling.
You see this, like, turning the media into you guys? I mean, that's who they are to him, right? Like, oh my God. He perceives the media by, you know, as these, like, kind of annoying people that are yapping. They're just like it's literally like in his life, like, you know, it's like he goes about his day, he does meetings, he does this and he does that, and then he goes and talks to you guys. He goes and talks to those guys, right? As the president, as a candidate for president, you got to be able to step outside there and see that is not that is your view, that is your perspective, that is not the perspective of the majority of Americans, and their access to you as an elected official comes through those guys.
Do you think polling data is accurate as it used to be?
I don't think so, but I think...
Okay, so no, he's got a point here. Yeah, polling data is not as accurate, but when you see a rise or a fall in the poll, it does still mean something. We just can't be like, what the polling data is not as accurate means that your margin of error is greater margin of error.
When you look at all of the polling data right now, it shows that he's certainly ahead in the popular vote, probably even more ahead in the battleground states. And one of the other key factors there is it shows that in many of the battleground states, the Democrats who are running for Senate and the House are doing better than you are.
Well, that's not unusual in some states. I carried an awful lot of Democrats last time I ran in 2020. Look, I remember them telling me the same thing in 2020. I can't win. The polls show I can't win. Remember 2020, the red wave was coming. Before the vote, I said, that's not going to happen. We're going to win. We did better in an off year than almost any incumbent president ever has done. They said in 2023, all the tough races, we're not going to win. I went into all those areas, all those districts, and we won.
Chat, did you hear the audio weirdness? I'm just trying to make sure that's not my audio weirdness. Did you hear the crackling? I mean, I'm thinking it's probably that he's wearing a lavalier mic. Yeah, it's got to be the lavalier mic.
That is true, but 2020 was a close race.
Oh, I can't tell. No, it's only when I got it on. Okay, so it's definitely not. It's not my interface. It's if anything, it's on the tape.
And your approval rating has dropped significantly since then.
It's them.
The poll I saw is about 36%. The number of Americans who think you're too old to serve has doubled since 2020. Wouldn't a clear-eyed political calculus tell you that it's going to be much tougher to win in 2024?
Not when you're running against a pathological liar.
This is Hillary level cope. This is literally what Hillary told herself. I don't need to go to Wisconsin when I'm running against a pathological liar that says grab him by the pussy. I'm just gonna win. That's it. That's it. I don't have to promise them anything either. I could be like the least progressive, Democratic president in recent history. I could be like 2 degrees to the left of Reagan.
Not when he hadn't been challenged in a way that he's about to be challenged. Not when people.
You've had months to challenge him.
Oh, sure I had months, but I was also doing a hell of a lot of other things, like wars around the world, like keeping NATO together, like working anyway. But look.
Do you really believe you're not behind right now?
I think it's all the pollsters I talk to tell me it's a toss-up. It's a toss-up. And when I'm behind, there's only one poll I'm really far behind, CBS poll and NBC, and
New York Times and NBC both have you about 6 points behind in the popular vote.
That's exactly right. New York Times had me behind before anything having to do with this race. Had me behind 10 points. 10 points had me behind. Nothing's changed substantially in the debate, the New York Times poll.
Just when you look at the reality, though, Mr. President, I mean, you won the popular vote in 2020, but it was still deadly close in the Electoral College.
7 million votes.
Yes, but you're behind now in the popular vote.
I don't buy that.
Is it worth the risk?
I don't think anybody's more qualified to be president or win this race than me.
You know, the heart of your case against Donald Trump is that he's only out for himself, putting his personal interest ahead of the national interest. How do you respond to critics who say that by staying in the race, you're doing the same thing?
Oh, come on. Well, I don't think those critics know what they're talking about.
They're just wrong?
It's wrong. Look, Trump is a pathological liar. Trump is, he is...
He's a pathological liar and you're losing to him. What does that tell you? Generic ballots favor Democrats and whether you think that the polls are as accurate as they used to be or not, right? The fact remains that the generic ballot favors Democrats and you are still losing.
Ever seen anything Trump did that benefited somebody else, not him? You can't answer, I know.
I've questioned him and his allies as persistently as any journalist has.
No, I know you have. I'm not being critical.
Yeah.
I'm not being critical. But look, I mean, the man is a congenital liar. As I said, they pointed out in that debate he lied 28 times the Times, or whatever number, over 20 times. Talk about how good his economy was, how he brought down inflation, how this is a guy who, unlike only other president other than him is Hoover, lost more jobs than he created. This is a guy who told us to put bleach in our arms to deal with COVID. Over a million people died. This is a guy who talks about wanting to get rid of the health care provisions we put in place. This is a guy who wants to give the power back to big pharma to be able to charge exorbitant prices for drugs. This is a guy who wants to undo every single thing I've done. Every single thing.
I understand that. I understand that's why you want to stay in the race. But have you convinced yourself that only you can defeat him?
I convinced myself of 2 things.
I feel like George Stephanopoulos is almost acting as a therapist. This feels like an intervention.
I'm most qualified.
And he needs an intervention, but it needs to come from his family. He needs a reality check, but it honestly needs to come from his family. Like people have talked about the Biden family as being enablers. I know how hard it is to take the keys from grandpa, but at some point, for grandpa's own good, you got to take those keys away. Like I said, even if you are completely focused on his legacy, even if it's completely, you know, if you want to leave out the good of the country or anything else, right? You got to realize that he's got a chance here to pull out and be known as the guy that beat Trump in 2020, or to stay in and be known as the guy that lost to Trump in 2024. The choice should be obvious. And, you know, like, I'm surprised at how much of the Democratic establishment, I'm surprised at how much of the media, I'm surprised at how many people are actually willing to come out here and try to do this intervention. And I'm disappointed that it doesn't seem to have permeated to his family. Like, he's apparently brought Hunter into the White House and is having him, like, field, you know, questions from concerned, you know, party members, like, that sort of run flack for him.
Person to beat him, and I know how to get things done.
If you can be convinced that you cannot defeat Donald Trump, will you stand down?
It depends if the Lord Almighty comes out and tells me that, I might do that.
Well, I mean, on a more practical level, Washington Post just reported in the last hour that Senator Mark Warner is assembling a group of senators together to try and convince you to stand down because they don't think you can win.
Well, Mark is a good man. We've never had that. He also tried to get the nomination too. Mark's not. Mark and I have a different perspective.
Wait, sorry. When did Warner run for president? When did this happen? He said Warner also tried to get the nomination too. When was that? Biden ran in 2008. He dropped out after giving a weird backhanded compliment to Obama that just, like, smacked of, you know, weird old man racism. And then Obama chose him to kind of be, like, you know, symbolic of, like, hey, you know, the old white guy that was accidentally racist to me, he's all right. He can be my vice president, right? This is, you know, so I mean, like, that's like sort of the background of that in 2008. I'm trying to remember, when did he run in 2016? When would he have run against Warner? Oh God, no. Is it 2020? Wait, did Warner run in 2020? I was almost thinking, because he ran in the 80s, right? He ran in 1988. I'm trying to remember what it was. There was some scandal. There was some scandal that took him down, and he ran for president first in the 80s. Like, that's how old this dude is. Yeah, exactly, Garrett. Or Garrett. When people like yourself have these engaged online perspectives, who is so engaged in the minutia of politics, I'm engaged in the minutia of your comment, chatter. Trying to make it out. It feels like I'm having to read a Biden speech or something. Okay, so let's see. You just don't see that normies are seeing a different thing. Okay, thank you.
And if Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi come down and say, we're worried that if you stay in the race, we're going to lose the House and the Senate, how will you respond?
I go into detail with them. I've spoken to all of them in detail, including Jim Clyburn. Every one of them. They all said I should stay in the race. Stay in the race. None of the people said I should leave.
But if they do?
Well, it's like, they're not going to do that.
You sure?
Well, yeah, I'm sure. Look, I mean, if the Lord Almighty came down and said, Joe, get out of the race, I'd get out of the race. The Lord Almighty's not coming down. I mean,
we're waiting for the goodest. There's the goodest job.
Hypotheticals, George.
Do I have to search this out?
But it's not that hypothetical anymore. I grant that they have not requested the meeting, but it's been reported.
I've met with them. I've met with a lot of these people. I've talked with them regularly. I had an hour conversation with Hakeem. I had more time with that than Jim Clyburn. I spent time with many hours, off and on, the last little bit, with Chuck Schumer. It's not like I had all the governors. All the governors.
I agree that the Lord Almighty is not going to come down, but if you are told reliably from your allies, from your friends and supporters.
Oh God, Did I put it forward?
That's what this is about. Look,
How will you feel in January?
I feel as long as I gave it my all and I did the goodest job as I know I can do. That's what this is about.
Here we go.
George.
Look, here's my problem with Biden, okay? Not only is he a fucking malignant narcissist who thinks that he's got some special mandate from heaven to the point where only God Almighty coming down off his throne and saying, Joe, you got to get out of the race. I'm here with Corn Pop and we're very worried, Joe. We're very worried. We're very concerned, right? You got to get out of the race for the good of the country. Only that's going to get him to change his mind, right? Not only does he have that going for him, not only does he have, is he just straight up confused, and you can tell that, you know, from what he's saying, right? It's like it's transmissible. It's like listening to this man is making my thinking more confused too, and I think I'm seeing it in chat too. I feel like we're getting some I feel like we're getting some malignant narcissism from chatters that are like, I said that 5 minutes ago. Oh my God, chatter, I'm sorry that I can't read every single word of 3 different chats.
Think of it this way. You've heard me say this before. I think the United States and the world is at an inflection point where the things that happen in the next several years are going to determine.
And only I can save us from it. What the fuck, Biden? No, he's got to go. He's got to go. He's got to go. This guy is, and I don't mean narcissistic in a way like Trump. Like Trump is narcissistic and like, I'm the very best out there. Nobody's been, you know what I mean? Trump is a different kind of narcissist altogether, right? Trump shouldn't be anywhere near power in the first place, right? But Biden has this fucking hero complex, and I think it's really dangerous. Not as dangerous as Trump. Please don't mistake me. Chatters who are worried that I am saying that, like, maybe you should vote for Trump. That's not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying. I think that anybody silly enough to vote for Trump deserves the worst consequences of his fucking presidency applied strictly to them. So whatever Trump's plans are for immigrants, whatever Trump's plans are for trans people, whatever Trump's plans are for any of the enemy groups that he and MAGA identify, that shit should happen to you if you're voting for Trump. Like, personally to you, you should be sectioned off into another reality where Trump actually is president, but you're alone in there, and he's doing that shit to you. You should get to feel the pain that you wish to inflict on other people, right? If you're voting for Trump. So just don't get it twisted, all right? But it really concerns me. He's the wrong guy for the moment. He's the wrong guy for the job. He was supposed to be a caretaker presidency for libs that were scared of their own shadow and thought that only fucking a milquetoast ass macaroni and cheese eating hairy legs former lifeguard like Biden could defeat Donald Trump, right? And look, that's one thing. That's one thing, okay? But the fact that he didn't like keep his word and pass the torch to even somebody like Kamala, who, like, I don't think Kamala's a strong candidate, but compared to this guy, like, anyone's a strong candidate compared to Biden.
What the next 6-7 decades look like. And who's going to be able to hold NATO together like me? Who's going to be able to be in a position where I'm able to keep the Pacific Basin in a position where we're at least checkmating China now? Who's going to do that? Who has that reach? Who knows all these? We're going to have, I guess.
Who knows the secret codes to the milking machines of the Chinese Communist Party?
A good way to judge me is you're going to have now.
Yeah, don't judge me against the Almighty. Judge me against the alternative.
The NATO conference here in the United States next week. Come listen. See what they say.
Mr. President, thanks.
NATO likes me. NATO gets me. NATO gets me.
Thank you.
Okay, so I did kind of fast forward it at a certain point. I was afraid that I'd missed the goodest job. That is what people are sticking on. This is the thing. This is the thing. Look, I'm telling you, This debate has set it up so that the framing of everything that Biden does from now on is going to be on his cognitive state. Like, goodest job, I don't think is a damning flaw. Most presidents, most candidates could say goodest job, and it's just like, well, that, you know, it's best job, not goodest job, but whatever. You know, they just little misspeak there. This kind of shit like this is going to sink him, and he can't not do it. He can't not do it, right? He's at a point where think of it as a speed run, all right? He's a speed runner. He's got to win this time. He's got one chance to break the world record, or at least beat Donald Trump's score in the speed running, and he's already fucked up. He's already wasted a bunch of time. And so now it's incumbent upon him, who's already shown that, you know, he drops his sword more than dream. He's already shown himself to be, accident prone, right? It's up to him to run a perfect speed run from then on out. And he doesn't have Dreams mods. He doesn't have those mods that cause the piglins to drop ender pearls more often, right? It's not a good bet. It's not a good bet.
Regularly. I had an hour conversation with Hakeem. I had more time than that.
Hakeem Jeffries? Okay, wait.
Every one of them.
Where did we leave off here?
I respect him.
And
okay, Warner. There's Warner.
Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi come down and say, well, on a more practical level, Washington Post just reported in the last hour that Senator Mark Warner is assembling a group of senators together to try and convince you to stand down because they don't think you can win.
Well, Mark is a good man. We've never had that. He also tried to get the nomination too. Mark's not. Mark and I have a different perspective. I respect him.
And if Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi come down and say, we're worried that if you stay in the race, we're going to lose the House and the Senate, how will you respond?
I go into detail with them. I've spoken to all of them in detail, including Jim Clyburn. Every one of them. They all said I should stay in the race. Stay in the race. None of the people said I should leave.
But if they do?
Well, it's like, they're not going to do that.
You sure?
Well, yeah, I'm sure. Look, I mean, if the Lord Almighty came down and said, Joe, get out of the race, I get out of the race, the Lord Almighty's not coming down. I mean, these hypotheticals, George,
But it's not that hypothetical anymore. I grant that they have not requested the meeting, but it's been reported.
I've met with them. I've met with a lot of these people. I've talked with them regularly. I had an hour conversation with Hakeem. I had more time than that with Jim Clyburn. I spent time with many hours off and on the last little bit with Chuck Schumer. It's not like I had all the governors.
I agree that the Lord Almighty is not going to come down, but if you are told reliably from your allies, from your friends and supporters in the Democratic Party, in the House and the Senate, that they're concerned you're going to lose the House and the Senate if you stay in, what will you do?
I'm not going to answer that question. It's not going to happen.
What's your plan to turn the campaign around?
You saw it today. How many people do you draw crowds like I drew today? You find many more enthusiastic than today? Huh?
I mean, I don't think you want to play the crowd game. Donald Trump can draw big crowds.
Okay, so I'm looking up Mark Warner, and it looks like he was under consideration.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading.
Welcome in, communist invading radicals. It looks like he was under consideration to run in 2008. I don't see anything about a 2020. Wait. Yeah, he ran for Senate in 2020. I don't see anything about him running for the presidential nomination other than in like at all, right? Because he thought about it. He was mentioned for it, but announced in October 2006 that he would not run, citing desire not to disrupt his family life. So that's all I can confirm as far. I think that must be what Biden is talking about. He doesn't sound like he actually sought the nomination. People are saying 2020, but I'll see if I can find anything.
You can draw a big crowd, but what does he say? Who does he have? I'm the guy supposedly in trouble. We raised $38 million within 4 days after this. We have over 1 million individual contributors. Individual contributors, less than $200. I mean, I've not seen what you're proposing.
You haven't seen the fall off in the polls. You haven't seen the reports of discontent in the Democratic Party, House Democrats, Senate Democrats.
I've seen it from the press.
You know, I've heard from dozens of your supporters over the last few days, and a variety of views, I grant you that. But the prevailing sentiment is this. They love you, and they will be forever grateful to you for defeating Donald Trump in 2020. They think you've done a great job as president, a lot of the successes you outlined. But they are worried about you and the country, and they don't think you can win. They want you to go with grace, and they will cheer you if you do. What do you say to them?
I say the vast majority are not where those folks are. I don't doubt there's some folks there. Have you ever seen a group at time when elected officials running for office aren't a little worried? Have you ever seen that? I've not. Same thing happened in 2020. Oh, Biden, I don't know, man. What's he going to do? He may bring me down. He may.
Mr. President, I've never seen a president at 36% approval get reelected.
Well, I don't believe that's my approval rate. That's not what our polls show.
And if
Our polls are full of cope. Yeah, I'm seriously looking at this. Like, oh, did you know that Ben Glebe ran for president? or considered running for president, terminated his campaign before the primary. I mean, there are a lot of people here that I hadn't even thought of that were in consideration. I'm trying to see. I'm not seeing Warner among them in 2020. So all I can confirm is that he was talked about for 2008, but ultimately decided not to run. Like the video to help the stream, please. Thank you, Soul Life. That's a great idea. I fully endorse what you're saying there. I was looking it up, and apparently back in 2018, there were Dem donors pushing him to... Okay, so there was... Okay, wow. Wow, so Biden is remembering him maybe getting talked about? He said, yeah. So this happened in 2008 as well, right? But in 2006, he basically poured cold water over that fire in 2008 before, in fact, in 2006, before the campaign even got started, right? So as far as him seeking the nomination, it sounds like other people thought that Warner might be a good candidate, but Warner never seems to have pursued that. This is not saying good things for Biden's memory. This is not making a... This is... Oh my God.
you stay in and Trump is elected and everything you're warning about comes to pass, how will you feel in January?
I feel as long as I gave it my all and I did the goodest job.
But yeah, so I thank you for the member chat.
I know I can do. That's what this is about. Look, George, think of it this way. You've heard me say this before. I think the United States and the world is at an inflection point where the things that happen in the next several years are going to determine the next 6, 7 decades.
Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Okay. This is just... Yeah, it reminds you of the South Park turd sandwich versus giant douche thing. That's pretty true. I mean, look, obviously, as bad as Biden is, you know, Trump's 1,000 times worse, and I don't want to see Trump get reelected. But you know, that's why I'm so adamant about him pulling out, about the Democratic Party. You know, and you can see some people doing. I don't know what Warner's trying to do here. Biden, what the hell? He's like, well, I respect Senator Warner, but with all good due respect, he did try to seek the nomination. I don't think he did. Everything that I'm reading does not indicate like they've got like Wikipedia. Yeah, I know Wikipedia, right? But they do have a good breakdown of the 2020 primary for the Democrats. They've got not only the people who ran in the primary, which are Biden, Bernie, Tulsi, Elizabeth Warren, Bloomberg, Klobuchar, Buttigieg, Steyer. Did anybody remember Steyer? He was a cringe lord. Deval Patrick, Michael Bennett, and Andrew Yang. And then we've got candidates that terminated their campaigns during the primaries. Henry Hughes, Sam Sloan, Rob. I mean, people I've never heard of before, honestly. People who withdrew before the primaries, including Kamala Harris. I didn't remember that. Wow. She withdrew January 21st of 2019. Jesus Christ. Is that right? Wait, no. Am I reading that wrong? That's her announced campaign. Okay, so yeah, she withdrew in December of 2019. But yeah, Warner is not listed amongst these people. But it sounds like there was a contingent of people who wanted Warner to run. Yeah, no, this article's not even mentioning him, but I believe you if you say that like his name was mentioned, right? That sounds about right. He's been in the Senate forever, and I can understand why he'd be an appealing candidate to some people. But yeah, no, he was not seeking the nomination. Biden is not remembering correctly. Oh my God, chat. Okay, so let's take a second and let's catch up here. That was a lot. I don't know how, but like I'm like more anxious now than I was. Like I knew what this was. I knew generally what was going to happen. The thing that bugs me is that it's neither such a like good performance that it's going to allow him to somehow, move past what happened during the debate. Like I said, those clips are going to follow him around forever. And neither is it such a bad interview that it's going to, expedite his departure. I do still think there's a good chance that he will depart. I think that most likely it's going to be a Biden to Kamala kind of thing. They're going to try to keep it in the House. I don't think that the Democrats are going to do a brokered convention. I don't think that they're going to do anything that's going to throw, chaos into the mix. I think that they're going to let Biden, that Biden's going to stay around until he gets the message, which hopefully he will. And then he'll withdraw and pass the torch to Kamala in some kind of speech. And Kamala will get the donation money that he has collected so far. And as far as, who would be her vice president, it's anyone's guess. I really don't know. I can't even imagine. Oh my God, chat. Okay, so I'm looking at our polls. Looks like South Park of X is kind of running away with it in shorts. Also winning in full screen, but not by quite as much. There's a lot of people who really want to see that Mehdi Hassan debate against Dean Phillips. I just want to see it because I want to figure out why Dean Phillips was so sunburned. I mean, I get it that it's summer. A lot of people go to the beach during the summer and, may or may not wear sunscreen. Biden just said the goodest job. Yeah, I heard that. Yeah. No, I specifically searched it out to see when that was going to happen so that we didn't miss it. But yeah, I caught it on the first time. I don't think I was paying as much attention on the second go around. But there it is. The goodest job that anybody could have hoped for in the Sanders is ideal. So you think Zach Starcher says Sanders Kamala. Oh, but see, that's tainted by your support for Andrew Yang, who is not a Democrat. I mean, technically is, but We're starting to play fast. And look, it's the fault of the Hillary Clintons of the world. It's the fault of the Barack Obamas of the world. It's the fault of the Jimmy Carters, frankly, of the world, that people like Andrew Yang are even talked about. Like, you're talking about somebody that is like combining the worst aspects of neoliberalism with the worst aspects of libertarianism. You're talking about a meme candidate there. But yeah, I mean, they've pushed the envelope to the point where it's like, okay, I guess that's reasonable. Mayor Bloomberg ran in the Democratic Party. There are a lot of people in the Democratic Party running that are somehow even worse. But that's what happens, right? And the Democrats gave up the game. They pivoted away from Keynesian economics that had carried them through the post New Deal era as the premier party in the nation, allowed them to get a lot of important legislation done into a neoliberal mindset. And this was before Reagan. Like, I always want to blame Reagan, and Reagan is to blame for a lot, but in fact Jimmy Carter was the first to embrace neoliberalism before Reagan was even in there. So this is the original sin of the modern Democratic Party, and since then it's just gotten worse. When Reagan got in there and won twice, and then handed it off to his vice president for the third Reagan term, right? Even though George H.W. Bush is who we're talking about, right? Reagan, then H.W. And the funny thing about H.W. Bush is he did give Reagan some pretty vigorous primary challenge, especially to Reagan's economics, which he characterized as voodoo economics. Now, that didn't really strike a chord with the voting public, least of all the Republican primary voting public. But it does speak to the fact that supply side economics is not. It's not something that makes the economy better. It's something that puts money in the pockets of rich people, and that's literally all it does. It's a scam. They say, oh, here's the deal. We're going to lower the tax on the rich, okay? And then, because the rich are the job makers, right? And so when the rich have extra money in their pocket, they'll be like, oh, geez, what should I do with this extra money? Maybe I'll hire some new workers. Maybe I'll pay my workers more money. That never fucking happens. That is a lie. That has always been a lie. But now it's a lie that the Democrats have embraced too. We are all supply side economics crackpots now. We are all neoliberals now, unfortunately. And that's how the Democratic Party lost its way. So anyway, but yeah, you're right, Shakespeare. He did say the goodest job. We got to see it twice. So yeah, South Park of X, absolutely running away with it. If I switch my screen, which I probably should, boom. Oh, the racism in voodoo economics. Yeah. Well, I mean, God, talk about voodoo's gotten a lot of shit. You're actually talking about a syncretic religion when you say voodoo, right? It's not but the way that the thing that it's become in popular culture is a racist, portrayal of like African spiritual beliefs, which it is, related to. But yeah, it's just become like fodder for horror movies, basically in the modern age. But the way that he's trying to say that was like that, like it is a quasi-religious gesture which accomplishes nothing. So yeah, there's definitely some racism in what Pappy Bush, is that what they call him, Pappy Bush? There's a reason that there are but yeah, I would love to talk to you about syncretic religions sometime. It's not really it's not really my it's not really what I'm doing on YouTube, but it's very interesting stuff, syncretism, and it's in Cuban cinema, there is an African Haitian story about voodoo that explains how it became the color black, how people became the color black. And it's actually explained in a beautiful way. That's way better than the Mormon story along those lines. Oh yeah, and you know, Cuba's actually got its kind of an analogous set of practices in Santeria. My arms look great today? Really? I don't think I have any muscles in them, but thank you. I used to be pretty fed. But yeah, like, so if we look at things and how they're going, it looks like new norm might actually break through and win today. We are 38% away from the dono goal, so we got a little ways to go. But I believe in you, chat. Just understand that when you donate, whether that's through super chats, whether that's through super stickers, whether you are becoming a member yourself to get yourself weasels, or passing on those weasels to other people, whether it is a sign up on Patreon or a gift through the throne link, which is right down there, I think, and maybe there if I'm on shorts, right? You get some say as far as what we watch after this segment about Trump and his connection to Epstein, and also, you know, Ghislaine Maxwell was trending yesterday. I'm still not entirely sure what that was about. Maybe it was that her case was the one that got, if I can spell her name right. People always call her Ghislaine. And I'm pretty sure it's like French and it's pronounced Ghislaine. But yeah, it's pretty, I don't know, Ghislaine. Oh, wow. But yeah, there's a ton of connections between Trump and Epstein and Maxwell. For instance,
Britzkrieg super chatted $20.
Whoa. Drag queens. Yo, look at that. We got a real struggle here. We got a real race now between Moms for Liberty meet drag queens, and it happened in a hotel lobby in Hawaii of all places. Chat, I remember Narwhal by Nature with the 5 gift memberships. Zach, let's get ready. Let's do this upright, okay? Zach Starcher. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And that's a good thing. Derek. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Timothy Jones. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Thomas Jerome Newton. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Jaster. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. We got
Sanchi super chatted $5. Let's go.
I don't understand how they pronounce your name Sanchi. C-E... Like, if it's French, it should be Sanche. What language is C-H-E-Z pronounced chi? It's a mystery. It's a mystery. But yeah, Britzkrieg, thank you for the super chat. Izzy, thank you for the super chat. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. That's 5 new people that we are welcoming to the Weasel Gang. Good to see that you got your, and you can post weasels now, right? If you're on that list, if I read your name out right? That means that you got the ability to use the emotes. You got all the emotes, and you can use them. It works on Twitch too. If you get memberships, which we're a little low on Twitch right now, but it is the summer. But yeah, when you have membership on Twitch, that means that you've got the ability to post not just weasels, but animated weasels. It also gets you out of the top of the hour ad break. You know, the ad break that I always forget to remind you about, that I forget to mention, and then it happens and you get sucked into 3 full minutes of ads, right? Well, if you no longer want to see those ads, you can get rid of those ads with a Prime membership, which costs you nothing. You can get rid of those ads with $5, which costs you $5. For now, the price is gonna go up to $5.99 on July 11th, so it might be a good time to lock that in. You could also potentially be gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. And then you get rid of those annoying ads. YouTube, your ads unfortunately do not go away when you weasel up. But luckily those ads are skippable and they're not 3 minutes. They're not ridiculous. So anyway, I am pleased to stream on all the platforms that I can. It costs me a little bit of money to stream on Twitch as well as YouTube, but luckily we got some really awesome people in the community that are able to help offset that cost. So as long as that remains, I love coming to you in whichever platform you want to see me in. I would do TikTok too if I could. I just haven't had time to. I think do you still have to get it up to like 1,000 subs on TikTok? We should do some TikToks, chat. You know what? If we the key to doing TikToks, I think, for a streamer like me, is if I do if I make clips, right? And so anybody who's on Twitch, and especially if you're somebody that would like to contribute, but you can't contribute monetarily, the clips help out a lot. I always say that, the thumb gang is great on YouTube. Liking the stream helps out a lot on YouTube. I feel like the clips are underrated on Twitch. And if people, if you ever see something that I do, or a segment or a little piece of something that you think is interesting, that you want to share with more people, put it up as a clip. And I will totally feature it, and that's Temporal Insanity. Thank you for the Prime membership on Twitch. All right, so wait, have I added? I hope my math is good, chat. We add like that up to 61. Wait, did I add? Okay, wait. So that's up to 40 for South Park of, and then Narwhal by Nature. What did you want yours to count for? Okay, well, Narwhal, if you've got an opinion, I second your petition. Rename Finger Gang rather than Thumb Gang? Vox Populi. Whoa. Okay, so Vox Populi also, that is 15% going to Vox Populi. And I think that puts us at like 75% of the way there. So we are well within striking distance. Well within striking distance of that sub goal. Finger Gang, you say? I know, right? That's relevant to my interests. But yeah, it looks like South Park of X is still running the show. It's only up by 2% on the full screen stream. It is up by a whopping 26% on Shorts. Shorts has made up their mind. They want to see that Dave Rubin shit. Shorts is like, give me that Dave Rubin shit. I need it. I need that Dave Rubin shit in my life. And you might just get it. You very well might just get it. But then we've also got people putting donations into Moms for Liberty Meet Drag Queens, which is kind of an amazing clip. And it's a good, like, oh my God, like after all the fucking homophobic cringe that I usually have to put up with on Pride Month, it's kind of nice to see the clip sort of go this way, because it's definitely not going to redound in the favor of Moms for Liberty. There's not a lot of people that are going to relate to this. Oh yeah, I was going to tell you a story. Okay, so like I remember this one time I was like I must have been in middle school, okay? And I went on vacation with my family, and we stayed in a hotel, and the person that was working the desk had like beautiful fingernail polish and acted a little bit, you know, a little bit flamboyant. I'm not sure what their, you know, gender identity or their sexuality was, but it's something that my dad definitely noticed. I didn't notice. I was just like, this is a person. They work in the desk, right? They're, you know, like I didn't really think twice about it. But my dad was like so weird about like this person. My dad was like, I think like my dad was like, I don't like the way that I don't like the way that they're looking at you. Like my dad has this thing where he's like always afraid that I'm gonna, I don't know. My dad's weird. Like, look, I've talked to my parents. They, you know, like I'm out to my parents, and they're cool, and they're nice, and they're not Trumpy. Everybody in their, you know, vicinity is Trumpy. Everybody in their part of the country is pretty Trumpy. They live in a very red state, but they themselves just didn't ever get caught up in any of that stuff. So I got lucky in that respect, right? But when I was younger, my dad used to always like fret about somehow, I don't know, this you know, flamboyant you know, front desk person at the hotel that we stayed at was like, you know, had some like interest in me, or and like, no, I mean, they were nice to me, you know. Like, I don't know. I didn't feel like I was being hit on or anything like that. I don't think anything like that was happening. But the other thing that my dad did was like this one time when I went to a concert that was like, you know, it was like 100 or so miles away from where I lived. I had to drive down there. And I think it was, I'm trying to remember if I was like with other people, or maybe it was because I was alone. Yeah, because I was like driving down to a concert to see a show.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
And my dad was like, well, what if you get arrested? And I'm just like, wait, what? He's like, yeah, you know, you like in jail, like, you know. And I'm like, what are you getting at, Dad? He's like, well, I'm just afraid of one of those like prisoners, like they might try to make love to you. Like, and it was like the weirdest thing, because like I wasn't out at all to my parents or anything like that. There was nothing like that. But like, I don't know where like where that came from, right? But he's all like, and the way that he uses it, he didn't want. He says like they might. I don't think that prison sex is like. I feel like making love is maybe not the right way to characterize that. But yeah. So like that kind of reminded me of the Moms for Liberty situation, like a parent being you know, freaked out by somebody in a hotel lobby for no reason whatsoever. My dad did not make a scene, luckily, did not cause any problems like the Moms for Liberty lady did, but he was pretty weird about that. Yeah, he said fucking they might want to make love to you. I'm just like, what? That's why I don't want you to go to a concert by yourself, because you're gonna get arrested. You're gonna get thrown in jail, and the prisoner is gonna try to make love to you. I don't know. He's a weirdo. I love him, but he's a weirdo. But yeah, we are 75% of the way to the dono goal. We are well within striking distance. I have great confidence in our ability to get there. But before we get there, we've got to get through some not so great content, some kind of disturbing shit going on. And like I said, if you've been paying attention to what's going on, there's been a lot of indications, multiple indications of a connection between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Now, you could say, and I'm sure that some conservatives in chat will say that, yeah, there's also that with Bill Clinton. Yeah, go ahead and take Bill Clinton. Seriously. I'm not defending Bill Clinton. I think that guy's a creep too. But Bill Clinton's not running for president. Donald Trump is. And if you're gonna cover your eyes from that and vote for him anyway, and then you're gonna pretend that you're worried about the children, you're gonna go see Sound of Freedom because you're worried about child trafficking. You have weird theories about Hillary Clinton and a certain pizza and ping pong restaurant. I'm gonna look at you funny. I'm gonna look at you funny for that, because that is some weird shit. That is some cognitive dissonance, I believe is what they call it. All right, so let's take a look at just a few little reminders. Of what Trump has, of the weirdness between Trump and Jeffrey Epstein that we've already observed. So of course who could forget this? No! Oh my god. Okay, mute. Okay, so this is Trump apparently at a party with Epstein in the 80s? 92, sorry, it's 92. Look at this. This is how he gets down. Oh, wait. So, wait, no, this is the Trump dance, remember? God. I mean, it was acceptable in the 80s, I guess. There's Trump, there's Epstein. They seem to be looking at gesturing towards something or someone on the dance floor, and look, he's pointing. He's like, oh my god. Yo, what? They're pointing out women? Maybe underage women? Who knows? Oh my god. To be a fly on the wall in that shit show. No, this guy is so cringe. Well, you told a very funny joke there. At least Epstein thinks it's funny. I don't know, was he saying that he's talking about grabbing somebody by the pussy maybe? I don't know. So yeah, I mean, we've got that, right? The lip biting, was that acceptable in the 80s? One time a pro-Russia communist was arguing... Oh, you mean a MAGA communist? Arguing against Putin being tried for war crimes. And he says, what do you think about George W. Bush being tried for war crimes? And I'm like, we're all good. No, that's exactly where I'm at as far as Clinton. Yeah. And Obama. Make Obama stand trial for what he did in Yemen. Nova, Why am I not seeing this? Welcome to Weird Champs, Nova. Thanks for becoming a member. I'm sorry I didn't see that. I'm sorry I didn't. Yeah, chat. Like I said, the alerts are selectively playing, so we'll add that up to. We're now at 78% of towards the dono goal. It's fake laughter and pretension. But yeah, I mean, there seems to be a close relationship between those two men. All right, so yeah, so there's that. Then we're gonna look at something that he said after being informed that Ghislaine Maxwell was
Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison, and so
was imprisoned.
People want to know if she's going to turn in powerful people, and I know you've talked in the past about Prince Andrew, and you've criticized Bill Clinton's behavior. I'm wondering, do you feel that she's going to turn in powerful men? How do you see that working out?
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach. And
so, chat. Apparently, she used Mar-a-Lago to recruit victims for Epstein. So we do know that as well. Now, like that again, you could say, well, you know, Trump had no way of knowing, and you know, she wasn't, you know, accused until this year, and so maybe he didn't know, but
I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But
I guess they lived. Oh, he's so nervous. He's so nervous. I wish her well, and please don't implicate me. Please don't bring up my name. Forget you know me, Ghislaine. Forget you knew me.
Whatever it is, I don't know the situation with Prince Andrew. Just don't know. Not aware of it.
They're asking him about a quote. There is another. Oh my God. There's another clip from Fox News. Let me see if I can find this really quick. Fox News. Trump, Epstein. I should have found this before. I just forgot about it. Yeah, vows to. There we go. Here we go. It is findable indeed. Let's take a look. Who is that? I don't keep up with the Fox news anchors very well. I don't know if I've seen her before, but here she is.
One of the things he talked about was some of the policy during COVID. The Democrats' policy
going to happen immediately. We have this. You mentioned the kids, so we're going to cut the Department of Education, let it be run locally. We have this.
You mean end the Department of Education?
End it, other than to have a little tiny coordination. That's going to happen immediately.
And I believe that's in Project 2025, which Trump has just denied knowing anything about. He just tried to just disavow recently on Truth Social Project 2025. And if you believe that, I've got some swampland to sell. Oh, here we go. Here's the clip. Here's what we're looking for, I think. I know because it's the most viewed, chat. That's what.
That one way to build trust is to declassify things that everyone's talking about. I know you talked earlier about it. I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. So if you were president, would you declassify, you can answer yes or no to these. Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah.
Ooh. Little hesitate. Oh, they're not going to show the rest of it. God damn it. Fox News sweeping for Donald Trump. They should get paid. They should get paid with overtime for that sweeping. The rest of that clip is Donald Trump saying that, you know, like, so first he says he would, and he's like, yeah, well, you know, the Epstein stuff, there's a lot of fake stuff in there, so maybe not so much that. He backs off of that. God damn it, Fox News, you're doing some sweeping there for the big guy. Let's see if there's any chance of finding this. Fox caught editing Trump Epstein doc. Okay, here we go.
Let's move on to Fox News editing part of Donald Trump's answer about whether he would release files
3 weeks ago
to Jeffrey Epstein out of an interview that aired on Fox and Friends earlier this week. Fox News then aired the entire interview with Trump ostensibly without much editing on, I think it was Will Cain's podcast that was uploaded to YouTube, and people noticed that Trump's answer on Epstein was cut in a fairly interesting way. Now, before we roll the clip, I will say it's obviously common practice to splice up long interviews. So you might see a 10-minute package on 60 Minutes, for example, and then actually it was 20 minutes, it was 2 hours of talking, that gets condensed into a 10-minute package or into a 2-minute package for that matter. So there's a lot of splicing. There's a lot of chopping that's done in the editing process whenever you have a big sit-down interview on a major news network. That's common practice. But take a listen to the way in which Donald Trump answered this Epstein question. The way that it was originally cut off was just him saying, yeah, I'll release the files. Listen to what he says after that. Let's run this clip. This is E2 from Fox News.
Some people think that one way to build trust is to declassify things that everyone's talking about. I know you talked earlier about it. I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. So if you were president, would you declassify, you can answer yes or no to these. Yeah. Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
Chat, whose life does Donald Trump care about? Who does he have empathy for? Does anybody out there believe that he cares about anyone's life but his own? Or do we know this guy well enough to say that he's the kind of narcissist who is looking out for one person and one person only, and that is DJT himself? Right? That's who he's worried about. That's who he's worried about. So yeah, this has been mounting up for a long time. I just want to make sure that we're remembering that nothing gets memory hold, and that we kind of combine what we're about to see, the new release of information that we have thanks to Ron DeSantis. Little Rhonda, maybe getting back, maybe a little passive aggressive, maybe pretended to try to help Trump out, but he knows actually it's gonna hurt Trump. Right? I don't know what's going on with Ron DeSantis.
But I think I would, or at least...
Do you think that would restore...
Oh, yeah, RFK was also friends with Epstein.
Trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about...
I don't think RFK... Zachary Starker, can you notice when you're being... Like, it's just weird because you just said, look, I don't want to single you out. This is not just you. But you're illustrating something that a lot of people do, right? Where it's like, I like this guy. I think he's cool. I think he's against the establishment. And so he's got this little thing with Epstein, but I'm pretty sure he didn't do anything because he's a good guy. Please stop that. All right. That is, God damn. I mean, like, you're saying it out loud. I guess you're, illustrating a point for us there, but Jesus Christ.
Epstein so much as I do the others. Certainly about the way...
Look, I don't want to single you out. Like I said, you're not, like, there's a lot of people that think along those lines, right? Like, if Bernie was fucking on those flight logs, I would be freaked out about Bernie. And I think that, compared to, well, then again, there's a lot of other places Bernie's kind of let me down, so it wouldn't be like they're not taking away my hero in that case. But
he died. It would be interesting to find out what happened there, because that was a weird situation and the cameras didn't happen to be working, et cetera, but yeah, I'd go a long way toward that one. The other stuff I would.
So that originally aired on Fox and Friends, but was cut off right when Donald Trump said, yeah, I would. And then everything else he said was a major backtrack. By the way, it's incredibly significant news anytime Donald Trump talks about Jeffrey Epstein, anytime anyone in a position of power talks about Jeffrey Epstein, for what it's worth. For a news outlet, I think actually to get Donald Trump talking like that about Jeffrey Epstein is a pretty big story. So again, they cut that off. We can put E1 up on the screen. Sorry for going out of order here, but.
Okay, so let me say this better, because like I kind of feel bad about calling out an individual chatter, like, right? It's not about individual chatters. It's not about individual people. It is about our tendency as human beings to look into politics and view it as if it were entertainment, as if it were a movie. And in a movie, you're looking for the protagonist. You're looking for the hero. You're looking for the JoJo, as it were. And you're looking for the Dio. You're looking for somebody to like, and you're looking for somebody to despise, right? And I feel like that's not helping us. There's a lot less people that you can idolize out there than, with entertainment.
They did cut that off, and some people in media noticed it. I want to highlight another part of what he said. I guess I would. I think that less so because you don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because it's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would. I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others, certainly about the way he died. It'd be interesting to find out. But yeah, I'd go a long way toward that one. So sort of a typical Trump answer. You don't totally know what it means. It's almost effectively hard to make out. But the editing, I think, where you're just going rapid fire through JFK, yeah, I already did a lot of it. And you get to Epstein, yeah, I would. And immediately, well, there's a lot of phony stuff, less so with Epstein than others. Ryan, obviously Epstein was sort of in that Palm Beach world. Obviously there's that famous footage of him with Donald Trump kind of partying at Mar-a-Lago. Some people have claimed that there was recruitment happening at Mar-a-Lago of girls who were sex trafficked, essentially. So I think this is fairly significant. I think it was a great question from Rachel Campo-Steffi. What happened here? Is this?
Sorry, Chad. I just had to block out some sunlight because it's the time of the year where my lighting gets messed with a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like even this journalist is kind of like slow walking what we should be noticing, what we should be seeing here, right? And what we should be seeing is that, like, that's in a court document. Ghislaine Maxwell recruiting people at Mar-a-Lago, like, and I know what it is too. I know why it is, right? When you're dealing with people like Donald Trump, when you're dealing with people, especially like Jeffrey Epstein, when they're alive, when you're dealing with powerful and connected people, you don't want to say too much. You don't want to be like, this guy's a pedo, right? You don't want to say that if this guy could potentially take you to court and be like, sue you for slander or something like that. So they're trying to kind of keep it, reined in. And I think that's the reason that she said it that way. But like, no, I mean, that's not speculation. That's not rumor, right? Which is what it kind of sounded like she was saying. Some people say that Ghislaine Maxwell might have used Mar-a-Lago to recruit. I think we know. That Ghislaine Maxwell, used Mar-a-Lago to recruit, right? Like I said before, where I kind of drew the line was like, do we know that Donald Trump knew about this? Not 100%. There's like a good chance. Like, I mean, he's obviously friends with these people, but I mean, is there a scenario where maybe he didn't know everything that they were up to there? I guess. And, it is good to kind of only say what you know for sure, rather than jumping into an area of speculation and sounding like you're making a claim, especially if that could have like legal consequences for you if you're, breaking points here. But again, we're kind of downplaying some pretty serious stuff and the likelihood of that serious stuff. We're not trafficking in rumors here. This isn't some people said. This has been in court documents.
Is this, in a way, is this a defense of Fox saying we ended up putting up the whole thing, there was nothing to hide? Or is it them sort of being caught editing it by later uploading the whole thing, maybe not realizing that people would notice the discrepancy.
I mean, I think they got caught. I think, but
they were sweeping.
I think, you know, different people made different decisions.
But chat, let me like put another twist on this too. All right. Fox News is not exactly in the tank for Trump. Effectively, they are, right? Effectively, Trump owns the Republican Party. Fox is audience captured by the Republican Party and by MAGA. So they're going along with Trump. But from what I've seen from the behind the scenes at Fox, it's not exactly willingly. You've seen a number of incidents where, before Trump won the primary in 2016, Fox, there was definitely people in Fox News that were not on his side. After he lost the election in 2020, there were people in Fox News, including Tucker Carlson, who wanted to move on from him, who could not wait to dump this fucking baggage that is Donald Trump and get back to the good old party. Wait, what's it called? The grand old party. I'm sorry, the GOP. They wanted to get back to business as usual, right? And as long as Donald Trump is powerful in the Republican Party, they can't fucking do that. So it's not like Fox News like loves this guy. I'm not accusing Fox News of being part of the MAGA cult themselves, even though I'm sure there are people who are MAGA cult members that are involved in Fox News. But effectively, they're audience captured, and so they have to sweep. They can't show him in a bad light.
I don't think it was, from the top, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to edit this to make it palatable for our seniors who watch on Fox, and then we're going to let the whole part go out on Will Kane's podcast. I don't think they exactly did it that way, but a system is what it does. And the interests of the producers that cut that clip are clear. Like they wanted, like Trump says yes, but he, I think you could even just, you can't say it's a time question, because you just say, but less so on that one. Like at least if you put the but less so on that one, you've at least let the viewers know, and you've let them see the beginning of the backtracking, and you can see where it's going from there. Because whenever if you know what Trump's going to do. In other words, he's not going to do anything, and that was clear. You didn't need the other minute of rambling excuses about why he's not going to do anything. He's not. But yeah, so I think they wanted to. I wouldn't think they wanted to keep that from the audience. There's no other way of understanding that. But I think there must be different kind of editorial processes that play out at different levels. Like you can't completely keep an interview out from, say, a podcast or whatever. And then to your point, there's that great quote from, great isn't the word, there's a quote from Trump in the Vanity Fair article that people can find where he's asked about Jeffrey Epstein. He says, Jeffrey likes him young, likes him pretty and likes him young, or something like that.
Yeah, he said, Jeffrey Epstein is a great guy. I know him personally. He's a good friend. And I've been told that he likes beautiful women just as much as I do. Many of them on the young side. That's what he said.
And, he really likes to have a good time. You can even hear...
Oh my God, Ryan, you got to pull it. I know it's... this is the challenge with Trump, right? This is the challenge with Trump. To really present anything, to sort of show where we're at, where like the body of knowledge is about Donald Trump, especially in connection to something like Epstein, which is a issue that his voters, by their own, admission, should care about, right? They talk about Epstein, they talk about Clinton, they talk about, he didn't Epstein himself, right? They love conspiracies, and this is a big fucking conspiracy, and everybody knows that it stinks to high hell. And they're right. It does stink to high hell. There is something really weird going on there. But when it implicates their own guy, this is why I didn't want to come down like a ton of bricks on, and I realized I did, and I apologize, on one chatter for, expressing what's like actually a pretty common cognitive oh my God, like a... What am I trying to say? Dissonance, yeah, like a cognitive dissonance that's really fucking common, and it's especially common in MAGA. It's true in Democrats too. Yeah, they will defend Clinton. They will defend their guys too. But with MAGA, it's just like, it's a cult. It's a fucking religious thing going on there.
Trump kind of dictating the quote to his secretary, like it's a very Trumpian dictated type of quote, and you're like, oh, okay, this Trump knew what was going on here, and so it gives credence to all of the other stuff that you hear about Mar-a-Lago and the recruitment.
There's that quote, and there's also another thing that turned a lot of people's heads. You'll remember this, Ryan, when he said he was asked about Ghislaine Maxwell and said something to the extent of, I just wish her well. I think that was the quote. I just wish her well.
But this is what I'm talking about. When you're going to cover this stuff, you almost have to just have your clips ready. Like, in fact, I probably could have done a better job. I had to go and search for this a little bit. But luckily we found it. Because I want to present you not just the new stuff that comes out, because you know that MAGA people will see that and they're going to be like, yeah, well, it's not definitive, and maybe he was actually trying to entrap Epstein. Maybe he was trying to find him out, find proof. They'll cope however they want to cope, right? But every time you hit them with this, right, try to have all your ducks in a row. Try to have all your clips ready so you're showing that it's not just one thing. It's not just one set of documents. It's a lot of things. It's a pattern. And the pattern points to the fact that Epstein didn't text himself. And we're going to find out who did text Epstein.
Which,
in just a second.
It sort of gives you pause when you look at someone like Jeffrey Epstein, who reporting, not suggests, but reporting really has documented, had links to Mossad and Ghislaine Maxwell as well, through her father or through other channels, was collecting videotapes, was putting other powerful people in extremely compromising positions, potentially to extract policy favors out of it on behalf of other people. Donald Trump hedging on that one compared to others is obviously, I think, a very significant bit. And for a news outlet, this is a big deal. I mean, everyone watches the cut of an interview with the president. I know he's been on Fox many times, but anytime you get a sit-down interview with the president, executives are watching that cut before it goes to air. It's very sensitive on the corporate level. So yeah, I agree with you. I think people made different editorial decisions. The Will Cain radio show aired the whole thing, and good for them for airing the whole thing without cutting it up. But obviously more eyeballs were on the Fox and Friends sit down, right, when it originally aired. So it does seem like there was something intentional. Yep,
I think so. And so I think, in other words, neither candidate running for president now is going to give us anything more when it comes to Epstein. Then he said, maybe something on, how he died or whatever he said there. He died while Trump was president.
That's right.
Let's not forget that.
Although it's also the Trump, why I thought that was interesting, just quickly while you said that, because that's something I thought about too, is he felt like the intelligence agencies were out of his control, sort of had spun out of his control. And so it was fascinating to me that was the one thing Trump said he would want to know more about and would release publicly, is how he died. Because, obviously if you're someone that could potentially be compromised by Epstein, and who knows if he would. I mean, I don't know that Trump is compromised by Epstein because of the fact that he publicly said, Jeffrey likes him young.
From what we can tell, a lot of people may have been compromised by Epstein, and a lot of people may have been, interested in what Epstein had to offer, because the whole theory about entrapment and intelligence agencies and having compromat on people is the idea that Epstein is offering them a chance to commit a heinous crime in a way that in a place that's safe for them to do that supposedly it's like his private island, so it's not gonna they're not gonna be outed for it unless they turn on Epstein, and that's why you get so much weirdness around Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. With Ghislaine Maxwell, though, I think it's stuff that she knows, and I think it's like, you know, Trump, you know, tiptoeing around her, making sure not to come out against her, and you know, essentially asking for her consideration in what she maybe keeps private, because she's got to know where a lot of these bodies, and I mean this metaphorically, but maybe then again, maybe not. Maybe it's not a metaphor. Maybe there are really bodies, but like she knows where the proverbial or literal bodies are buried, regardless.
But there's some.
Zach Starker says, unfortunately, a lot of pedos in this world. Yeah, and like I want them all revealed. This is
reason to have questions about it. So anyway, all that is to say, go ahead.
And not just that, yeah, his labor secretary, Alexander Costa, was the U.S. attorney who cut the.
Oh yeah, God, thank you, Ryan. Yeah, I always forget about this. Yes. Donald Trump's labor secretary. So in other words, an attorney cut a incredibly sweet plea bargain for Epstein on his first set of charges, right? This was when he got, you know, found out, got charged and everything. But I think had like some kind of a home arrest sort of situation. And that was this guy, this attorney who got him that was then hired by Trump as his labor secretary.
Sweet deal with Epstein, and who basically was said like, yeah, I was told he had intel ties, and told to like, you know, basically make this go away. And then he's rewarded as Trump's labor secretary. So he could start there if he wanted to, you know, probe that a little.
My guess is that Trump doesn't want this coming out. Nobody with power wants this coming up. See, this is the problem, right? You got a creep. He's incredibly powerful, and he's got shit on a bunch of powerful people. And he's able to operate, he's able to predate on children by the fact that he's got so many powerful people running cover for him.
A little bit. Just go ask his own labor secretary what happened.
Good suggestion.
Like who told you
Trump,
this?
if you're watching,
like
go talk to Acosta.
You said you heard this. Who'd you hear it from?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Hey, if you liked that video, don't forget to hit the like button and
There we go with breaking points. Okay, so yeah, let's So this is him wishing Ghislaine Maxwell well as she is going to prison, maybe hoping that she will not sing, hoping she will not reveal anything. I wouldn't be surprised, Chad, if Ghislaine Maxwell ends up meeting some sort of accident in prison as well.
Two of Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking and abuse victims shared their stories here at the Kravis Center in a room filled with counselors. Two of Jeffrey Epstein's victims shared their stories in a room full of counselors and therapists during a lunch organized by the Children's Healing Institute after the publication of over 150 pages of grand jury investigation transcripts from 2006 that examined the accusations of
Okay, so 2006, this was the first trial of Epstein, right?
sexual trafficking and rape against Epstein.
Wait, what? Wait, what's up with that? Do they just have a picture overlaid there?
Of grand jury investigation transcripts.
That's not like that's not the seal, that's not the roof of the building, is it?
That examined the accusations of sexual trafficking and rape.
What is that? No, it's not. What is going on here? That's not the actual roof of the building, is it? It looks like something that they added on in post. There's a, oh my God, I forget what this is called in editing, but you can put a picture on a object in the film and have the AI kind of track where the object is and sort of move the picture around to make it look like it's affixed, right? I'm sure you've seen editing like this before. Yeah, because it's not quite moving with, it's not exactly moving with the image. I don't know why they're putting it like that. That's so weird. There's no way. No, there's no way. That's not the roof. That's not. That's. Why did they do that? That's so weird.
Courtney Wild said she was taken to Epstein's mansion in Palm Beach when she was just 14 years old. She recalled that the deal was simple: give an older man a massage for $200. Her voice broke as she recounted what happened.
I felt so dirty and ugly and embarrassed at what just happened. And I was also trying to process the $200 that I had in my hand because at that time it felt like so much.
She claimed that Epstein had a predilection for 14, 15, and 16-year-old girls.
He wanted that innocence, and he wanted to break that person down.
Another victim, Haley Robson, was 15 years old when she met Epstein.
I started massaging him on his back, and then when he turned over, the towel came off. And I was in my underwear, completely shocked, because this is not what I was told.
Robson explained that many sexual predators like Epstein seek out victims from broken or abusive homes.
I wanted to give everybody a clear understanding of how these things happen and what grooming really looks like in real fast time.
After their speeches, both survivors met in private sessions with the counselors where they were able to ask deeper and more personal questions that would prepare them in their careers in helping future patients.
Okay, well, we wish them well. We wish them good health. Like, I'm worried for them, you know, being this public about what happened to them. I mean, obviously Epstein's dead, so it's not like, you know, they're going to be harmed out of consideration for him. But, you know, the thing I'm worried about is the information that people might think that they have on, you know, like, so in other words, Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were both prosecuted for this thing that they ran where they were putting people together with, you know, famous people together with underage individuals, right? Where are those famous people? Who are those famous people? Why don't we know this shit? Why are they going to jail and their clients are not even being not even being pointed out, not even being identified?
From West Palm Beach, I'm Adrian Chris Scott, NBC6 News.
I would have thought it would be. Oh my gosh. Okay. So there's the grand jury released. Grand jury. Okay, so this is what we want to see here.
Epstein sex crimes case. The transcripts from 18 years ago reveal the prosecutors knew about details.
18 years ago, 2006.
Accusations against Epstein years before he
I don't know why I thought this was going to be the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, but no, this is the 2006 Epstein trial, which for some reason I was thinking was in New York.
Was given a sweetheart deal. Our national correspondent Jerika Duncan has the story.
Yeah, what's up with Florida? There we go, DeSantis.
4 months after Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed a law permitting their release, Palm Beach County Circuit Judge Luis Delgado unveiled 150 pages of grand jury transcripts related to Jeffrey Epstein's state sex crimes case. The 2006 testimony reveals that an investigation into Epstein began a year earlier. 2 victims were questioned.
It's weird how like nonchalant he looks there.
During the proceedings, including one who alleged Epstein, then in his 50s, molested her when she was just 14. The other said she was raped by Epstein the day before her 18th birthday. A detective on the case testified that victims were paid for sex acts and encouraged to recruit other underage girls, and told the younger, the better. Despite the gravity of the accusations, Epstein cut a deal with prosecutors 2 years later. He spent only 13 months in jail as part of a work release program after pleading guilty to state.
Wait, so does anybody know, was it the prosecutor that became Trump's labor secretary, or was it his lawyer?
Prostitution.
I'm guessing it would have been the prosecutor, right?
He did have to register as a sex offender.
One of the big takeaways from the grand jury testimony here is that people knew about this really problematic conduct for a long time, and not much was done to stop.
This is hard to watch.
The prosecution has come under some criticism for their questioning of the victims during the 2006 proceedings, including asking them to acknowledge they had committed prostitution with Epstein and pointing out that some of them had past issues, including drug use and shoplifting. Some of Epstein's victims spoke out about the case in February.
We have been left in the dark for so long with no answers to what is going on and why things played out the way that they did.
Epstein was later arrested in 2019 on federal charges for sex trafficking dozens of underage girls.
Right, and then after this is where he ends up in jail and ends up dead with a security camera conveniently disabled. Questions that we still do not have answers for. We're going to have a few more answers for you today. Let's see what...
Troubling developments from newly released transcripts in the Jeffrey Epstein sex crimes case. The transcripts from 18 years ago reveal the prosecutors knew about detailed accusations against Epstein years before he was given a sweetheart deal. Our national correspondent, Jerika Duncan, has the story.
4 months after Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed a law permitting their release, Palm Beach County Circuit Judge Luis Delgado unveiled...
Wait, did they just say 4 years after?
Story.
4 months after...
4 months.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed a law permitting...
So awkward.
...their release, Palm Beach County Circuit Judge Luis Delgado unveiled 150 pages of grand jury transcripts related to...
Yo, I bet DeSantis wishes he had gotten these released before the primary.
Jeffery Epstein's state sex crimes case. The 2006 testimony reveals that an investigation into Epstein began a year earlier. 2 victims were questioned during the proceedings, including one who alleged Epstein, then in his 50s, molested her when she was just 14. The other said she...
Wait, did we watch this already? I feel like it's like deja vu. Maybe it's just like the same story and that's why... I'm not trying to subject... Yeah, we did. We watched literally this thing. I'm sorry, chat. It didn't have the red bar across it, so I thought we hadn't seen this one yet. Oh yeah, CBS News and CBS Morning. So it's the same. That's what happened. It's this. Yeah, 2 minutes and 14 seconds. It's posted in on two different YouTube channels. That's what's going on here. Anyway, see what Midas Touch has got for us here.
And they got away.
Oh my God. All right. So this is Donald Trump Jr. Oh my God. Chat. This is... I'm going to take a moment here. This is wild. If only it was going to be cool enough for the coral formation. Oh God. Okay, I'm looking for Shakespeare's answer. I'm glad. Yeah, I knew there was something I needed to check chat for. Okay, here we go. Alan Dershowitz got them a deal for Jeffrey's entire crew, and Alan would not ever be prosecuted. Oh, wait, what? Wait. So Alan was... Yeah, because Alan's another associate of Epstein's. And mentioned in some of the cases, although the accusations against Alan... I think were withdrawn after he pursued like legal. You know, he went after was it Virginia Joffrey? Is that who? The Dersh, exactly, Jules. It's like an MLM, says Bad Lefty. Or pyramid scheme. But yeah, I think the labor secretary that got mentioned, I'm guessing that was the prosecutor. You're not telling me, Shakespeare, that Dershowitz was the attorney, right? Because that would be really weird for Dershowitz to act as as legal counsel on a case that he might be involved with. He was his own lawyer as well. Jesus Christ. Yeah, there was perpetual immunity is what Shakespeare said. It is written so that they can never be prosecuted ever, even if new evidence is found. So is this like Dershowitz just using his connections then? Like to Trump's future labor secretary? And then like giving this guy a position like labor secretary, like, I mean, this smells highly of conflict of interest here. The 2006, he very much was his own attorney. Ellen negotiated the plea deal. This dude is so sus. So fucking sus. Jamal Harris, it looks like you were advertising for an associate of Jeffrey Epstein to become president in 2024. Are you a fan of pizza? Are you a patron of the pizza and ping pong and pizzeria? Are you willing to subject your hard drive to a check? Because that is a sus statement right there, and no amount of eagles or American flags are gonna save you from justice.
With it again. In breaking news, the Supreme Court has released a statement that after 8 months of investigation...
Wait, why is Don Jr. doing news? What is he trying to be? What's going on here?
They are shockingly unable to identify who leaked the draft Dobbs decision, right? I have a feeling if it was a Republican...
It was Alito, wasn't it?
And it was benefiting the pro-life movement, they'd have found the person in about 3 seconds, okay? If you're really serious about identifying the leaker, you don't turn the
I thought they identified the leaker.
Investigation over to the Supreme Court.
Certified lover boy, certified libertarian. That's what we got in YouTube Shorts chat, apparently.
Who has no actual experience or expertise in conducting sensitive investigations. They're covering it up. This is sick. Okay, I don't trust any of these people anymore. And I genuinely believe that they know who it was, but they won't tell us because it would hurt their institutions that they're trying to protect. It's like the Epstein client list, right? If Trump was on that list, it would have leaked. Or at least his name would have leaked and they would have covered up all the Democrats. You know he's not on that list because it didn't. This is scary stuff. That will sow discord and distrust in our institutions and our governmental bodies. Remember when Brett Baier indicated that the SCOTUS investigation leak was proceeding intensely? Well, despite all that intensity, so many people here, myself included, knew that nothing was going to happen, knew that they'll get away with it because the left always gets away with it. Again, if this was breaking for the right, no way. They'd have had this person. They'd have put him in jail. They'd have given him whatever punishment, the harshest punishment imaginable, like we've seen.
Here's the thing. Trump's name is on the Epstein list over and over again. Just this past week, there was a document dump of criminal grand jury files from the Epstein case in Florida. After Governor DeSantis authorized its release, the courts then released it, and Trump's name appears over and over again. But everything with MAGA is projection and confession. Instead of hearing about that, Is that what the corporate media is covering right now? Like we're covering it here every day on the Midas Touch Network? No, the corporate media posts stories like this. Biden told ally that he is weighing whether to continue in the race. President Biden's conversation is the first.
So just so we know who we're dealing with here, this is Midas Touch. They are definitely a lived up channel. They are definitely riding for Biden, not just riding with Biden, but also riding for Biden. And here's the real deal, okay? Here's the real deal, Jack. If you want Trump's sussy connections to Epstein to get covered, then get Biden out of the fucking race. This is the problem. He is too interesting of a story. The story of Biden's fucking dementia, of his questionable capacity to serve as president, his questionable capacity to run an effective campaign against Donald Trump is taking up too much oxygen. If Kamala was the candidate, there would be nothing getting in the way of the media covering the story, because you know what they're going to do? They're going to cover the most interesting story.
First indication he's seriously considering.
And it's just so weird for somebody that's gonna like I said, Fox News sweeping for Trump, Midas Touch maybe sweeping for Biden here.
Whether he can recover after a devastating debate last week, as Andrew Bates, one of the leaders working with President Biden, says, this claim is absolutely false. If the New York Times provided us with more than 7 minutes to comment, we would have told them so. As Elie Mystal says, is there any historical doppelganger for a party turning against their own incumbent president like this for health reasons? Woodrow Wilson had a stroke. Third-term FDR was a rolling corpse. Ronald Reagan had no idea where he...
Oh, yeah, so let's just do it with Biden, too. Let's do Weekend at Biden's as well. Look, they did Weekend at Ronald's, Weekend at Woodrow's, Weekend at FDR's, right?
He was half the time.
I feel like that rolling corpse thing is kind of like, that's a little bit ableist. Are we talking about his wheelchair? Is that what the rolling corpse is? Oh, sorry. Wait, yeah, no, FDR is the one they called a rolling corpse. I don't know.
Recall these kind of reactions. This is what the media is pushing on a week. By the way, President Biden had a horrible debate. Let's stipulate.
So the cope is that, like, we've had other presidents that are incapable of being of executing the office before. Why not one more time? Oh my God.
To that horrible debate, but he's been a great president. Stipulate to that as well. But this is what we know about Donald Trump's behavior. And as I mentioned, Donald Trump is on the list over and over again. So let's just take a look at the files this week. Let's look at undisputed facts. So from the call message logs that were released in the Epstein files, you see calls to and from Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein over and over and over again. You can see right there his name. Epstein files. You see calls to and from Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein over and over and over.
My God, chat. Well, this is embarrassing. You can't see it is correct. You can't see it is absolutely correct.
Breaking news, the Supreme Court has released a statement that after 8 months of investigation, they are shockingly unable to identify who leaked the draft Dobbs decision, right? I have a feeling if it was a Republican and it was benefiting the pro-life movement, they'd have found the person in about 3 seconds, okay? If you're really serious about identifying the leaker, you don't turn the investigation over to the Supreme Court marshal who has no actual experience or expertise in conducting sensitive investigations. They're covering it up. This is sick. Okay, I don't trust any of these people anymore, and I genuinely believe that they know who it was, but they won't tell us because it would hurt their institutions that they're trying to protect. It's like the Epstein client list, right? If Trump was on that list, it would have leaked, or at least his name would have leaked, and they would have covered up all the Democrats. You know he's not on.
It's weird for the son of Trump to be like calling his dad Trump.
That list because it didn't.
Is he doing a Tucker kind of cabin thing? Maybe.
This is scary stuff. That will
look for a billionaire nepo baby to try to pretend to be like a regular person. I guess. What do? You get a cabin? Is that how you relate to the? Is that how you relate to the normies?
So discord and distrust in our institutions and our governmental bodies. Remember when Brett Baier indicated that the SCOTUS investigation leak was proceeding intensely? Well, despite all that intensity, so many people here, myself included, knew that nothing was going to happen, knew that they'll get away with it because the left always gets away with it. Again, if this was breaking for the right, no way.
Little bit of projection here, but
had this person, they'd have put him in jail. They'd have given him whatever punishment, the harshest punishment imaginable, like we've seen.
Here's the thing. Trump's name is on the Epstein list over and over again. Just this past week, there was a document dump of criminal grand jury files.
And look, the opposite of what he's saying is true, right? There's a ton of shit on Donald Trump. But people have been acclimated to it. When you let a dude get away with grabbing him by the pussy, when you get let a dude get away with things time and time again, right? And especially when his following lets him get away with it, right? The media starts to just like not cover the stuff, right? And especially the way that there is the thought of unbiased reporting is like a question of objectivity versus neutrality. Objectivity means we cover what's happening, what's most interesting, what's most relevant, regardless of who it's about. Neutrality means one for Trump, one for Biden, one for Trump, one for Biden. And that's what the media is doing because they want to present themselves as being neutral, right? Rather than making an actual attempt to be unbiased, they're going to go for neutrality. And, you know, I mean, there's a certain degree of like frog boiling that goes on, right? It's the opposite of what Donald Jr. was just saying there. Trump gets away with a lot and continues to get away with a lot and is just given a pass. And stories about Trump, you know, revealing more stuff are taken as less interesting because that's what we expect from Trump. It's a whole principle of, you know, in the media, if there's a dog bites man story, well, we don't really cover it because that happens every fucking day. A dog bites a man. A man bites dog story, on the other hand, oh, that's interesting. Why did this man bite the dog? What's going on here? Why is a man biting a dog, right? So, you know, Trump being sussy, Trump being guilty, unfortunately, is a dog bites man story. Whereas, you know, if it's something involving corruption or dishonesty or whatever, you know, on the other side, it's more interesting.
From the Epstein case in Florida, after Governor DeSantis authorized its release, the courts then released it, and Trump's name appears over and over again. But everything with MAGA is projection and confession. Instead of hearing about that, is that what the corporate media is covering right now? Like we're covering it here every day on the Midas Touch Network? No, the corporate media posts stories like this. Biden told ally that he is weighing whether to continue in the race. President Biden.
And again, like they're presenting this as like, you know, here's media malfeasance. They're covering this stuff. They're covering what's going on with Biden and the absolute shit show of a debate. The questions about his competency, the questions about his cognitive ability, the question about his ability to execute the office of president, and the questions about his ability to effectively run as a candidate for president with the stakes being another Donald Trump term, right? Unfortunately, that story is taking up too much oxygen right now. And for that reason, you're not hearing this stuff about Trump. So Midas Touch, if you want the Trump material to get covered, the Trump tent, as it were, to get covered, you need to get Biden out of the way. You need to encourage him to take some time off and take some family time, you know? Get some tests, take care of your health, all that other stuff, right? You've done your job. You know, you can ride off into the sunset, Biden. You can ride off into the sunset and let somebody who is not a fucking giant story of questions about competence and cognitive impairment take your place, right? And in that atmosphere, this story about Trump gets a lot more coverage, gets a lot more oxygen. So ironically, here is another incidence of libs being their own worst enemies.
This conversation is the first indication he's seriously considering whether he can recover after a devastating debate last week. As Andrew Bates, one of the leaders working with President Biden, says, this claim is absolutely false. If the New York Times provided us with more than 7 minutes to comment, we would have told them so. As Elie Mystal says, is there any historical doppelganger for a party turning against their own incumbent president like this for health reasons? Woodrow Wilson had a stroke. Third-term FDR was a rolling corpse. Ronald Reagan had no idea where he was half the time.
And again, just because we've had a weekend at Woodrow's, weekend at FDR's, and weekend at Reagan's, right, is no reason for us to have another sequel of Weekend at Biden's. Roll him out of the way and let Kamala or whoever take his place.
Can't recall these kind of reactions. This is what the media is pushing on a week. By the way, President Biden had a horrible debate. Let's stipulate to that. Horrible debate, but he's been a great president. Stipulate to that.
I'm sorry, but the horrible debate and the question of his cognitive impairment is an interesting story. And as long as that interesting story is out there, in other words, as long as Biden is the candidate, it's going to compete with all the interesting stuff about Trump.
As well. But this is what we know about Donald Trump's behavior. And as I mentioned, Donald Trump is on the list over and over again. So let's just take a look at the files this week. Let's look at undisputed facts. So from the call message logs that were released in the Epstein files, you see calls to and from Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein over and over and over again. You can see right there his name on all of these call message logs. We also know that Donald Trump's name is mentioned in the Epstein depositions of his trafficking victims. He said they were going to Trump's casino.
Yeah, so this is Epstein talking to maybe, I don't remember if this was a victim, on his private plane. They're unable to land in New York, and so they instead land in Atlantic City, but Jeffrey's like, oh no, that's great. My friend Donald Trump will stay at one of his casinos. It'll be great.
Epstein told the victim, according to her, in a deposition that she was going to, or that he was going to call Donald Trump and they were going to stop by his casino. Virginia Giuffre, who worked at Mar-a-Lago.
I think it's Joffrey.
Recruited by Ghislaine Maxwell, and she was trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein. This is an undisputed fact. Jeffrey Epstein introduced...
Giuffre? I've heard it pronounced a bunch of different ways.
A 14-year-old girl she went by the name of Jane Doe. She went under a pseudonym at the criminal proceedings against Ghislaine Maxwell. And she talked about how she was introduced to Donald Trump. That was really what her testimony was limited to, but Epstein brought her over and introduced her to Trump. Trump brought his kids around Epstein all of the time. Epstein was on Trump's plane with a girl of indeterminate age. I wouldn't be able to tell if she was 15 or 20. Another person on the plane said Trump's name appears at least 7 times on Epstein's flight logs. So there's that as well. Donald Trump said that Epstein is a great guy, and says that he likes women on the younger side. Donald Trump would hang out with him and party with him and go clubbing with him all of the time. And then we have, Donald Trump's, stories about Donald Trump during this period. And again, these are not stories that are like, these are undisputed stories of things that went down. Like when Trump held the Look of the Year pageant in 1991, here were the girls that were at this event that Donald Trump threw. This is a still from a previously unseen footage of the 1991 Look of the Year finale. Here's the report of The Guardian of what went down in some of the parties relating to this event that Donald Trump was at. On September 1991, a large private yacht cruised towards the Statue of Liberty. It was a clear, breezy evening, and from the upper deck of the Spirit of New York, a golden sunset could be seen glinting off the Manhattan skyline. Downstairs, a party was in flow, scores of teenage girls in evening dresses and miniskirts, some as young as 14, although if you look at the girl...
The fucked up thing is that, like, we have known about Donald Trump's inappropriate actions regarding minors since before then. Does anybody remember the beauty contest that he's wait I want to make sure I'm wasn't there a beauty contest with underage? I could be confusing two different incidents here. I want to be careful about what I say here. But like, you know, where he goes into the dressing room because it's his show and then bragged about it.
Girls in that photo, they look younger than 14. Danced under disco lights. It could have
Miss Universe
prom were it not for the crowd.
Wait, so Miss Universe, is it are these are people who are of age then? The pageant story is creepy but they weren't underage. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not like conflating two things. He got to check the dressing. Wait, was it kids though? It was, or not kids, but like underage. I might be conflating two different situations in my head.
Crowd of older men surrounding them. Frankly, it wouldn't even been a high school prom. It's like a middle school dance with older men old enough to be their grandparents around them. As the evening wore on, some of the men old enough to be the girls' fathers or grandfathers joined them on the dance floor, pressing themselves against the girls. One balding man in a suit wrapped his arms around two young models, leering into the film camera that was documenting the evening. Can you please get some beautiful women around me, please? The party aboard the Spirit of New York was one of several events that Donald Trump, then 45, attended with a group of 58 aspire young models. That September, they had traveled around the world to compete in Elite's Look of the Year competition, and that was the photo that I sent you was of those girls who then competed in that competition. Donald Trump bragged about inspecting women naked without their consent. Play this clip.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation.
Okay, so here's the Miss Universe thing. So I've got from chat that these Miss Universe contestants were not underage, right?
To do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, you know, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like
growing up, cereals.
Why do rich dudes get away with shit? Like, it's Jeffrey.
One of the best parts of being a kid, but as I got older, I had to watch out for sugar.
Oh my God, no! Look, I know you need to do, oh my God, that's like, how do you work in a sponsorship? Miss Universe is like 18 to 22, so still a disturbing age discrepancy, and a, violation of privacy. Still pretty sus, but not cuties level sus. Nice ad transition. Yeah, exactly. Especially because he's talking about being young and like, oh, I used to eat cereal all the time, but now that I'm older, gotta have that magic spoon, keep the glycemic index, keep the glycemic load down.
Well, this is pretty disgusting stuff. Here's what Donald Trump says about his daughter, Ivanka. Play the clip.
She does have a very nice figure. I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know.
Okay, Ivanka, what's the favorite thing you have in common with your...
See, the thing is, like, I've been embarrassed by my dad, too, in a lot of ways. And, like, there's been moments where I wanted to slap him. But, like, this isn't, like, a slap your dad moment. This isn't like a knee to the groin kind of moment. This is the like, okay, you This is a cut off contact moment, right? This is like, I am not coming to your funeral kind of moment, right? This is fucked up. Even if he was somehow kidding about this or trying to make some off-color joke, like, it's like, what the fuck?
Father.
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that
If I weren't happily married and, you know, her father.
My daughter, Ivanka.
Yeah.
She's 6 feet tall. She's got the best body.
By the way, your daughter.
She's beautiful.
Can I say this? A piece of ass.
Yeah.
Who let somebody see? That's the other thing. If my dad was talking to Howard Stern and he called me a piece of ass, like, I would expect, you know, to be picking up my dad from from a jail cell. Okay, I would expect to be bailing this, but I would be bailing him out. There's no way in the fucking world that like my dad would let somebody get away with referring to me like that. Am I out of, like, I feel like most people's dads, right? That's what you're supposed to do as a dad. If somebody fucking disrespects your daughter, like, you don't just like fucking, can I say that? Quite a piece of ass you've got there, Mr. Trump, as your daughter. What the fuck, Howard? And also, what the fuck, Donald?
Looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous.
It's
She's
unbelievable.
tall. She's almost 6 feet.
You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
This is what Donald Trump said about Lindsay Lohan, who was either 17 or 18 years old at the time, and he said that her mental health issues would make her better in bed for him. Here, play this clip.
What do you think of Lindsay Lohan now? I think she's hot. There's something there.
Wait, how old was she at this point?
Right? Yes. But you have to like freckles. I've seen a close-up of her chest. Yes. And a lot of freckles. Are you into freckles?
2004. How old was Lindsay Lohan? 18 years old.
If the father's a wreck like the way he is, right? You imagine the sex with this troubled. Yeah, you're probably right. She's probably.
Wait, but was the previous one before 2004? Yeah, in 2004. Okay, so.
If the father's a wreck like the way he is, right? You imagine the sex with this troubled. Yeah, you're probably right. She's probably deeply troubled and therefore great in bed. Back in the day. How come the deeply troubled women? Yes. You know, deeply troubled. Right. They're always the best in bed. If for some reason what I said is true, I mean, they're just unbelievable. I can tell from the. You don't want to be with them for the long term, but for the short term, there's nothing.
You know, and
I'm sorry, but that shit right there is predatory, regardless of age. Regardless of age, that shit right there is predatory.
I show you all of this as well to reflect on the fact that our media is utterly broken. Utterly broken. Going back to it.
I mean, he's not wrong about that.
Don Jr. said at the beginning, you know, when he said, well, if Donald Trump's name was on the list, you'd all be hearing about it all of the time. Well, you know, instead what we're hearing about right now is, despite the fact that, again, bad debate by President Biden. Trump was awful too. Biden's delivery and optics, so stipulated bad. Biden told the truth. Trump lied the entire time. Trump didn't have a good debate. Biden had a very bad debate.
We knew a lot of shit back in 2016. Yeah.
But we have to hear every single day the media over and over and again pushing those stories, when on the other hand, we have Donald Trump engaging in this behavior. Like, that's not a focus of the media. Donald Trump was found liable for sexual assault. I didn't see an editorial in the New York Times, did you? When Donald Trump was found, it was adjudicated, and the judge said the sexual assault's essentially the same things as rape. And the judge said that in order. Did you see anything about Trump needs to withdraw? Chaos. He's the leader of the Republican Party. He's an adjudicated rapist. Did you see anything like that?
Oh, okay, I see.
Anything when Trump was convicted of a felony like that? Did you?
So you're saying that would I be fine if somebody said if I had a son and somebody called them a piece of ass? No, I would not be fine with that. It's not a. I mean, there's probably maybe different ways that people are sexualized, and so I wouldn't necessarily expect it to manifest in the same way. But yeah, like saying that about your kid, objectifying a kid to their parent, sexualizing a kid to their parent is pretty fucked up. And I would expect most parents to stand up and say something. Hopefully, I mean, like, obviously, you shouldn't do anything violent, but maybe the urge would be there.
Do you see anything?
And on a certain level, when it's like, calling your kid a piece of ass, like, I don't know a lot. I know a lot of parents who might not be able to hold back, despite the fact that they obviously don't want to, commit assault, right?
When the Trump organization was convicted of tax fraud? Did you see any of that when they were found civilly liable for fraud? Did you see any of that when it was discovered that Trump paid $0 in taxes and you paid more money? Any of the outrage?
Look, I totally get the frustrations of the libs out there, right? And I'm not somebody who just like fucking hates libs. Libs frustrate me a lot. And I think in a lot of ways they are sometimes their own worst enemies. I do have, a different like overall strategic goal from them. I think that the system of capitalism is untenable and is causing a great deal of suffering, and that that needs to be addressed, right? I think that their methods of reform, when what is needed is something stronger, a stronger prescription. And like the example I always give is FDR. FDR made huge reform in the Great Deal. And yet we find ourselves back here again in another Gilded Age. That should tell you that that kind of reform will not stick. And if you're counting on this to ameliorate the situation of the working people under capitalism, I'm sorry, but it's just not enough. It's gonna long-term, take you closer to a capitalist hellscape than towards some kind of tolerable social democracy that a lot of libs envision. But like, I'm not hostile to people like this. I get that on some level, when it comes to defeating an abject fascist like Trump, that I'm not against like working together. I'm not against like canvassing for somebody like Jamal Bowman when you've got like AIPAC money and MAGA money coming in, like that, right? I'm not exactly the character. In other words, I'm not exactly the caricature of the foaming at the mouth leftist, right? But yeah, it's sometimes frustrating. But I do try to keep those bridges open, and I do try to talk to, the libs and the sock dems, and if they're reasonable, if I can work with them, if I can get through to them. And that's the biggest thing, is when they are being their own worst enemies, when they are, like with the ContraPoints thing, right? You got the feeling that ContraPoints felt like out of control, and I understand her feeling out of control, right? We're in a situation where there's a fucking abject fascist out there running for office, and we sure as fuck don't want him returning to office. And you got people that are further left than you that are not going to help you in your project of voting for the lesser of two evils, right? I understand the frustration. However, the kind of control that you want to have, which is to be able to harangue people, to yell at people, to verbally throttle people like your Homer J. Simpson. Wait, what does Homer Simpson say when he strangles Bart? What? It's not that poignant, right? That poignant, right, is Hank Hill. What's the Homer Simpson thing? When he strangles Bart, what does he say? Why you little, yeah, you can't, why you little leftist, okay? You can't, why you little, people that their stomachs are so turned about what's going on in Gaza that they don't, they're like talking about not voting, all right? If you want that person, to vote, if you want anybody to the left of you to vote, Homer Simpson is not your role model. Right? Homer Simpson is not positively influencing Bart, okay? And if that's what you think, if that's how you regard the left, as Bart Simpson, misbehaving. I'm sorry, you can't have that level of control. You can't have control, okay? Other people are going to do what they do. They're going to react how they react. You can't have control. You can have influence. But in trying to gain control, you're actually having the opposite kind of influence that you want to have. You're pushing these people further away from voting. So that's the message that I'm trying to get across to people like Midas Touch, to people like Luke Beasley, to people like Adam Mockler, right? Is that, you know, despite your frustration, which is understandable, your method for trying to cajole people into voting in a harm reduction kind of way is maybe counter to what would be effective.
Any of the outrage by the media in the degree of that should not be someone running the party. When Trump goes in churches and starts cursing over and over, any outrage? Do you hear it? I don't hear anything. Silence. Silence is complicity. And not only is silence complicity, but the media seems to be heavily invested in fascism. It's just a strange thing to see. And we, the people, need to fight back against that. We have to stick together.
Jules says, libs should blame the Democratic Party, not people who dislike Biden. Dems need to change the candidate. Absolutely.
We have to get out these videos. We have to get out the word. I wish it wasn't so. I wish there could be a corporate media that understands basic facts, but they've lost their damn minds. In fact, perhaps they found their damn minds, or rather, they revealed their true colors to us, who they are. It's pathetic. Hit subscribe. Let's get to.
All right. Well, they're having no problems. They're closing in on 3 million subscribers. Chat, I'd be happy if I could get 30,000 subscribers. I would be overjoyed. So hit that like button, hit that subscribe button yourself, and as always, likes help me out a lot. Okay, so we got one more. And I promise I'm not going to forget to change the screen this time. We got one more segment to get to before we go on to potentially the second half. Looking at where we're at. We are 78% of the way towards the dono goal. We are well within striking distance. I have a good feeling about today. And looks like, oh my gosh, so many of the donors want to see that South Park thing. You know, like I've had that up there for a while. It's been close to winning a couple of times, but it's very close to winning now. Let's see what we're looking at in terms of the poll. Oh my God, Mehdi Hassan took over by 1 point. By 1 point on the full screen. We got 69 votes. That's a great number. It would be awesome if anybody in here hasn't voted already. Remember, you can influence it through voting. You can influence what we watch in the second half through voting. You can influence what we watch in the second half through donating, and you can also go into if you're on full screen, you can go into Shorts and you can vote in there. If you're on Shorts, you can go into full screen and vote on there. Like I said, there's nothing I can do to stop people from voting twice, and I know some people have probably figured it out, so it makes sense to just tell you all that that's a possibility and that you can do that. There's literally nothing I can do to stop you. All I ask is that you leave a like while you are over on the other stream if you're going to do that, because it helps me out a lot. The likes in general help me out a great deal, and I appreciate wait, am I being told to call the Thumb Gang Finger Gang? Sasha G, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Now I got to use my weasels here. And you can use your weasels too if you just got a gifted membership from Sasha G. So I'm gonna wait for all the South Park of X. I got you, Sasha G. All right, so that is 55 additional points there. I think we're like 7 away if I'm doing my math correctly. I might. Sometimes I round up, chat. Sometimes I round up a little bit because I want you to hit that sub goal. But we are 93% of the way there. Very, very good feeling.
Izzy Sanchi super chatted $5. South Park of X.
Yo, South Park of X getting up to 60% added to it. And the dono goal is now within 2%. Oh yeah, Shakespeare, I saw that. I just needed a little bit more context on that. Like, thank you for getting the court docs for me. I just need to know kind of what I'm looking at so I can tell chat. Finger. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, so now it's time for me to do the weasel thing. All right. Ceres, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Leslie McDowell, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Inako Sam, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Rarl, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Santone, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. The people have spoken. We're finger gang. I mean, it's definitely a mood. You know what my mood is right now, chat? Hot. Like, I don't know if you could tell, like, I've been struggling with my hair this whole time. Because when it gets hot, I get sweaty. And when I get sweaty, my hair gets messed with and I don't like it. And I don't know how to beat the heat. It's a plea deal that Dershowitz got from Jeffery Epstein and any associates of his in perpetuity. Okay, so you're telling me the document that I'm looking at here is the plea deal itself, or is it reporting about the plea deal? Because that's kind of what it looked like. Who counts any associate of his in perpetuity, any associate of Jeffrey and his in perpetuity, and who counts as an associate is determined by Ellen and the lawyers. Oh no. That's a man with way too much influence. I mean, they are all men with way too much influence. So I'm looking at a plea deal then, Shakespeare? That's the document that I'm looking at, the plea deal itself? It is reporting the plea deal. Okay, that's what I thought, because it shows they cannot be prosecuted in federal court. So it's is it like a magazine when you say reporting? Including unnamed associates, so they're keeping people's names private. Wonderful. I love that for them. I love that for our legal system. Yo, like right now, I don't think you need to be told that there's a lot about the judicial branch. There's a lot about the legal system that is just outright scandalous. Can we vote 3 times because shorts plus big plus Twitch? Yo, I would love to do that, little Alan Fox. If somebody can help me out in figuring out the way to make a poll on Twitch that does not expire in 10 minutes. Because the last time I checked, I can make a poll, but it expires in 10 minutes. And so that's the reason I don't poll on Twitch. But we definitely do have a lot of people, a decent amount of people watching on Twitch today. And for that, I am very grateful. Hey, tell your friends, tell your other favorite streamers. Because yeah, we're having trouble with traction on Twitch these days. Twitch is punishing me, and I'm not sure for what. Some people hypothesize it's because we don't run enough hype trains on the channel. It may just be the lack of subs on the channel that it doesn't recommend my channel, but I don't even know if that's true, right? There's so much guesswork in terms of like what actually affects the Twitch algorithm, but I know we're way down on subs on Twitch, and it may be as simple as that. The Twitch is not making as much money off of me as they do from streamers where people sub to their channel. So that's the other drawback of watching those ad breaks. But yeah, thank you so much, Sasha G, for the gift memberships over on YouTube. I sent you the full court document. Okay. Okay, so you're saying the link that you sent me, Exhibit C, is what the screenshot you sent me is from, right? Yep, there it is. There's the text you showed me. Okay, so Exhibit C from the 2006 case, is that what we're dealing with? Filed on... ...2014. Okay, it is. Okay, 2014, District of Southern Florida. So, in regards then to the case that concluded in 2019, I'm guessing, and this is the case that actually sent Epstein to jail, if I'm reading this right. All right, let's take a look at this. Let me show you this before we get into yeah, we're like 2% away from hitting that sub goal, so I'm pretty confident that we can get there. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't pay as close attention to Twitch. Sometimes when I end the stream, it's like, you know, close to, like, it's like I'm too tired to like figure out who to raid and stuff like that. I know there's stuff that I could be doing in terms of you know, helping the stream on Twitch as well, but okay, so here we go. One such powerful individual that Epstein forced then minor Jane Doe number 3 to have relations with was former Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz, a close friend. So is this the prosecution then has like filed this document, right? Because I know that Dershowitz always like, he freaks out whenever he gets asked about this stuff, and I think he might have sued Jane Doe, or there was somebody, I think, was it Jeffrey, that Dershowitz like legally bullied into retracting the claims or something. A close friend, anyway, Alan Dershowitz, a close friend of Epstein's, well-known criminal defense attorney. Epstein required Jane Doe number 3 to have relations with Dershowitz on numerous occasions while she was a minor, not only in Florida. Wait, let me make sure. Oh my God, chat. Oh my God. Oh wait, you can sort of almost see this. Let's see. Is this one gonna work better if I show it there? Yeah. Okay. In addition to being a participant in the abuse of Jane Doe number 3 and other minors, Dershowitz, I think they meant to say, was an eyewitness to to abuse of many other minors by Epstein and several of Epstein's co-conspirators. Dershowitz, they spell it right there, would later play a significant role in negotiating, this is the part that Shakespeare is talking about, negotiating the NPA on Epstein's behalf. So this is the plea agreement. This is the plea agreement that, and so this is from the 2014 case, which I think eventually was what landed Epstein in jail. It's referring, I believe, to the 2006 case for which he was able to plea deal himself into a sort of home arrest situation. And you know, it's not even really a home arrest, right? This guy was, you know, getting all kinds of passes to, like, he was traveling. Like, I don't know what the fuck it was. I don't know what kind of joke of a, you know, consequence for something this serious that they were able to negotiate for Epstein through Dershowitz. Indeed, Dershowitz helped negotiate an arrangement that provided immunity from federal prosecution in the Southern District of Florida, not only for Epstein, but also any potential co-conspirators of Epstein. So in other words, the clients, right? Or whoever's receiving massages or something more than massages by virtue of their relationship with Epstein. So page 5 shows the plea agreement, right? Thus, Dershowitz helped negotiate an agreement with the provision that provided protection for himself. Again, in chat, before you say this is a conflict of interest, like, understand that you are allowed to act as your own attorney. And, you know, if you are not, you know, you're not an attorney, that's probably a bad idea. If you are an attorney, it's questionable, you know? Are you going to be able to, you know, take your own best? But in this case with Dershowitz, it seems like he's got so many connections that, like, why would you not, you know, negotiate on your own behalf here, right? If you're uniquely connected to people like Dershowitz is, why would you not? It just makes sense. Okay, provided protection for himself against criminal prosecution in Florida for abusing Jane Doe number 3. Because this broad immunity would have been controversial if disclosed, Dershowitz, along with other members of Epstein's defense team and the government, tried to keep the immunity provision secret from all of Epstein's victims and the general public, even though such secrecy violated the Crime Victims' Rights Act. Ghislaine Maxwell was another person in Epstein's inner circle and a co-conspirator in Epstein's abuse. She was someone who consequently also approached the immunity granted by the plea agreement for the crimes that she committed in Florida. In addition to participating in the abuse of Jane Doe number 3 and others, Maxwell also took numerous explicit pictures of below-age girls involved in the activities, including Jane Doe number 3. She shared the photographs, which consisted of CSAM under applicable, constituted CSAM under applicable federal laws with Epstein. The government is apparently... Now there are communists invading radicals. Yo, welcome in. The government is apparently aware of and in certain instances possesses some of these photographs. Perhaps even more important to her role in Epstein's abuse ring, Maxwell had direct connections with other powerful individuals with whom she could connect Epstein. For instance, one such powerful individual Epstein forced Jane Doe to have relations with was a member of the British royal family. Prince Andrew. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Prince Andrew. Jane Doe was forced to have relationships with this prince when she was a minor in 3 separate geographic locations: in London, at Ghislaine Maxwell's apartment, in New York on Epstein's private island, and on Epstein's private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands. This is Little St. James, the island that he owns. In an orgy with numerous other below-aged girls, Epstein instructed Jane Doe number 3 that she was to give the prince whatever he demanded, and required Jane Doe number 3 to report back to him on the details of the abuse. Maxwell facilitated Prince Andrew's acts of abuse by acting as a madam for Epstein, thereby assisting. And this is the question I ask, right? If this is the role that Ghislaine Maxwell played, right, then who the fuck are the clients, right? You don't have a madam without having clients. Who are the clients, right? Thereby assisting in internationally trafficking Jane Doe number 3 and numerous other young girls for these purposes. I'm trying to remember, is this the document that had... So when I search Trump, it's not coming up. But we'll get to Trump in just a second. Clinton, Trump, and Dershowitz. Yeah, this is scary shit. Like, I mean, I don't know, Chad, I don't want to get paranoid or anything. I'm just like, it feels like there's been a great effort to cover this stuff up. It feels like there has been a phenomenal effort. Yeah, thank you for the documents, Shakespeare. Is he representing Israel at the ICJ right now? Was it the ICJ? Jeffrey was arrested in New York, but never would have never been arrested for his crimes in Florida. So yeah, Shakespeare is pointing out the open-ended nature of that immunity that Dershowitz can essentially name who it applies to. It's just it's so weird. Like, does this seem like justice, or does this seem like there's a club and you're not part of it? No, it wasn't confusion. I just wanted to make sure that I was able to put it in context so that but yeah, that's immensely helpful, Shakespeare. Yeah, look at how Epstein died. It was during Trump's presidency. Exactly. It's a reason that Allen has kept his mouth shut since 2009. And look, he still gets treated with respect in like most of the places that he goes, right? Especially, you know, right-wing sort of places. Like this guy should be a persona non grata everywhere. And yet, no, he's still an immensely connected, immensely powerful individual. Anyway, let's get to I think this is the last that we've got from Midas. Oh wait, no, let me share with you what we got here on what's been going on Twitter. God, I hate how it does. Oh good, like Elon kind of fixed something for once. That was a change I would have suggested. They actually enacted it. Good for you, Elon. You did one good thing. All right, let's take a look at what we got here. Okay, so let's read this. On a third is this the same document? Okay, let me go back to page 3 of what Shakespeare sent me. So wait, this is from Fox News's website. Page 3. No, it's a different document. Okay. It's a different document. All right. Filed 4/26/16. On the third occasion involving the defendant, Donald J. Trump, the plaintiff, Katie Johnson, was forced to engage in unnatural acts with her fellow minor and you know, slave, Maria Doe, age 12. For the enjoyment of defendant Trump. After this act, both minors were forced to orally pleasure defendant Trump by placing their mouths simultaneously in a place you know where until he achieved you know what. After zipping up his pants, defendant Trump physically pushed both minors away while angrily berating them for a poor quality of their performance. On the fourth and final encounter with defendant Donald J. Trump, the plaintiff Katie Johnson was tied to a bed by defendant Trump, who then proceeded to forcibly plaintiff Johnson. During the course of this savage attack, plaintiff Johnson loudly pleaded with defendant Trump to please wear a condom. Defendant Trump responded by violently striking plaintiff Johnson in the face with his open hand and screaming that he would do whatever he wanted, and he refused to wear protection. After achieving, you know what, defendant Donald J. Trump put his suit back on, and when the plaintiff Katie Johnson, in tears, asked defendant Trump what would happen if he had impregnated her, defendant Trump grabbed his wallet and threw some money at her and screamed that she should use the money to get an effing abortion. God damn. This is brutal shit. This is brutal shit. Okay, so here's the stuff that we looked at on Midas Touch earlier. They were showing this on wait, how does this work? I got it to work before, chat. I don't know what's going on. There we go. So these are call logs, ostensibly between Epstein and Trump. Oh God, so I accidentally gave you a preview. I accidentally may have given you a little preview there for something else. I thought I had more bookmarks of this stuff. Anyway, let's take a look at what else Midas Touch has got here.
I'm fine with all the other lists. As long as I'm not on the Epstein list, we're good, right? Speaking of which, how is it that my father can be convicted of 34 crimes, but no one on Epstein's list has even been brought to light? I'm trying to figure out how that's possible, right, folks?
Well, that didn't age very well. I mean, your dad is all over the list. There's probably almost no one in the Epstein files named as much as your dad.
Maybe Dersh, but yeah.
But I understand that corporate media wants to ignore this. I understand that your own cult followers don't look at facts, but I'm just not going to stop reporting about it here on the Midas Touch Network. We're going to do the work that the media should be doing. And let's take a look at what was released this week as part of the new document dump as a result of Circuit Judge Luis Delgado in Florida releasing criminal grand jury files relating to the Epstein case. One of the things that was released was Epstein's important message log. And in between messages of Epstein
Okay, so that's what this is, important message log.
Massages with teenage girls were messages with...
So chat, this is old stuff. I'm sure that this kind of thing is probably handled electronically nowadays. I mean, I don't know, maybe it depends on what office. But yeah, this is like a notebook or a just paperwork that, you know, details the kind of a call log, important messages from calls from like written down by a secretary or someone like that.
Donald Trump at this time period. As one account says, prior to marrying Melania in 2005, Trump was calling Jeffrey Epstein in 2004 on the regular. We see Donald's phone message in the West Palm Beach indictment of Epstein released this week. His messages are in between girls calling to confirm massage appointments.
Wait, his messages are in between girls? Okay, so the other messages are girls calling to confirm massage appointments. And chat, like from all we know about the nature of these massages, they may have been more than massages.
And messages from disgraced modeling agent Jean-Luc Brunel, who died by suicide. And you just take a look, Trump's name over and over again in message logs to Epstein. We know that Donald Trump partied with Epstein. They lived near each other. They hung out together all of the time. Donald Trump said about Epstein that he thought Epstein was a good guy who likes women on the younger side. Here's a direct quote from Donald Trump in 2000.
So like, again, to speak to the libs out there, right? The libs that might think that that I was overly mean to ContraPoints, that I've got you know, an unrealistic expectation of the role of politics outside of electoral politics, that I am not you know, emphasizing the need to do strategic voting as much as you would like. Please understand, if you want to defeat Donald Trump, you're going to have to do two things, right? You're going to have to lessen the disgust factor with Biden, with the tool, the absolute tool he's been for the genocidal activities going over in Gaza, right? There is a great amount of disgust. And I don't think that you can, that faced with, like I said, a mother in Michigan looking at children torn to pieces, as much as you might want to talk about the need for strategic voting, the need for you know, harm reduction voting, for just voting to make sure that Donald Trump cannot succeed, please understand, like, you can say that to me easily, right? Can you say that to that mother in Michigan that's looking at those pictures? I don't think so. I don't think so. Right? So that's why I think we need to give Joseph Robinette Biden the gold watch, send him off on a much needed family vacation, and bring somebody else in there. And I don't have any illusions that this is going to be a great person with great policies, with great you know, takes on Gaza, but it's going to be somebody that has not been president while this shit is going on, right? So that's going to reduce the disgust factor, all right? That's going to bring you some votes back, and it's going to do a lot better job than trying to vote scold people, because all you're doing is pushing people away. All you're doing is making people not want to listen to you when you're doing that kind of stuff, especially, you know, when they've got the disgust factor and you coming at them with this statement about harm reduction is making them actually disgusted at you, right? There's a better way to go about this, and that is pushing the Democrats to choose somebody else, which they can do, and they can keep the donations that Biden's got. And you know, there's a lot of issues that I have with Kamala, but I think that she's going to have less people disgusted than Biden. All right, second part of this, right? You want to defeat Trump. Look, you got to understand that Trump voters exist in like an armored shell, and it is hard as fuck to break through that shell. It is hard as fuck to get them to care about anything. This might break through with a small percentage of them, okay? If they say they care about children, if they say they don't want the elite pedophiles getting away with their fucking crimes, put this in front of their face. This is your best bet. This is your best bet. You don't want Trump to be, you know, president in 2025. This is your best bet.
Trump told New York Magazine that he thought Epstein was a terrific guy. I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. Here's Trump bringing...
So as much as we compared, and this is a weird moment to bring this in, right? But as much as we compared Biden, like how he comes across in old debates, how he comes across in old speeches, versus now, right? You can also see that Trump, at some point, when was this? Do we have a date on this? Oh, I don't know if we have a date. I would love to be 2002. Okay, there we go. Okay, so yeah, I mean, this is a hot minute ago, but you can tell that, like, you know, this is what Trump used to talk like when he was in full command of his faculties. Compare this to the shark story. Right? The Midas Touch people, the libs do have a point when they say that in paying attention to all the shit that Biden is, his cognitive impairment, we're not paying attention. The similar you could find for Trump, and it's not getting covered. They're right, but if you want it to get covered, make Biden not a story. Get him out of the way, okay? Because this does need to be covered, and I think that you're right that there is, some cognitive decline that Trump has experienced as well. Anyway,
many of them are on the younger side. Here's Trump bringing his kids to hang out with Epstein.
I mean, what he's saying is grotesque, right? But it's comprehensible, and it's, oh God, I hate saying this about something so gross, but you get what I'm saying, right? He's in full command of his communication faculties at that point, right? If he had to say the same thing again, it would come out a lot more garbled.
More photos of Trump and Epstein, more photos of Donald Trump, Melania Epstein, and Ghislaine.
Geez, that's Melania? How long ago was that? And that's Ghislaine Maxwell? Damn. Like, how old was this picture? Oh, that's Trump? That's Epstein? Jeez. These people look massively different.
Maxwell. It was reported, of course, in New York Magazine the following: remembering the time Jeffrey Epstein rode on Donald Trump's plane, they did board with a young woman of indeterminate age. I wouldn't be able to tell if she was 15 or 20. She was quite dressed up and quite made up, so it was hard to tell. Epstein on Trump's plane. Trump was on Epstein's flight log, in addition to being all over Epstein's message log. Trump was on Epstein's flight log at least 7 times. Here are the receipts right here, straight from...
It's kind of weird that I haven't seen the media covering this. Yeah. So on one hand, like, and this is what Midas Touch is saying, that, we've got a media not doing its job, and I'll agree with that. But we've also got a candidate for Democratic, the Democratic candidate for president that is taking up all the oxygen in the room with his, ridiculous fumbling in trying to communicate, like trying to say that he is proud to have finally beat COVID, which, he didn't yet, but whatever. That's what he's trying to say, right? Beat COVID, and we're going to spread Medicaid to the states that don't have it yet, right? Instead, that comes out, we finally beat Medicare, and we're going to spread COVID. That's just, that should not be happening. That should not be a candidate. That's a story. That is it's a man bites dog story, in other words, right? This is something that's just like, grabs your attention. And because there's so much attention being grabbed by, Biden's cognitive state, you're missing out on, the media can only cover so much. They can only put attention on so much stuff. But yeah, this came out thanks to, some of this stuff came out thanks to Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis, former opponent of Donald Trump's in the primary, didn't work out that well for him, but he did unseal some of these records, and the records indeed show Donald Trump in communication with Jeffrey Epstein even more than we already knew. Show Donald Trump on the island. The island. Yes, that island. The island that you got in mind. The weird building. That fucking island. His private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands, right?
Court records in the Ghislaine Maxwell case. You go to the depositions of women trafficked by Epstein. Trump's name is mentioned there. Jeffrey said, great, we'll call up Trump and we'll go to, I don't recall the name of the casino, but we will go to the casino. In addition, Donald Trump, one of the women who was trafficked, one of the more well-known women trafficked by Epstein, Virginia Jeffery. At Mar-a-Lago, and Ghislaine Maxwell.
I think I mispronounced it. Yeah, I think I called her anyway, I'm Jeffery.
Well, met her while she was working at Mar-a-Lago and then introduced her to Epstein. That's how Epstein met her and eventually trafficked her. Later in her childhood, she was in and out of foster care. Virginia Jeffery, by the age of 14, she was living on the streets, and then her dad was working at Mar-a-Lago. So then she got a job there, and that's where Ghislaine Maxwell found her. mean, there's also these stories right here. Go back to like 1991, where Donald Trump hosted the Look of the Year competition and was having these parties on yachts. Here's how it was described by The Guardian. On September 1991, a large private yacht cruised towards the Statue of Liberty. It was a clear, breezy evening, and from the upper deck of the Spirit of New York, a golden sunset could be seen glinting off the Manhattan skyline. Downstairs, a party was in flow. Scores of teenage girls in evening dresses and miniskirts, some as young as 14, danced under the disco lights. It could have been a high school prom. Not a high school prom. These were little girls. Let me be very clear. Were it not for the crowd of older men surrounding them. As the evening wore on, some of the men, many old enough to be the girls' fathers or even grandfathers, joined them on the dance floor, pressing themselves against the girls. One balding man in a suit wrapped his arms around two young models, meaning little girls, leered into the camera that was documented the evening and said, "Can you get some beautiful women around me, please?" The party aboard the Spirit of New York was one of several events that Donald Trump, then 45, attended with a group of 58 aspiring young models that September, and they were competing in Elite's Look of the Year competition. And when they say aspiring models, talking about little girls. Here were the girls who were in that competition that Donald Trump led. You could see right here, this is the 1991 Look of the Year finale, and these were the types of girls who were on that yacht that Trump was on when he was 40.
And look, it just lets you know, like, that this shit has been going on for a really fucking long time. If people have power, if people have money, they do fucked up shit like this. And nobody bats an eye. And also, you know, the different sensibilities that were, you know, the tolerance for this kind of thing maybe was greater in the 90s. Maybe it was greater in the 80s. Maybe, you know, this was, you know, for everybody that complains about wokeness, which what is wokeness, right? It's over time, our tolerance for certain things changes. Some of the stuff that was like, okay, you know, back in the 50s for a wife to be considered an extension of her husband, or you'd literally be Mrs. whatever your husband's name was, and that's how you're thought of too. You're thought of as an extension. Your importance is by virtue of who your husband is, right? That was acceptable. That was okay. You know, the madman world, right? People had a different tolerance for that. So the wokeness, right, is people waking up and saying this is actually kind of fucked up. Same thing with this sort of shit. Same thing with this sort of shit. This may have been, you know, more tolerated. And the fact that things like, you know, child brides are abhorrent to us now is a sign of our wokeness, and that's a good thing. That's something that I want us to continue to be more and more progressively. There we go. I'm saying all the SJW watchwords just so you get this through your head, right? That this is actually a good thing, that we don't think about these things the way that we did in the past. Anyway.
5 years old at that time period. I mean, pretty sick stuff. So going back now, I mean, just think about it. And this week, we learned that Trump's name is all over the message log. We knew it was all over the flight log. We know about these connections. Have you heard a peep anywhere other than on the Midas Touch Network about this? Have you heard anybody else talking about it? And then you have Don.
Jules says, I think people tolerated it not because they thought it was okay, but because they felt they had no choice but to put up with it. Yeah, on some level, for sure. Especially the people that were victimized by this kind of thing. Especially if you were the woman being considered an extension of your husband's life, or if you were the underage person being forced to or pushed into a situation where you're supposed to marry somebody much older, right? That you had to put up with it.
Junior go up there, and this was like a few weeks back, and just kind of mock, who would be on the list? The corporate, you don't think this is important to report on? Like, what is it that you do? What is it that you think your job is? Let me play you the full context of what Don Jr. said so you could hear it for yourself now. Play the clip.
We're never going to surrender. It's not our style, man. We don't. At this point, we got to fight, because congratulations. If you're in this room right now, you're probably on the FBI list.
I mean, I'm thinking maybe you should be on the FBI list. I don't know. Search their hard drives. See what you find.
You're in with me, my father, my family, so you're in with good company.
It sounds like you're describing like the ninth circle of hell.
I am on every list except the Epstein list. We haven't heard anything about that one in a while. I'm fine with all
Well, it's a good thing you didn't travel with your dad more.
the other lists. As long as I'm not on the Epstein list, we're good, right? Speaking of which, how is it that my father can be convicted of 34 crimes, but no one on Epstein's list has even been brought to light? I'm trying to figure out how that's possible, right, folks? It's almost like they're trying to protect those pedophiles for some reason. I can't imagine why, right? We're not allowed to say they're
Think about all the attacks on supposed pedophiles, on supposed groomers, you know, the Comet Pizzeria, you know, think about all this shit on the right wing, and then ask yourself where that comes from. Ask yourself if that might not be a preemptive accusation in order to put off future accusations against them.
groomers, but when they act a lot like groomers, sort of tells you everything you need to know, right?
Well, groomers like Ghislaine Maxwell, your close friend of your father.
And Charlie Kirk, who runs the organization where Don Jr. was talking about. That's the organization that holds the banners. White Boy Summer. Remember White Boy Summer? That's the Republican Party today. Media won't report about that either. Don Jr.
That's the real meaning of White Boy Summer.
You know who's not
White Boy Summer, it's the Little St. James trip.
on the Epstein list? My father. Because if he was, it would have been leaked in about a half a second. That's a fact. It doesn't have to be leaked. It's just out there. But the corporate media is too cowardly to talk about it. They don't want to broach these subjects. Here's Donald Trump talking about his daughter, Ivanka. Play the clip.
She does have a very nice figure. I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know.
Okay, Ivanka, what's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
If I weren't happily married and, you know, her father.
My daughter, Ivanka.
Yeah.
She's 6 feet tall. She's got the best body.
By the way,
It's really weird that the people talking about groomers are the people that are like this guy's biggest fans, despite this shit.
your daughter.
She's beautiful.
Can I say this? A piece of ass.
Yeah.
She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous.
It's
She's tall.
unbelievable.
She's almost 6 feet.
up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
I mean, and by the way, just in terms of how these individuals have just like shattered civilized discourse. I mean, just take.
It also shows you that Donald Trump has been maybe playing a character for longer than, I mean, like he was in the tabloids like all the time. He has these relationships with like organizations like the Inquirer, as came up in his recent trial, you know, dating back to the 80s, right? And he was, you know, playing a character of a millionaire playboy real estate magnate, and maybe, you know, in some ways performing even before he got on The Apprentice.
Look, this is Trump's lawyer right here at the airport, Alina Habba, wearing the Trump logo, the new Trump logo hat, which is Trump with his middle finger in the air.
Firebird 710 says, I mean, for a group that are so anti-PDF, Jim Jordan sure holds a pretty prominent seat in their ranks. True.
Good morning.
True.
Invading radicals.
Oh, what is that ugly hat?
From New York.
She's wearing a snapback. That's hilarious.
Airport.
That's
She's like, look at my snapback.
Logo. Trump.
Wait, what is it? Trump with a burger? What the fuck is that?
Which is Trump with his middle finger in the air.
Oh, it's the middle finger. Okay.
Good morning.
Oh, I thought it was a burger. I seriously thought he had a hamburger sitting there. Okay.
Airport.
Or like a milkshake, or I don't know what I thought that was.
That's the new logo. Trump with his middle finger. They wear that as a hat. It's what we have to
I mean, it does seem to be a quality snapback, but yeah.
Explain to our children and our grandchildren and family members about the state of the Republican Party or just the state of our country right now because of this MAGA madness, because of this mess. And by the way, this shouldn't be a political thing. What I played for you on the video of what Trump was saying about his daughter, that's a Republican view. Now, what are we talking about? That should be not good no matter what political party you're in. He's just saying it out loud. All this stuff is out there. It's right in our faces. Could we not handle it because it's in our faces? Does that make it so the media is unable to report on things that we could just see right there because it's out there right in the open? They're too cowardly to report on it. Here's this out in the open. Here's what Donald Trump, remember some of these photos about Trump and the beauty pageants? This is what Trump said, how he would inspect the women naked. Here, play this clip.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you
to inspect the merchandise, as it were. God damn, what a sick fuck. What a sick fuck. Moe Nope, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. That is 5 people getting weaseled. And I think that pushes us over, yeah. I think that is the sound of hitting the sub goal for today. So we're definitely gonna be watching something after this. Do you have any opinions on what that should be? Moe Nope? Let me know, and I'll try to keep a watch for it on in the chat.
have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready. And
South Park of X.
No men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes.
You're like the doctor. Look, like, I mean, hearing this stuff, it makes me wonder, like, how much of these, you know, men in prominent positions getting away with being absolute creeps. How much of this shit happened? And just getting away with it, right? How much of this happened back in the day?
Everybody okay, and you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things.
Or here's a clip right here of Donald Trump talking about Lindsay Lohan when she was like 17 or 18 years old, and saying how because she may have had mental health issues, that made him want to sleep with her more. Here, play the clip.
What do you think of Lindsay Lohan now? I think she's hot. There's something there, right? Yes. But you have to like freckles. I've seen a close-up of her chest. Yes. And a lot of freckles. Are you into freckles?
I think we determined that she's like 18 years old at this time.
If the father's a wreck, like the way he is. Right. You imagine the sex with this troubled... Yeah, you're probably right. She's probably deeply troubled and therefore great in bed. Back in the day... How come the deeply troubled women... Yes. You know, deeply troubled. Right. They're always the best in bed. If for some reason what I said is true, I mean, they're just unbelievable. I can tell from the... You don't want to be with them for the long term, but for the short term, there's nothing.
And again, this is the leader of the Republican Party. This is not someone I would want around any of my family members. Let's just call it what it is. It's just disgusting. Disgusting stuff. But on the other hand, President Biden had a bad debate and stuttered, even though he lowered prescription drug prices.
Again, to all the Midas touches out there, to all the people that are feeling incensed by the fact that the media is covering Biden's, cognitive decline instead of this, get him out of that position. As long as Biden's cognitive decline remains a story, like, it's going to be taking up oxygen that should be taken up by this Trump stuff. And you can yell at the media till you're blue in the face, but the best thing you can do if you want this stuff to catch fire is to get the fucking... Give Biden his golden watch already. All right? Say bon voyage, Jack.
Implemented the PACT Act, the CHIPS Act. Inflation Reduction Act, Infrastructure Act.
Yeah, and did who knows what to Tara Reid. Anyway, chat. So that is the story for today. This is so frustrating. I feel like I had something else to say about this. What the fuck was it?
What do you think of Lindsay?
Oh my god, this is just... Oh yeah, here's what I want to say, okay? So if you remember the Vosh situation, I covered that earlier this year. Vosh goes on stream. He accidentally shows his folders. His folders, you know, his corn folders, right? His spank bank, as it were. You know, and at first it's like, okay, well, that's kind of embarrassing. But then people look at the thumbnails and they see some stuff in there. They see some anime women that look to be below age. They look into it further. They see some anime women that below age interacting with horses, right? And Vosh tried to wriggle, and Vosh tried to obfuscate, and Vosh tried to say, I thought it was a short stack goblin, and all the rest, right? But people had compiled a list of clips. This isn't Vosh's first rodeo when it comes to this shit. And because of that, he wasn't able to wriggle free. You know, when Ethan Klein just watches his whole history, which people had compiled all the way through, you know, a bunch of people are being exposed to Vosh for the first time as the creep that he actually is. So that felt like an uphill battle. That felt like very much a uphill push of a boulder, you know, that was just never going to get to its destination. But it finally did. And, you know, I mean, obviously there's still some people, you know, still some people that are parasocially attached to Vosh, but his overall reach has gone like way the fuck down. His overall influence has gone way the fuck down. And there's a lot of people who might have been interested in what he had to say at some point who are now, you know who the fuck he is, right? I'm going to say that the same thing can happen with Trump, but it's got to be the same sort of methodology in terms of, you know, keeping all these receipts, keeping all these clips together, and being able to show when a new piece of information comes out, not just the new piece of information, but the pattern, right? And that's the only thing that I think has a chance to break through to some, not all, because remember, not all of Vosh's community got broken through to, but enough of them did. Enough of them stopped watching, where he's become largely irrelevant. With Trump, you know, all you need to do is keep a few people from voting for him, and you're not going to have to deal with him after 2025. So, you know, like, as much as I'm sure that Midas Touch and I have very different politics, have very different, you know, tolerances for some of Biden's bullshit, I got to say good on you, Midas Touch, for compiling this stuff. This is exactly what needs to be done, right? Don't just show the new developments, show the pattern. And they did a good job of that. So there we go. All right. So like I said, with Moino donating those 5 gift subs, we are now at the dono goal, past the dono goal, in fact. And I've got everything. I swear to God, somebody voted for, or somebody donated for Mehdi Hassan and Dean Phillips, but I almost don't think it matters now. Like if I look at the polls, South Park of X is up by like 20. No, is it like 19 points on Shorts? South Park of X is up by 8 points on the full screen stream, and is getting we'll say, let's do the math here. So everything is going to be minus 15 equals 60. So it's getting 60 extra points. It's getting 60 extra points from the donos. Moms for Liberty, which I'm going to try to, like, it seems like a lot of people are interested in that too. I'm going to try to cover that. when I can. Minus, 15 equals 5. Yeah. Getting 5 extra points. Yeah, I don't think I even have to do the math at this point. I think it's pretty clear. I only found Vosh just before it happened. I mean, like a day or two. That's wild. Still baffled by Matt Bender having Vosh on. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can say to that is that Majority Report in general, they got their nose buried in news. Sometimes they're not up to, they don't keep like up to date on the people and personalities. And, Matt really wanted to do something for Jamal Bowman. I don't know. I'm not trying to make excuses for anybody. But yeah, I don't know. It's definitely not something I can explain either. Yeah, this is pretty hard to watch. Chat, thank you for putting up with this. As always, if you're ever in a situation where you're watching me and I'm covering something that is just turning your stomach or making you feel queasy or making you feel not good, like, triggering trauma or anything like that, feel free, to dip out if you need to. I want you to take care of yourself first and foremost. And I know that stuff is really hard to cover, and it's particularly hard to cover if you've had life experiences that have, caused certain kinds of trauma. Let's move right along to what everybody voted for, which was the South Park of X. I think this is the one that I'm gonna... All right, so let me show you this. Oh, I see. You got to click on it twice quick. All right. So let me show you what this is all about. This is a cartoon based off of, I think, Archie Bunker. Definitely got some references to more recent stuff like the Dylan Mulvaney Budweiser controversy. And, it's just basically a show about wokeness. So let's take a look here.
God damn it. Fuck, God damn it. Where's my fucking beer? Oh, fuck! What is this?
Grandpa, drink your gay beer. It's the law.
I don't want to be gay. I'm straight. I keep telling you. Oh, I said straight. Now this thing's going off. God damn it. I don't want to be gay. You're making me be gay.
I don't know how many ways.
I don't know why people say. I don't know why people say this is so bad. This looks pretty good, actually. I feel like maybe people were wrong about this. It's got like a early Rick and Morty feel.
Or what? They'll kill me?
Yes, Grandpa.
I just don't know how this happened. Everybody I know voted for Trump, and
I keep telling you, Grandpa, it doesn't make a difference because we rigged the election. Biden stole the election.
Yeah.
Ow. Hey, there's someone I'd love to have sex with. Oh, it's you. Beep.
You just had a heterosexual thought, which is not allowed because of wokeness, which is basically a religion. Wait, you think wokeness is a religion? I do too.
All right, let's get it over with.
What?
Me having sex with him. Come on.
You're not going to have sex with him. He's here to give you your new pronouns.
What? What?
Everyone has to have a new pronoun. You can be a they.
But I don't want to be a they.
And I don't want to be a drag queen, but I have to. Look, you don't have to like it, but it's the law, because wokeness is basically like a religion.
Knock, knock. Now here's a guy I won't mind having sex with.
You want to have sex with him? But he's black.
Woke people are the real racists.
But I don't understand.
My friend said he needed someone to have sex with. I came right over. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to dress as my wife, or else this thing is going to go off they make me wear.
You can't be saying wife, or else that's going to go off.
In my opinion, wokeness is like a religion. Beep, 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 beep. Get off me. I do not consent to this. Oh, it's okay. He identifies as someone who actually doesn't need to ask for consent. Isn't that ridiculous? It is. We love to identify as stupid things. You two keep it down. We're trying to watch some porn over here. But why are we putting on... To get me in the mood, obviously. If we're gonna do this, I gotta be aroused. If we have to have gay sex, it should at least be enjoyable. That's so sweet. He's my best friend. And he's my best friend. And I don't... Whoa. You want me to do that? I can do that.
Yeah, I don't see what's so bad about this. Looks pretty good. This looks pretty. This looks like a good show. I would watch this. Why is everybody saying that this is bad? I didn't even hear Dave Rubin's voice. I was prepared for so much more cringe, chat. What's going on? What am I missing? This isn't the original Sasha G. This isn't the original? Did I not click on the original? Okay, you got me, chat. You got me. I'm trolling just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, this is somebody revoiced it. But, I mean, it's better than the original, I guess. All right, here's the original. And this is actually their, oh my God, I did it wrong. Let's go back here. God damn it. Why can't I get it to work? I thought I knew how to do this. Boom, boom, boom. No, what? No, it's more Epstein stuff. No. Boom, boom, boom. Come on, come on, come on. Click on it. It's not working, chat. We're not going to be able to watch the real one. No, I'm sure we can somehow. Boom, boom. Yeah, there we go. I made it work. I made it work. All right, let's see if I can get it in view of everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. What do we have to do? Maybe switch to this one? No. That's Waluigi. What am I doing here? Let's try that one. Yeah, there we go. That's the better. I think that's the way we want to watch it. Anyway, let's watch the real one. Let's see what the real one's about. Yo.
What's that?
It's gay beer.
It's the new norm.
The new norm.
Same as the old norm. I'm the old norm. I want normal beer.
He wants normal beer, but look, he's got an ankle bracelet, and the ankle bracelet goes off whenever he says something that's not woke.
Perimeter reached. Ugh. It's your fault I got house arrest.
You're the one who threatened the school board.
I gently suggested
Yelled.
They stop
Wait, what did he get house arrest for? Oh.
brainwashing my daughter that girls aren't girls and men aren't men.
Are you sure this wasn't part of the Alan Dershowitz plea agreement?
Sometimes they're neither, or both, or furry and dressed like dogs.
Ow! Janice! What's that?
Warning, offensive. Actually, that is one of my pronouns. Also they, them, and me.
You're non-binary?
How do you know that word?
I learned it in school.
That's right. It's really cool to be to be trans, to be non-binary, right? And you're getting like all this social capital from it. According to the authors of this I mean, these are the same people that say that kids are identifying as trans and non-binary for like social clout.
That's why I'm locked up.
No. So wait, which one is the Rave Dubin?
The judge agreed to conditional.
Is Norm Dave Rubin?
What condition?
Where's my room?
That's staying here?
Chaz is part of a new government program.
To re-educate homophobic, transphobic, racist...
Charlie, finally, someone normal.
I don't understand. You're black.
Did that just black whisper?
You're his friend?
Where does the idea that like what is it? Do you get it? Like what is the idea that like the character's surprised that like a black guy would be friends with a dude that's probably racist, or is it that they're surprised that in Rafe Dubin's imagination of what wokeness is, like that black and white people aren't allowed to be friends? I don't know what I'm not even sure what the joke is here.
And boss.
Well, we got the laugh track, so we know it's supposed to be funny.
Speaking of, when you coming back to the trophy shop?
As soon as I get rid of this, which means I gotta take in that?
Chaz is here to re-educate Norm.
Wait, is that supposed to be like a reference to 2001? Is that like the HAL computer from 2001 Space Odyssey?
In non-bonery studies.
Non-bonery. This is one I haven't heard yet. Like I thought I had heard all the variations of helicopter jokes, but yeah, non-bonery is a new one on me.
I'm allergic to dogs.
It's okay. Billy is an emotional support dog and non-binary.
Oh, okay then. Good dog.
I don't even know what to say here. Think that conservatives think woke people believe all black people think the same or something?
I come here to get away from woke.
Trouble at home?
Oh, my boy.
Oh shit, really hung up the old team name, couldn't let it go. Yeah, so this is the Washington football team that look, and there's like, you know, different football and baseball teams that have names like that are, in fact, some of them still have, like the Atlanta team I think still has the name, but in this case it's not just like a reference to a First Nations people, it's just straight up slur for First Nations people. That's the and even this cartoon seems to be afraid to actually like write out the name or the you know name of the team. Why would, okay, this doesn't make sense. So this is his friend coming over to watch football, right? Ostensibly, maybe even wearing the paraphernalia of the team that that he's cheering for, and yet that's not the name of the team anymore. The Commanders, yeah, the Commanders is the new name. They're afraid of the cancel culture. Yeah, even they're afraid of cancel culture. That's right.
Or whatever it calls themselves now, is thinking about transitioning.
Reggie?
Try Regina.
Transition.
You can tell these people are not exactly like trans understanders, or at least they're not like
To what?
Their audience is not.
Hopefully not a Jets fan.
Hey, pronoun. This bud's for you.
I can't drink. I'm not 21.
Y'all influenced my boy to cut off his junk, but draw the line at beer?
That's right. Beer is not woke. You got to have a wine cooler. Like, right? I don't know. Beer is toxically masculine. That's right. That's why woke people don't like beer. Like,
can't do this.
Yes. It does feel self-parodic. Yeah, I think you're right, Variant.
We can.
Oh my god. Okay. There's at least 2 references there.
Find a way to break him. Maybe we can fix the country.
I don't know right-wing like rage bait culture well enough. It's supposed to be like Rachel Levine. It's one of the characters. There's somebody in a pup hood, and I don't know who's the other reference. It's obviously somebody on social media that like haunts right-wingers' nightmares. But I can't. I like I said, I'm not an expert in this rage bait. I get why you say this is no. That's not me describing it as the South Park of X. That is them describing their own program, and I as much as I have, I'm not a fan of South Park, not a fan of that kind of humor. I would say that this is way worse. This is like this is South Park with no writing. This is South Park with just everything shittier.
I just want normals.
And what's up with the heterochromia? Is heterochromia woke? Oh my god, just took a shot to the face of the gender fluid. That's gonna that beer is estrogenic, Norm.
You know there'll be jokes.
I mean, the real joke is you licking it off his face, but I guess we're not doing that in this episode. This is just the pilot, chat, so just like Mr. Burcham, they'll save the homoeroticism until a few episodes down the line. But yeah, this just somehow manages to be worse than Mr. Burcham. Somehow he just got weaseled. Yes, he did. And that's a good thing. Okay, well, it's just the music here that could only get me in trouble. First animated sitcom on X. And look who's gonna pop up. Look who's gonna pop up. Is it really though? Like I'm like Twitter's had a video for forever. I'm surprised that there hasn't been an animated sitcom. I kind of doubt that. There we go. It's Elon. There's Elon. Yeah, he's so cool. He's a meme lord. Oh, take off the X and put on the what he said. Take off the, what is that? The chi, the Greek letter chi, and put on whatever the hell Elon's shitty logo is. What did they get tickets to? D's Nuts. You got tickets to D's Nuts? Home for free speech, Elon Musk.
I almost forgot. We're going to Disney World.
We're going to D's Nuts, apparently. That's what it says. It says, yeah, this is just the pilot. This is just the pilot. So they're just getting warmed up. I mean, ostensibly, so chat, if you don't know, right, I'm like, here, let me switch to what? This version? There we go. That's a little bit better. Alright. I told you guys, cringe factor on DEF CON 4. I almost had trouble commentating over this because it's one of those things that is self-parodic. It's one of those things that is like marinated in its own special sauce. But yeah, thank you, Izzy Sanchez, for the super chat. I wonder if they're waiting for somebody to fund it. That could be. They've got a Stripe link right here. Okay, so this is Larry Elder, Dave Rubin, and Awaken with JP. Oh my god. Oh my god. And animated Elon Musk. Well, they couldn't get Elon Musk to voice it, but so wait, which is who? Which one's JP? Who's like, I'm wondering can anybody tell me which one is Dave Rubin? So they're using this to advertise, right? The phrase South Park of X. It's like they're trying to say, okay, so why do you want to watch this? Oh, because it's like the South Park of X. So like, if South Park was more explicitly anti-woke, instead of pretending to shit on both sides, who is JP voicing? That's what I'm wondering. I feel like there has to have been more voice, at least two more, like these two. Who are they voiced by?
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are
JP's doing the non-binary character? It doesn't sound like JP's voice. Like, I know what JP Sears sounds like, but I don't know. Maybe JP is able to do different voices. Wait, so the non-binary character is voiced by Dave Rubin? And then maybe JP Sears is doing Norm. But like, what does the mom and the daughter though? Who's voicing them? Maybe they don't feel like obliged to credit the other voice actors. I don't know. Dave Rubin is the yeah. So Dave Rubin's voicing the non-binary character. Larry Elder maybe is the football fan. JP Sears is Norm. But what about the other two characters? Yeah, Larry Elder is his. Yeah, I figured. Time magazine panic. This is obviously fake. Support the new show. Oh yeah. So listen, posting the Stripe link once was not enough. We got to be like, oh, by the way, you should be donating to me. You should be giving me money. Oh no, let me post it again. Yo, this is pathetic. They literally asked for money like 3 times on the. Like it's like a series of 1, 2, 3, 4 tweets, right, on this thread, and 2 of them are like, so you know the Stripe link that I put up in the first tweet? Not enough people are clicking on it. Please click on it. And look at that, 35 likes, 15 likes. So this went over like a lead balloon, basically. Like this did not go over well. I don't think there's a lot of Republicans, conservatives like excited to see the new episode. Wait, this is the person that made the D's nuts meme? Kept your name on it? Wait. Is their name D's nuts? I don't get it. Wait, is it? Oh, I get it. It's a Disney symbol, but it's upside down. It's supposed to look like a penis and balls. And that's why it says D's nuts. Wow, this is some, classic. I see. Yeah, yes, indeed. Rachel Levine. Oh, okay. So they're including, this is Nick Diorio here. This is what watching The Boys feels like. What? Is Diorio saying that The Boys is too woke, and then this is like too anti-woke? Is Diorio trying to compare this to The Boys in that like you're having a viewpoint shoved down your throat? I don't know. I can't explain Nicholas Diorio, chat. SDL says this is ass. Let me show you boomers what an actual right-wing cartoon looks like. Wait, I feel like is this really like a, I don't know what the K-On? Wait, maybe I've seen part of like the first episode of this or something. I feel like this looks familiar, but I'm not sure if I just saw another music anime. Even Brianna Wu. Oh, speaking of Brianna Wu, right? She's been up to some shit. She's been really up to some shit. And if you want a sneak preview of what I'm going to be covering tomorrow, it does have to do with Brianna Wu. So let's see if I've been keeping track of her she's been making tracks, chat. She's been making tracks all over the place. Knowing that Homelander got milk by Firecracker? I haven't seen the new, I don't think I've even seen the old The Boys. Meme Bastard, which is a right-wing account, is saying, congratulations, Adam Carolla, on no longer having the worst cartoon ever. So yeah, Meme Bastard doesn't think much of Mr. Burcham, but maybe thinks even less of the new norm. But yeah, we're going to be covering, let's see, Brianna Wu on David Pakman. That's a super curse debate. It's Nomiki Konst, Brianna Wu, David Pakman, and then somebody a lot less cringe that I don't know. But I don't think that the fourth person like really knew what she was signing up for. She doesn't seem to know who she's dealing with Brianna Wu, and is given all kinds of good faith, but seems to be an all right person. But yeah, then it's cringe. And then there's something with Wick, right? Wait, there's three. There's three. Okay, so there's Brianna Wu on David Pakman. There's Brianna Wu on Wick. And then is there a third one that's like Brianna Wu on TYT? I gotta get ready for this, chat. Oh my god. And then I also have to get a premium streamium ready somehow. Why is Brianna Wu on Pakman? Pakman apparently likes her. They are two peas in a pod. Bill Maher called the new norm brilliant. Unironically? Is this in the thread? Are you sure? Even for Bill Maher, that seems like